Alert day as we take a look at what you are seeing outside of your window. Snow is falling across the Triad the second time in the last 6 days. But unlike this system last weekend, what's falling now is big, fluffy snow that will be enjoyable as long as we keep in mind it is bitterly cold with very cold wind chills this morning. We have live team coverage this morning. Welcome. I'm Megan Malaris.
And I'm Giselle Thomas. You can see that there's so many different things going out through the Triad, and we're making sure that we are keeping an eye out on it for you. We have our teams that are spread all throughout, whether it's checking those road conditions in Burlington. But first, we're going to check in with our meteorologist, Ed Matthews. We know, Ed, we are in that weather impact alert and staying safe as we can. Tell us a little bit about just how conditions are right now.
Well, every flake, quite frankly, is sticking to the ground because it's so cold, upper teens and lower 20s this morning. So the snow is accumulating and will continue to do so really throughout the day. Let's take a look at radar and see how things are faring. And what we're seeing is a continuation of the expansion of snow on radar coming in from the west with our upper level low and expanding over eastern North Carolina as our storm gets organized just off the southeast coast. So we're going to get it from both directions, the west and eventually from the east. So the snow will only ramp up through the day, and then during the evening kind of gradually start to taper off to snow showers. And then I think most of the snow will be out of here after midnight tonight. Still looking at a general rule about 3 to 6 inches of snow. We'll keep an eye on that, maybe tweaking it during the day. The small number is the wind chills. Dangerous wind chills this morning in the single digits with the snow ramping up. We were in the low 20s earlier. We have dropped back into the teens. Just stay inside. It's going to snow. It's beautiful out there, but the feel-like temperatures will average 0 to 5 above today. Snow tapers off after midnight tonight. We drop to a low of 11. Wind chills could go a few degrees below 0 tonight.
And just reiterating what Ed said, making sure that you're staying inside. In the meantime, we have our crews that are outside, out and about. We have a crew in Burlington, and it will traveling from Burlington, going to Forsyth County, and one in Greensboro. They're going to look at how things are going right now.
Yeah, several of us on our commutes through Greensboro this morning saw plows out and about. They are at the ready. Amber Lake is live just off of a main interstate. Amber, you've been talking firsthand with these crews this morning who are ready to respond. What's the plan of attack today?
You know, the plan of attack is to just wait for these roads to get a little bit more dicey. I mean, we have some snow on the roadways right now. You can see it's still accumulating. We've been out here for a couple hours now, and it just progressively gets worse. But these trucks are packed up and ready. They have salt. They have their plows. NCDOT did post on their Facebook page that if you do see a plow truck driving around with their plow up, that means they're going to that priority route. That is the first thing that they need to do, is go to those priority routes. Then they will get to the secondary roads. If they do have their plow up, they might be throwing out some salt, they might be throwing out some brine. But the trucks that you see behind me, they are just ready, and they're sitting here until they get that initial instruction to go to their priority 1 routes. We have seen a couple trucks kind of come back and drive back up and down Groomtown Road. We just talked about the person that I met, one of the crew members. He said that he's been driving around Greensboro, and all of the roads look like this. So if you are watching this right now, make sure that you are staying inside. I know my husband's grandmother is watching. Make sure that you're staying inside today. We don't want any slips and falls. We don't want anyone to get in their car and be put in a situation where you might get in a wreck or you might slip off the roadways. But these trucks behind me, they are not able to work in conditions where the winds are over 35 miles per hour. So while the wind is kind of cutting right now, it doesn't seem to be at that 35 mile per hour range. But we are waiting to see whenever they take off from this area. But again, these roads aren't looking the best right now, guys.
I was going to say, just looking at these conditions now, about 2 hours ago, we couldn't even see the roads next to you, Amber. So the fact that now it's covered in snow, things have really ramped up. Now we're going to be headed over to Christina Dillon. We know that she's traveling on her way to Forsyth County. Christina, tell us a little bit about just how things are going. And also, we know you just left Burlington not too long ago.
That's right. I was in Burlington earlier. We weren't seeing a ton of snow accumulation, snowfall, so we decided to head to Forsyth County where we heard there was more, and there certainly is. We're in between Kernersville and Winston-Salem right now, and just take a look at the roads. I mean, this is just from the past 30 minutes, I've seen barely any snow on the ground to now it almost being completely covered, no longer transparent, bare pavement. You can really see the snow is sticking. It's not too, slippery and slidey, but we are being careful. We're driving, at least 20 miles under the speed limit, just taking things slow, making sure that we're, watching out. I have seen a few plows. It looks like they may be the plows that are on their way to their primary routes because I didn't actually see them plowing, but we did drive by a few. So they are certainly out here. We saw a few in Burlington earlier, stationary, kind of staying by. The city says it was going to wait for the event to be over before they started deploying plows, but we know that the NCDOT does operate, roads all across the state, including in Burlington, so it was likely those plows that we saw. In Winston, they had some issues with plowing when this first storm hit last weekend. They mainly said that the sleet and salt just really wasn't mixing. They were waiting because the temperatures were so low, and we know that it took them a little longer to clear those roads. So we're heading out to Winston now. We'll kind of get there and put ourselves in a spot and see if we do see those plows. We're going to try to head somewhere off the interstate.
All right, thanks, Christina. Yeah, we look forward to hearing that update. We know the city of Winston-Salem got some criticism last week for perhaps waiting too long, so it will be interesting to see if the city changes its approach this morning. Let's take a live look now from Madison, which shows this gas station out over a blanket of white. Thanks to Chris Williamson for submitting this video to us.
And we're also looking at conditions all across the state. We know that 100 counties are under this winter storm warning. Also going into some things that our Governor Josh Stein had told us about.
Yeah, he really emphasized with this second system here, hypothermia and frostbite are real risks. We're talking about that bitter cold, which is just as big of a story as the snow accumulation that is starting to pile up.
So folks just need to not be outside if they possibly can. And if they are outside, make sure that you are well dressed, wearing lots of leathers and covering all exposed skin.
And after the storm makes its way through the Triad, we do know that a lot of you may consider going sledding with the kiddos. Now, it's important to make sure that you're prioritizing safety. Just last year, there was a deadly sledding accident that happened in the Triad. And we also talked to a local medical director about what not to do.
I think the biggest contributor to these severe injuries are when you're being pulled behind like an ATV or a truck. That can be extremely dangerous. As the sleds can get out of control, it can run into other cars and things on the street. So that's one I would not recommend at all.
Officials also recommend that you ride one at a time unless the sled is specifically designed for multiple people. Also, you want to make sure that you're wearing a helmet just to stay extra safe.
Yeah, I also suggest if your neighborhood kids are sledding, have some parents be spotters down the hill. So in case anything goes wrong or there's traffic, somebody is down there to keep the kids safe. We want to emphasize stay away from frozen bodies of water. There were 3 deaths related to frozen water in the Triad last year. A man and his dog were rescued in High Point last night. North Carolina Emergency Management said the ice can be deceiving. It cannot support the weight of a person or a pet. If you end up driving this morning, maybe you're an essential worker, we appreciate you. Be very mindful that you will be slow going. It is legal to have your hazards on while driving in weather, but doing that is oftentimes more harmful. Other drivers don't know if you need to switch lanes. State troopers also say those flashers are a big distraction.
And despite the cold and also the snow, the Clash at Bowman Gray is still on for Sunday night. All events today are canceled. Now, a ton of equipment is also being used to make sure that that track is in top shape. That includes snow plows, skid skiers, and also gear from Bristol Motor Speedway and Talladega Speedway. Now, we've also had about some preparations that are coming up. We'll have that coming up soon.
Plus, the snow continues coming down pretty hard here at the station in Guilford County. We'll talk more about snow totals and what you can expect for the remainder of the weekend coming up. Good morning to you and happy Saturday. The time is now 7:12 as we continue to track snow filling in across the Piedmont Triad. Some places are dry to our south as well as to our west, but we're still continuing to see that pretty steady snowfall, at least in portions of Davidson here, Guilford County, and for northernmost counties too, as we have for the last few hours. Expect several inches of snow when this is all said and done, wrapping up later on tonight. Less for the northeast and more for the southwest. Snowy roads and travel will be a problem that lingers. Plus, the bitter cold is also going to be an issue too. Wind chills could be below zero heading into the night tonight. Winter storm warning, that's in effect for all 100 counties here in the state, as well as over in South Carolina, all 46 of their counties too. Very, very impactful storm. Already seeing the snow continuing to pile up and going to continue as we head into the afternoon too. Gusty winds going to be making it feel even colder for the afternoon as well. Plus that dangerous travel, well, that's already begun. There's going to be some more slick spots. Any remaining ice from last week's system, of course, the snow will be on top of that too. So you have to be even extra careful. And of course, power outages, that is a concern, but not nearly as much of a concern due to the fact that this is a kind of lighter, drier, fluffier or snow that's likely not going to be bringing down as many power lines and tree limbs. We are going to be seeing this snow throughout the afternoon and into the evening, heavier bands forming at times too. So I really think 3 to 6 inches is a good safe bet, but some places I do think we'll get more and some places less with drier air trying to move in. This system is going to continue to move offshores. We had move away and pull away from the shoreline stepping into the day on Sunday. Teens are going to be back by the time we step into early on Sunday morning, and then Monday morning could get between 10 to 15 degrees. So very cold air on the way. Snow forecast again still in that 3 to 6 inch range, but dry slots still going to be a possibility as we head into the afternoon too. Higher and lower amounts will happen with this system across our state with some of those heavier bands moving in and of course then the drier air too. We are only going to get into the upper teens and lower 20s today. Very, very cold, likely going to be feeling like we are in the single digits all throughout the day today. Slippery travel, snowy roads, you know to expect it. Windy too, and of course that is making that wind chill value even colder. Still going to be cold through early next week, 12. That is when we have the end of our weather impact alert through early on Monday. Starting to see some more sunshine heading into next week. 30s and 40s are back with just an isolated shot of showers coming in on Wednesday.
All right, now we're going to check back in with our crews. We know we have one crew that's in Greensboro and one that's heading over to Forsyth County. I wanted to ask Amber, I know I saw a video. It looks like there's some trucks that could possibly be headed out. And also it looks like those conditions are turning white out where you are.
And please excuse us as we get our lighting situated. I mean, as the sun has started to rise, you can really see the impacts from the snow. So we wanted to quickly shift over so we could show it to you. Actually, we're going to show you right now. We have some trucks that are heading out. We had about a dozen trucks out here just an hour ago. Now there's just 2 maybe. These trucks are headed out. We are assuming that they're going to start working on these roads. I mean, look at the roadways. They're covered in snow. You can also see all the way down 85. We have 4 plow trucks that are sitting there at the ready. But look at this exit right here onto Groomtown Road. It's completely covered. You can't even tell that there's a road there because it's covered in snow. We have cars coming up and down. Thankfully, all the cars that I've seen that have been driving around are driving slowly. They're driving with caution. I do see someone up there with their caution lights on. I do want to remind people that if you have your caution lights on, that means that you need help, that you are in need of something. So make sure that you're just driving slow and you're taking your time. And if you do need help, you do turn on those cautions and you call the necessary people. But again, I mean, these roads are covered and it's starting to really collect on the roadways too. As you see the tracks going up and down the road, the snow is starting to collect on the sides of the road as well. I'm laughing because I have snow just going into my eyes as I'm talking to y'all right now. But I mean, it's still coming down and it's been coming down for a couple hours.
All right, yeah, some big progress made. Those crews are working hard, as we've seen for the last couple of hours already, working to get a good handle on this initial layer that is falling. Christina Dillon has made her way to Winston-Salem. Christina, we know there are a lot of questions about how Winston in particular is going to approach this response. It had some difficulty clearing this last round of precip.
It did, Megan. They did face some criticism, and they said, you know, that with all the sleet and the ice they got that first time around, that it made road conditions really difficult to clear. Now, we know this is fluffy snow, but I do want you to look at what I'm looking at. We just got off the highway, and the roads are pretty much covered already. It's only, what is it, 7:17 in the morning. So this snow is going to keep falling. We know that this is forecasted to be happening all day. I did see some plows as we were on the highway. I didn't see them actively plowing, but trying to maybe get wherever they were going. That was as we were heading out of Guilford County into Forsyth, because we had came from Burlington. I haven't seen any plows since we've entered Forsyth County, though. Not on the highway, and we just got off the highway, so not on any of these, you know, side roads either. You know, so we'll keep our eye out. We're gonna find a spot right now to set up and see what's going on, and I'm gonna be checking Winston-Salem's communications to see what they've sent out about the storm and about how they're going to approach it this time around. So I will continue to keep you guys posted.
All right, thank you, Christina. Yeah, just a couple of notes on my end. We have been watching PTI Airport. There are several delays and cancellations with both arrivals and departures this morning because of the snow. The North Carolina Zoo, no surprise, is closed today and tomorrow, and we're hearing of several closures happening as well. So we have a full list on WFMY-News2.com of those that come into our newsroom if you want to check that. Also, if you're not already streaming us on WFMY Plus, you'll want to download on your TV and watch for free. We'll have continued updates even after we go off the air on our main channel today. Well, as temperatures drop, pests start looking for warmer places to hide. You might have noticed little critters are crawling into your home.
And that is something that we know we do not want at all. Now, Megan Brad also explains what you can do to keep those unwanted winter guests outside of your home.
If your home has an opening that's as big as this dime, pest control companies say mice can actually easily get inside your home. So can these cold temperatures trigger more pests to try to get inside your home? Let's verify.
Our sources, Justin Bellett with Aruza Pest Control and the National Pest Management Association. Rats, mice, squirrels, and chipmunks, and some insects are all looking for ways to stay warm.
And when you have a situation like we've recently had and upcoming with the weather, it's disrupting their entire population and their ecosystem. So they're looking for better shelter, warmer shelter, access to food, access to water. And so that pressure is going to come inside the home.
Bellett says the way to keep them out, start looking around the perimeter of the home.
Look for little gaps, whether it's through a door threshold or in your eaves.
If you have a crawl space, Bellett says they can enter the house through the plumbing, so make sure that is secure as well. If they get inside the home, the National Pest Management Association explains they can contaminate food, spread disease, trigger allergies and asthma, and cause structural damage.
They're always chewing on something. A lot of times that could be wiring, especially if they're in your attic. You know, there's known fire risks that are created by rodents. They'll chew through ductwork, pipes,
which in the end can cost you thousands of dollars. That's why Bellett says it's important to get ahead of the problem before it becomes one. So we can verify that yes, these cold temperatures can trigger more pests to try to get inside your home. With your Verify, I'm Megan.
Keeping your home warm this winter doesn't mean that you should have higher energy bills. Experts say that sealing drafty doors and windows can help stop that heat from escaping. Also, if you have open curtains during the day and make sure that you close them at night, that can also help trap that warmth. Also, make sure to lower your thermostat just a few degrees, and also make sure to reverse those ceiling fans. That way you can push the warm air down. We'll be right back with another check on the weather. not only here in the Triad. This second blast of winter weather is hitting states all throughout the South. Now, this includes parts of Georgia, even Virginia.
Yeah, although this system for us is moving off from our coast, we know these other states got spared the worst of last weekend's storm. Skylar Henry reports now from Hampton, Virginia.
As much of the country continues to grapple with the icy, snowy aftermath of last weekend's storm, a potential bomb cyclone has set its sights on the East Coast. Several states along the eastern seaboard are bracing for another lashing of wind and snow. The Southeast is expected to bear the brunt of the dangerous blizzard conditions. Here in Hampton, Virginia, a fleet of trucks deployed by the Department of Transportation is preparing the roads.
As far as resources, I imagine it's all hands on deck.
We're bringing in extra trucks from Northern Virginia, bringing in some outside contract resources.
Farther south, the state of emergency has been declared in North Carolina.
In many places, we don't expect to get above freezing until early next week. So whatever snow falls on Saturday is going to stick around for a while.
Throughout the region, it's a race to prepare. Grocery staples have been picked clean, and lines for gas have turned into mini traffic jams. Snow flurries are even possible in Florida. Near Fort Pierce, workers at Scott Groves are trying to beat the freeze, scrambling to pick grapefruit.
While all this fruit is subject to a freeze damage in the event we get the temperatures that they're projecting. So obviously we want to hustle and get as much of this fruit off the tree and into the packing plant that we can.
While most of the snow isn't expected until tomorrow, crews also say that they are preparing for the possibility of ice tonight. And a note on travel, the incoming snow is impacting flights as well. More than 1,000 canceled all across the country, with most of those impacted flights coming out of the south. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Hampton, Virginia.
All righty, I'm making my way out to the big green screen out here, and I'm taking my time because there's ice and snow everywhere. And boy, is it coming down nicely this morning. But not only are we dealing with snow and it covering the roads and accumulating across the area now, we're dealing with really frosty wind chills across the area. And they're only going to remain in the single digits through the day as the winds increase. Our winter storm just off the southeast coast of North Carolina, it gets stronger. The wind field gets stronger, and that is going to keep wind chills pretty much all day in the single digits. And tonight, with potentially a 30-mile-per-hour wind gust, we could have wind chills to go a few degrees below freezing. Keep that in mind as the kids go out and play as we continue to get accumulating snow today through the evening. The snow should be ending after midnight tonight. We'll have much more coming up.
thick, just becoming even thicker over the last hour or so. Falling very quick. We're still expecting that 3 to 6 inch range for the majority of us, but others could see even higher amounts. We've been seeing it really come down here in Guilford County within the last hour or so, especially here at the WFMY News 2 Weather Garden too. We have this weather impact alert that's going to last all the way into early on Monday morning with the Saturday snow, of course, but also the bitter cold that's going to be moving in afterward. Avoid icy roads, avoid travel if at all cost if you can, and remember to stay warm as well. Several inches going to be possible across our area. We're already seeing it continue to pile up. Roads going to be an issue over the next couple of days, plus wind chills could be below 0 heading into the night tonight. Coming up, we'll spend a little bit more time tracking the snow heading into this afternoon and evening as it starts to wrap up and what you can expect heading into Sunday.
Window this morning. Let's take a look at your pictures here. We can see obviously different vantage points of yards and parking lots throughout the Piedmont Triad, sidewalks coated in this light layer of snow that is only going to get more covered as the day progresses. This is someone's home security camera capturing just the depth of those flakes there. This is that nice fluffy snow. Nonetheless, this combined with the issues we already have lingering on the roads from the last winter storm make for a potentially really slick morning commute, so it will be slow going.
And right now we are tracking the snow as it comes all across the Triad. We have a crew that's in Greensboro, and we also have another crew that is over in Forsyth County. As we're looking at those conditions, we're also checking to see just how things are going. We know that the sun is up, and it looks like now our Amber Link is on the move.
Yeah, Amber, earlier you were with those plows as they were getting ready. What was their plan of action? Which routes are they going to take first?
Well, we talked about the friend that I made earlier, the NCDOT plow truck driver, and I found him again, and we are currently following him on the roadways. Look at 85 right now. I mean, it is just completely covered in snow. I did learn some new things about the NCDOT plow trucks and how they plan to attack this situation. I asked him first off, I said, what is your route? And he told me that his route is the county line from Randolph County all the way to Elm Eugene. Sorry, I had to ask my photographer for help because he was there for that conversation too. And he said that what he's going to do is he's going back and forth and he is dumping salt on the roads right now. He's hoping that takes care of it. But as soon as it gets up to about 2 inches, that's when they start plowing. So he's just going back and forth down his route, dropping that salt and waiting for it to accumulate to the 2 inches. He said, just like we said earlier, that he's been all up and down Greensboro, and he said most of the roads look like this, covered in just this white fluffy mess of snow right now, which is beautiful, but it could be dangerous to be out on right now.
Yeah, that's good perspective. We of course thank these plow truck drivers so much for all the work they've done, really 24/7 in the last 6 days. No rest while we make sure our roads are safe. All right, let's continue our team coverage now with Christina Dillon live in Forsyth County. Christina, you drove from Burlington this morning. What are you seeing where you are now?
We did, Megan. We drove over from Alamance County to Forsyth just about 45 minutes to an hour ago. We made it here on the highway, but we saw that snow start to stick, the visibility was decreased, and it's started to look pretty dangerous. I mean, people significantly slowed down as we were on the highway coming into Forsyth County. So no question that it's sticking. You can see Salem Parkway is over my shoulder here. You can see the snow is falling. It is sticking. People are going a little bit slower. Some people did have their hazards on as they were driving. When it comes to plows, we really haven't seen any here in Forsyth County. We know that they had some issues with the last storm. They faced some criticism with not getting their plows out maybe fast enough or scraping up enough of the sleet and ice. They did say that they have ice and snow recovery plans in every event of a winter storm, and that sleet and ice made it a lot more difficult. Since this is that fluffy snow, chances are they'll get out a little bit earlier. They follow the same priority 1, priority 2, priority 3 kind of thing that each city usually follows and has set out. So I'm going to reach out to them and see what their plans are, considering that we haven't seen any at this time. When it comes to layering, I'm absolutely bundled up. It's falling here, flurries, but it is sticking, and it's coming down a little bit more than it was in Burlington.
The wind is going in and out, but when it's blowing, it's pretty harsh. It's pretty in your face and it's really cold. So I've got all my ski layers on. I'm bundled up. I've got my gloves, my hat, my scarf. I've got leggings under my snow pants, and I've got those ski socks on. So I'm feeling pretty good right now. I'm feeling decent, but this is absolutely what you should be wearing if you do have to come out in these conditions. Lots of layers.
I wanted to ask a quick question. I know you've been out on the roads, but then also we can see that blanket next to you. Tell us about just the thickness, at least, of what's around you when it comes to that snow on the ground. I know a few days ago, a lot of it was just that solid ice. Wondering if you're able to also feel that softness and fluffiness of the snow that you guys have been describing.
Sure. I mean, this is, you know, I would say it's about ½ an inch. I don't have my little snow stick out. I've got it in the car. Fluffy, you can see. I mean, this is a big difference from what we had last week. I remember actually being able to like tap and knock on it last week. This is a lot fluffier, but there is ice underneath. It's slippery as you walk and you move this fluffy out of the way, all ice underneath.
I know the popular sledding spot by the Dash Ballpark will be a big hit later on. Christina, talk about what you've learned about the city of Winston-Salem's response. It said that it waited to tackle those roads after that first system. Is there going to be a change in that plan today? Because Winston-Salem roads have been pretty messy this week compared to some others here in the Piedmont.
That's right. They had said that the temperatures made the salt and brine ineffective, so that they were waiting until after the storm last weekend to go ahead and plow. So that really, it seems like set them back. In other places like Greensboro and Burlington, where they were out plowing during the storm, we noticed that those roads were clearer faster. I was in Winston all of last weekend and the roads were unplowed. So when it comes to this storm, I haven't seen any communications directly yet about what they were doing. They did say that the sleet and the ice from last week is what made it so difficult for them, so that this weekend might be a bit easier. But I'm gonna have to reach out to them after this and find out what their game plan is.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, a lot of folks want to know. We appreciate all the hard work, though, from city crews across the area. Let's take a look at flights. Already a big mess at PTI Airport. Several arrivals are canceled from Atlanta and from Charlotte this morning. If you're expecting loved ones from those cities, check with them. They're likely not getting in this morning. Departures, it looks like a couple earlier flights to Atlanta, to Miami, and to Newark got out, but several to Washington, D.C., Detroit, later to Atlanta and Richmond are either canceled or delayed. So check your flight status before you head out.
And also make sure that our team is continuing to track this weekend snow. You can also make sure that you're on track with us downloading that WFMY News 2 weather app. Just remember, you can download WFMY Plus on your TV and you can watch it for free. And just know that our team will be there the beginning, during, and after the storm to make sure that you are on track and up to date. We'll be right back.
is 7:42. Take a close look at our winter radar. We have two distinct areas of snow. First, in eastern North Carolina, it's snowing all the way to the Outer Banks this morning as our surface low pressure gets organized just off the southeast coast of North Carolina. This band of snow that's including the Triad is from an upper level low pressure system. It's kind of the parent to the developing low along the Carolina coast. It is transferring energy to the coast and interacting with that system, and that's the reason the surface low is going to get stronger and stronger and stronger, and that's the reason we think we're going to have later today and right on through tomorrow 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts. By later tomorrow, the storm pulls away. We have not changed what we're looking at in terms of accumulations. A kind of a broad brush of 3 to 6 inches, lesser amounts towards Raleigh, Durham. This is all going to depend on dry slots in the atmosphere, which would mean less snow. And then other areas, as that upper level low moves through, that may set up a little banding. And that means we could see a few pockets of heavier snow. So we're kind of balancing this out. But in general, we think 3 to 6 inches of snow before it tapers off after midnight tonight. Now, with that coastal low getting stronger, check this out. Yeah, winds are gusting. Again, they're just getting started. Easily 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe even 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts later today. And that is really giving us a wind chill. We've been seeing single-digit wind chills through the morning. Single-digit wind chills will continue through the day. Overnight tonight, as our low drops to 11, we could easily have wind chills several degrees below freezing. Now, I talked about the upper level low gaining strength along the Carolina coast with a little energy transfer. So this system is getting stronger by the hour. It will throw moisture back our way combined with the upper level low. So we're going to see a kind of a widespread snow throughout the day and even into the evening. But during the evening, I think it will become more of a snow shower pattern. And then we expect the snow to be east of our area after midnight tonight, and Sunday and even on Monday, Tuesday look dry, but it's going to remain cold. We will see a moderation in temperatures by the middle of the week. So snow continues today. Temperatures upper teens to around 20. Feel like temperatures 0 to 5 above. We'll go down to 11 tonight as the snow tapers off to snow showers. Overnight wind chills will be 0 to 5 below. And our 7-day forecast weather impact alert through midday on Monday. A heat wave on Tuesday with mid-40s by then.
As we come back on the air on this weather impact alert day, we are just getting a new alert from the city of Greensboro. There is a water main break that just happened off of East Wendover Avenue right at Highway 29, a very heavily traveled area on a normal day at this point. When you're talking about a water main break in these frigid conditions, you're going to have a major issue with ice on the road. So we're making calls on that, and we'll let you know the update with that. Right now, let's get to our crews. We have Amber Lake live in Greensboro. Amber, what are you seeing where you are?
Megan, we are still following my friend, the NCDOT plow truck driver. I really need to get his name because he's doing a really good job. He's dumping salt on the roads right now, and we are heading towards South Elm Eugene. This is his route. He's dumping salt on 85 right now, and he says that whenever it gets to 2 inches of snow is when they're going to start plowing. You can maybe see him dumping the salt, not really. I mean, it is kind of difficult to see, but I mean, look at all this over here. We have cars on the side of the roads. Look at the highway itself. I mean, it is just covered in this white snow. And I want to show you this as well. We have our windshield wipers that are going back and forth, and they are frozen. So this right here isn't being wiped by our windshields because of the frozenness that's on those windshield wipers. I mean, not only are we dealing with the roadways and there's snow on the roadways, but we're dealing with these frigid cold temperatures as well. And so it's very difficult to even see out here. I mean, we were just talking, it's 65 miles per hour, and we're going between 45 and 50 right now because of the roadways. So we're trying to stay safe. If you do have to get on the roadways, we're expecting you to be safe as well, because I mean, the roads they're not doing too well right now, guys.
I know, Amber, it probably helps that you're following behind this plow as they're going through. I wanted to ask you, I know you mentioned visibility. Tell us about just how it feels actually driving on this roads. I know sometimes they say when you're able to drive on snow, that does add a little bit of traction. So are you guys slipping or anything like that? How are things feeling on the roads?
Well, I will say, first off, visibility wise, if you're behind a car, you're going to have this dusting up in front of you. So see, we're going to pull back over and behind the plow truck. It's very difficult to see. But as far as slipping and sliding, let's ask our photographer. This is Crosby. Are you having any issues with driving on the road right now?
Not at all. I mean, there's snow down, but we're able to be nice and stable and keep everything nice and safe.
Definitely different from last weekend.
Yes, indeed. And even the last week, the constant melting and then refreezing made the roads really treacherous.
It was. I mean, we were out in Greensboro on Monday, you know, just a couple days after this event came through, and even the back roads were still just completely covered in ice. You could not drive through. You could not come to a full stop. I mean, every time I would press the brakes on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it would just slide up. So it was very difficult. This right here, again, like you mentioned, is, you know, you have better traction because of that snow. It's just really difficult to see. I mean, even the lines on the road, you can't even see the lines on the road. So we're hoping that, you know, this plow truck is going the right, you know, in the right lane, because we can't tell if we're in the center lane or if we're in the middle of a lane or what right now.
And as we're continuing, I know, Megan, you're probably about to ask her something as well.
Well, we're just wanting you to get there safely because we're hearing of deteriorating road conditions and deteriorating flight conditions. Flights are an absolute mess this morning, arrivals and departures, several delays and cancellations. We're just now hearing of Haynes Mall closing for the day, so I think this is a good time to check in with Christina Dillon, who is live in Forsyth County. We'll get to her in just a moment. Not quite ready yet. They're gathering details where they go. Amber, can you speak a little bit more to what you observed earlier, if we still have you with us, about the snow plows and the difference between salting and plowing and what they're going to do first? We know getting that initial stuff off the road is so crucial later on in preventing it from getting slick.
So what I was told earlier by this NCDOT plow truck driver is, I mean, obviously this is just a dusting on the roadways right now, and you can see just driving by as well, if you can really focus on that. It's really just a dusting. It is accumulating, but it is just a dusting right now. And whenever you drive past it, it's kind of moving around, but they're not plowing this right now. They are dumping salt, and they're hoping that that kind of helps them in their process of clearing the roadways. But as soon as the snow accumulates to about 2 inches is when they put their plows down and they start plowing. We did mention earlier that NCDOT said that if you do see a truck driving around with their plows up, that means they're either salting or they're heading to the priority 1 routes. In our case, our gentleman in front of us is salting. We are pulling off. Is this South Elm Eugene? Okay, my sense of direction is absolutely horrible. We are pulling off of South Elm Eugene, so hopefully he's going to stop, and we'll be able to chat with him about, what his next step is, if he's going to keep doing this until the snow accumulates a little bit more, or if he's just going to drive up and down 85. Does he have to go on some back roads? But we're going to hopefully talk to him and get some more information for y'all.
Well, thank you so much, Amber. Please make sure that you're staying safe out there. I know right now there's so many different things going on, but safety is a priority. Make sure that you guys are continuing to follow us on WFMY Plus. We are streaming. And also, remember, you just download on your TV and watch for free. We're going to keep you updated during, before, and after this storm.
All right, our team coverage continues right after this on this weather impact alert.
Will continue to fall all day today, taper off late this evening, and dry weather will be with us Monday and Tuesday. We'll have to deal with what's on the ground. Weather impact alert in effect through midday on Monday. Dangerous wind chills, single digits today, could go below 0 tonight. Take care of the pets and the elderly and yourself.
A double whammy from Mother Nature as we come on the air at 8 a.m. this Saturday morning on a weather impact alert as all 100 counties are under a state of emergency. This is what you might be seeing outside of your window, and it's only going to get worse as the morning goes on and several inches of snow will fall across the Triad on top of precipitation still left over from the last system. The bitter cold air, a story of its own. Welcome, I'm Megan Malaris.
And I'm Giselle Thomas, and we know that we've been following this weather very closely. We have crews spread out all throughout the Triad. But first, we're going to check in with our meteorologist, Ed Matthews. Now, Ed, we know that there are so many different things going on in so many different counties. We're now really starting to see that snow stick to the ground. Tell us about some of that conditions and what's going on at this time.
Well, every flake is surviving. Temperatures are in the teens, so the roads are becoming covered and very, very slick, and also it's accumulating on the ground. It's all snow, no worries about sleet or freezing rain, and what we have noticed through the morning is just an expansion of snow, not only over us, but we're seeing snow now in eastern North Carolina as our winter storm is getting organized along the Carolina coast. As the storm gets stronger, the winds get stronger, and the feel-like temperatures plummet. It feels like 3 out at PTI and in Danville, 5 over at Reedsville and Winston-Salem, 6 in Burlington, feels like 8 over in Asheboro. Those wind chills will likely stay in the single digits today with maybe a 30-mile-per-hour wind gust later today and tonight. Temperatures upper teens to around 20 as the snow continues through the day, tapering off to more of a snow shower pattern as we go into the evening. All the snow should be east of our area just after midnight tonight. It'll be cold, bitterly cold, 11 for the low, and with the wind up tonight, wind chills easily tonight going below 0.
All right, now we're going to check back in with our live crews. And we have 2 people in 2 different places. We have Amber Lake. We know that she's in Greensboro, actually headed to a water main break. And we also have Christina Dillon. We know that she's over off of Salem Parkway.
Yeah, Amber, let's start with you. We know when conditions are this cold, we get water main breaks. This area of Wendover at 29, very heavily traveled on a normal day. And a water main...
Hey guys, we definitely haven't gotten to that water main break yet, but we are still on the highway, and you can see the snow is continuing to pile up. The NCDOT plow truck driver that we spoke with did tell us that he was going to clear off his windshield wipers, and then he was going to start plowing 85 between South Elm Eugene and the Randolph County line exit over there. We talked to him earlier, and I told you that he was putting down salt on the roadways. That's what they do before they start plowing. They're going to wait until it gets to about that 2-inch mark for the snow accumulation to start plowing. So he said that he is going to start doing that, which means I guess that we're at that 2-inch mark on the roadways. What's interesting to see is whenever you're driving around, whenever, you know, snow is falling and there's an accumulation, it always looks like this. You never drive within the lanes, right? Because look at us, we are driving in the middle of the highway right now, but it seems as though everyone just kind of makes one lane to make it a lot easier for people to travel. This gentleman is definitely not driving in the lane that was created by plow trucks, so he might be having some difficulty there. We did drive in the snow earlier, and like we talked about earlier, there is some traction under our wheels. It isn't like last weekend where you were slipping and sliding everywhere. But you do have this one lane going, you know, both ways on the highway that people typically stay in, and it helps with travel. But we do have those plow trucks as well that are dumping salt and hopefully plowing at this current moment, guys.
All right, Amber, yeah, we know those priority roads like the one you are on are going to be tackled first, and then it's going to be the secondary, and then the neighborhoods. Already there's concern about school or lack thereof on Monday. We'll have to see. So is it all salt now and not brine? How does that work, and what's the difference?
So the difference between salt and brine, I mean, we've done these stories multiple times, right? And I haven't had that specific conversation with my plow truck driver, but I'm imagining that the salt is just that. It's the salt that goes on the roadway, that coarse salt crystals that go on the roadway. The brine is mixed with a solution, and that goes typically on the roads ahead of the storm to help bring that freezing temp down on the roadways so we don't see these frozen roads. We did just pass a plow truck that was plowing the road, so we're about to get off Wendover Avenue excuse me, to try to find that water main break, but we are going to keep our eyes out for those plow trucks and see what their next step is once they do hit that plow and they do start plowing the roads. Are they going to keep doing that? Are they going to continue to dump salt? We're going to keep you posted.
Also, just to give you guys a little perspective, we're seeing in Amber's live shot, she just passed one of the exits for Gate City Boulevard. That is a highly traveled road. We know that has several lanes there. So just so you guys can understand, these are roads that we go by every day, and right now it's reduced to that half of a lane right there. Now we're actually also going to be moving on to Christina Dillon. We know that she's over in Forsyth County. Christina, how are things looking? It looks like visibility is impacted in where you are as well.
Oh yeah, it's certainly coming down a lot more from what it was even, an hour ago. The wind gusts are coming in, the flakes are getting heavier, they're pelting us in the face, they're getting all over my clothes. So this is absolutely sticking. If you take a look at the highway here, you can see that it's sticking on the roadways, and visibility is really impacted by this. If you take a look, I don't know how far out we can go, but over by those signs right over there, you can see kind of how foggy and how white this snow is, really impacting how far you can see out. And that was what it was like when we were driving. We were really seeing the flurries come up. People are going a lot slower on the highways. Some people have got their hazards on as they're driving just to warn other drivers that they are going to be taking it slow. So people, it seems to us from where we are and from where we were out at the road, do seem to be driving safely and taking the right precautions. As far as plows go here in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County, I haven't seen any. I've been up on this, right by this pedestrian bridge overlooking the Salem Parkway. I've been watching, and I haven't seen any go by. So I did reach out to the city of Winston-Salem. I also reached out to the NCDOT. I know that they're having press conferences later at 10 and 3, but trying to get ahead of that and see what they can let me know right now. So I will absolutely keep you guys posted as I find out when we're gonna see them on these roads. We do know those residential and, smaller secondary side roads are gonna be, second and third on that priority list. And also, I want to make a note, I'm layering. You should layer if you're going to go out. We know that the way this snow is, kids are probably going to be snowing and it's freezing. So make sure that you're wearing scarf, mittens, hat. You've got your parka on, your ski pants, your snow pants. I've got leggings under these. So be really warm. One more thing I want to make you guys aware of. This snow right here. So it's snow, right? It's fluffy. All of this under this is a solid sheet of ice. So if you think that maybe you're gonna get traction as you're walking on a sidewalk or walking somewhere else, you could easily it's about ½ an inch, wipe away that snow that's there and absolutely wipe out. So that's something to be really careful of.
Yeah, good point. That's the problem. A lot of this precip, the ice in Winston particularly, is still left over from last weekend. So we're dealing with potentially a big mess now with this latest snow. I want to mention Haynes Mall, by the way, is closed today. So if you lose heat and we're thinking that the mall sounded like a good place to get warm, it will not be an option. You'll have to find another resource.
And something else extra to add as we're continuing, we know that with the NASCAR Cookout Clash that there's nothing going on today. So just as a reminder for those, things are going tomorrow, not today. And we also know that this storm is impacting the entire state with all 100 counties that are under this winter storm warning.
Yeah, Governor Josh Stein gave another news conference yesterday emphasizing the severity of the cold. Hypothermia, frostbite, a real risk, whether you're working outside or whether the kids are sledding today.
So folks just need to not be outside if they possibly can. And if they are outside, make sure that you are well dressed, wearing lots of leathers and covering all exposed skin.
And after this storm makes its way through the Triad, we know that a lot of people might be interested in going sledding. Please make sure that you are emphasizing safety. Just last year, there was a deadly sledding incident that happened right here in the Triad, and we talked to a local medical director about what you should not do.
I think the biggest contributor to these severe injuries are when you're being pulled behind like an ATV or a truck. That can be extremely dangerous as the sleds can get out of control. It can run into other cars and things on the street. So that's one I would not recommend at all.
So parents, please listen up. Officials say that to ride, usually keep it at one unless the sled is specifically designed for multiple people, and also wear a helmet just for that extra protection.
Yeah, stay away from frozen bodies of water. We will never be cold enough long enough to play on, skate on, do anything on ice-covered water. There were 3 deaths related to frozen water in the Triad last year. And we're just hearing this morning from High Point emergency crews that a man and his dog had to be rescued in High Point. Ice can be very deceiving. It cannot support the weight of a person, a sled, or a pet. If you are a first responder, an essential worker, you have to go somewhere this morning, it will be slow going. You might be thinking about driving with your hazard lights on when the snow is falling. You can technically, legally do that, but it could be harmful. Other drivers won't know if you need to switch lanes, and state troopers say it's a big distraction.
And despite the snow and the cold, the clash at Bowman Gray is still on for Sunday night. Now, please keep in mind all the events that are scheduled today are canceled, and a ton of equipment is being used to make sure that that track is up and ready for Sunday. Now, that includes snow plows, skid skiers, also Gear and Bristol Motorway Speedway and the Talladega Speedway. Now, we've also got some more preparations for that race that's coming up.
Snow still coming down pretty quickly here at WFMY in Guilford County. We've had just over ½ an inch. Other areas across the Piedmont netting over an inch or 2 so far. Coming up, we'll talk about snow totals and what you can expect when the snow is all said and done. Coming up.
Good Saturday morning to you. The time is now ticking over to 8:15, a very eventful morning with more widespread snow continuing across the Piedmont Triad. Zooming in on our area, we've had it coming down pretty heavy here at the station here in Guilford County. You can see it over in northernmost counties too. A little bit of dry air to our south, but will be filled in over the next couple of hours with likely several inches of snow possible. Again, Thomasville, Stanleyville, over in Forsyth and Davidson counties see up to around 1 to 1.5 inches so far. Us here in Greensboro, I actually just measured a little over ½ an inch so far too. Several inches of snow likely, though, when this is all said and done, wrapped up later tonight. Snowy roads going to make for some hazardous travel into this afternoon and continuing into early next week. So please stay off the roads if you can. Bitter cold, too, as well. Air temperatures only in the teens and lower 20s at best, but with wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour, well, that's going to make it feel like it's near zero or even below zero. We are in a winter storm warning for all 100 counties here in North Carolina, as well as the 46 in South Carolina, too. That lasts until tomorrow at 7 a.m. Storm timeline, these snow showers going to continue into the afternoon and evening, wrapping up later on tonight. Gusty winds getting a little worse later on into the afternoon as well in that 20 to 30 mile per hour range. Now, hazardous travel, that's going to be a problem starting, well, couple of hours ago and then lasting over the next couple of days. I'm not as concerned about power outages, and it's because we have the dry, fluffy snow that isn't as heavy as the wet snow that weighs down limbs and power lines that can end up toppling over and creating those outages. So not quite as concerned about that. Here's that future cast by the time we head in the afternoon. Pretty steady snow showers continue across our area. As this system starts to pull away from our coastline, that's when we'll start to see clearing later tonight and early into the day Sunday, but it is going to be very, very cold, between 10 to 15 degrees. Here it is starting to pull away from the area. As we head into the night and into Sunday, we're going to be in the teens to near 10 degrees in that range. Very, very cold the next couple of mornings. Still 3 to 6 inches is a good range for us. Some of us going to be getting more than that. Some are going to be less, depending on where the dry slots continue to align, which has been to our east as predicted. And of course, the heavier bands too that will continue to track. Just be ready to stay where you are here for the next couple of days and enjoy the snow too. If you have kids for sledding, it's going to be a nice fluffy snow. Mid to upper 20s heading into the day on Sunday. 30s will take over for Monday, and then Tuesday, that's going to feel nice. Low to mid 40s across the area.
All right, now we're going to check in with our crews, and it's been amazing to see what we've seen so far this morning. We've seen crews driving down the middle of a road that we know very well, I-73. We've also seen snow going from not falling to now sticking on the ground, so many different things. Right now, we're going to check in with WFMY News 2's Amber Lake. Now, Amber, we know that you're on this way headed to this water main break, but we also know that you've been traveling all around Greensboro. Tell us a little bit about just what you're looking at right now and how are those conditions?
So we're on Windover and we're still a little less than 10 minutes away from that water main break, but I mean, Windover looks the exact same as the highway did. There is one lane in the center of the road right now, and I'm gonna ask my photographer for everyone as well. We were talking about how this snow provides better traction, right? But now it's starting to provide a little bit more of a slippery condition, and I know that if my husband's watching, he'll be very happy to know that I'm not driving in this. My photographer is. So tell us what exactly we're experiencing with the road right now.
When you get on it, you could definitely tell it's not just a little layering over the asphalt. There's a decent amount stacked up there, and when we're on it now, you can feel there's a little more resistance to the car than when we're in the one lane that's open and still have just the asphalt on it. So there is some slippering and sliding when you try to get a little bit sideways on it. So we're gonna drift back into the more paved section, and the ride is much more smoother.
Yes, definitely. And that's that one lane on the paved section is on both sides of the roads, guys. You can see on the other side of the road as well, and you can see that our windshield wipers are continuing to freeze, so we're gonna have to pull over at some point and clear those off, because at some point it's going to be difficult for us to even use those windshield wipers.
Amber, it's incredible to see what has fallen in just the last few hours because Greensboro did a pretty good job getting most of the precipitation off of those roads you are driving on from last weekend. And so now this truly is round two, kind of start from scratch, right?
Oh yeah, and I mean, just like we've talked about multiple times throughout the morning, like we went from, you know, having these really icy roads all last week, all last weekend, to now these roads being covered once again now with snow. And again, talking to that NCDOT worker, they do start plowing after they get 2 inches of snow on the roads. But I mean, it's these roads can't catch a break, and neither can those crews.
All right, thanks, Amber. Hey, if you're just now joining us, no widespread power outages at this problem. We are dealing with water main breaks now. Flights are a mess. If you're flying into or out of PTI this morning, you're going to want to do your checks before you go anywhere today. You can follow us on all of our platforms. If we're not on your main channel, you can find us streaming on WFMY Plus, which if you haven't already, you can download on your smart TV and watch for free.
And also keep in mind, if you are planning on braving this blast, I know you've seen our crews out there, just make sure that you clear your windshield and also wipe the snow from the top of the hood of the car. That could be so dangerous.
Please do, so it does not become a projectile. Something else you should think about is your tires. 2 Wants to Know's Ben Briscoe explains why.
Most winter driving dangers are easy to spot on the roads. Ice, snow, slush. But Justin ran into one you can't see.
Stopped here because I knew they would be open and they had free air.
He was back out after the storm.
Get little snacks for my girlfriend and whatnot.
When a warning light caught his attention, cold weather can drain tire pressure fast.
When it gets cold, the rubber in your tire and the metal in your rim, they contract at different paces.
You can expect to lose about 1 or 2 psi for every 10 degrees that it drops outside. So making sure you stay on top of the tire pressure is extremely important.
Every year, about 600 people are killed and more than 33,000 others injured in crashes linked to underinflated tires.
It is a very, very bad idea to drive anywhere on a tire with too low air. You leave yourself open to the possibility of a blowout or other tire damage.
You might have also heard this advice. Letting air out of your tires can help with traction on icy roads.
If you lower the pressure, then the traction will be improved a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit, because the contact of the tire, the surface of the tire will contact more with the surface of the terrain.
But experts say it doesn't work where rubber meets the road.
It's not recommended for asphalt roads or concrete roads because it will damage the shoulders or the side of the tires.
So if you want to take some pressure off of winter driving, start by making sure there's enough air in your tires. Ben Briscoe, 2 Wants to Know.
All right, welcome back. We are under a weather impact alert as we are getting your photos and videos posted. I saw this post on our Facebook page has several hundred comments. You are seeing this snowfall. Right now it's light and fluffy, but it can be very dangerous in the hours ahead.
Yes, thank you for sharing those photos. We also spoke to WFMY News' Lauren Tier, who spoke with some rescue squads and also some emergency responders who tell us about how some bad decisions or even lack of supervision can cause us some scary situations.
That's not a call anybody expects to get, especially on a fun snow day when kids are out playing.
Just over a year ago, Guilford County deputies and other agencies tried to save a little boy after a sledding accident in Whitsett. The child went sledding down a hill but slid into an icy pond at the bottom and died after an extensive water rescue. This year, emergency responders want people to have fun but be smart about sledding.
Parents should just be mindful about their children's safety when it comes to sledding. Just because it's a fun activity doesn't mean there aren't dangers involved.
In serious situations, rescue squads are often called in to assist. Eden Rescue Squad has special equipment for sledding accidents that turn into icy water rescues. Kirsten Dixon of the Eden Rescue Squad says it's too risky to attempt water rescues on your own.
Try your best not to go in the water because then you potentially become a victim, and now we have more than one person to try to rescue and save, and it just becomes more dangerous for everybody.
And we know that safety experts are really pressing on saying that people should avoid hills near any other streets and also sources of water. Also adding that a clear hill and no trees and also a flat expanse is at the bottom of a hill could actually be a good idea. They also just recommend wearing a helmet just to make sure that you're extra secure and safe. The time is now 8:27. We'll be right back.
This morning as we're watching two areas of snow this morning. We've been talking about our upper level low moving in from the west. That is transferring energy to the Carolina coast, and snow is breaking out over eastern North Carolina. It's snowing all the way to the Outer Banks, and we're pretty much in the middle. So these are going to collide right over central North Carolina as we continue to have snow through the day, and it's starting to accumulate across the area, not only on the land, but certainly on the highways as well. And you can see these elements tracking in general from southwest to northeast across the area. As our low pressure at the coast gets stronger, the winds are picking up already. We've had in a few areas 25-mile-per-hour wind gust, and that is bringing some dangerous wind chills. The small number, it feels like 4 in Greensboro and Winston-Salem, 3 in Danville, and 11 is what it feels feels like in Asheboro. Staying in the teens today as snow continues. It'll taper off to snow showers this evening and end after midnight.
Good morning, everyone. And as you're waking up, we're continuing our weather impact alert coverage. The time is now 8:33. I'm Giselle Thomas.
I'm Megan Maleris. Yes, if you're just now joining us, know that roads are quickly deteriorating. Plows are out working very hard, but this snow that's falling is sticking. We're hearing of a water main break off Wendover Avenue at 29 in Greensboro. Several flight issues this morning into and out of PTI, and a worsening situation overall with this cold weather posing a threat to those hoping to have fun today. Let's start with our latest forecast. We know Claire Fry has the new model data. What are we looking as far as impact and totals?
Well, you know, I just measured moments ago, Megan, actually totals so far, at least here at the WFMY News 2 Weather Garden at the station, and we are netting over an inch right now, just over an inch that we've received so far. Coming down, obviously, if you can see, pretty heavily still here in Guilford County, and for a lot of us here in northernmost counties of the Piedmont. There's a little bit of dry air to our south, but it's going to be filled in fairly quickly by more snow showers that are going to last into the afternoon as well as into the evening too. Over 1.5 inches already coming down over toward Welcome in Davidson County, Concord almost there. Taylorsville also around 1.5 inches so far too. A lot more coming down here over the next couple of hours, plus bitter cold air building in as we head into both Sunday and into Monday. Coming up, we'll talk about those temperatures and what snow totals could look like when things are all said and done.
Over all across the Triad, you can see that there is snow covering this bridge that is over in this area. This is in Boone you're looking at. Now we're also seeing there's lots of a blanket of white snow covering trees, hanging down. Just a lot of things going on throughout the Triad. This is another look at Boone here. And you can see this lake. Remember, please keep in mind, safety officials are warning, just because it is freezing temperatures does not mean that the lakes have frozen over. Now we're also taking a look at snow that's completely covered over a vehicle here and an entire neighborhood. Thank you all for sending in those pictures for us as we're taking a deeper look into the Triad. And also blowing over, we're seeing this video as we see those flakes really coming down. You want to make sure you're staying safe, and a neighborhood that looks like it is all whited out.
Yeah, keep in mind there could be that thin layer of ice beneath the freshly fallen snow, because precipitation from last week is still lingering. Temperatures all this week have been at or below freezing. Let's check in with our live crews out and about this morning. They have certainly covered some ground safely, driving to and from certain cities. Let's start with WFMY News 2's Amber Lake before we check in with Christina Dillon in Winston-Salem. Amber, it looks like you've made it to the area near that water main break. What are you seeing?
Yeah, it's right behind me. I turned for a little bit because the snow is just pounding my face right now. The water main break here on East Wendover Avenue by Winston Street. It has one lane closed, and it looks like they're doing some work to the roadway right now. Traffic in this area is moving slow, obviously because of that one lane closure, but it is moving smoothly. So if you are in this area, just be mindful of that. The notice that we got from the city of Greensboro said that it should last until 8 p.m. tonight, and about 5 people are without water right now because of this break. Driving here, all of the roads are, oops, sorry about that, my glove is in the way. The roads are completely covered in snow. I mean, we're standing in a parking lot right now, and you can't even tell that it's a parking lot because it just looks like a white sheet. And the thing is, it's still, you know, the remnants from last week's storm are still around too. We have big piles of ice that probably will be here for a very long time. We do have some icy patches on the roadway. We talked to you earlier about how this snow provides some traction under the cars, but we are starting to slip and slide a little bit. Again, I'm happy that I'm not driving in this and that my photographer is a much better driver than I am. But a lot of the roads have that one lane that makes it a little bit easier for you to get back and forth. But like I said, this water main break has about 5 people without water right now, and they're hoping to be done around 8 p.m. tonight.
Things have really escalated. We're seeing a white sheet of ice now, and now we're seeing the snow come through, visibility, even road conditions. Now we're going to check in with Christina Dillon. We know that you're over Winston Parkway. Tell us a little bit about what's going on there. It looks like there's not as much people on the road now as it was before.
Yeah, I would say that traffic has definitely slowed down a bit. Not only are people going a lot slower on the roads, there actually just isn't as many cars. People are seeming to heed the advice and stay off the roads. If you can look, the visibility isn't great. It's really hard to see down there. I heard you guys talking about how it looked like a whiteout with some of the photos that people had sent in. It looks like a whiteout in person here too. Those street signs, they've got snow, the snow's sticking to the ground all the way down this ramp. And that's where all the ice is underneath this. It's completely icy. And this is what people really need to worry about, that this looks like fluffy, fun snow that you can walk in and have traction. You could slip and fall like that very easily. Think sidewalks when you're walking in the neighborhood. I did get in touch with the city of Winston-Salem, and they did say that they are plowing. They said they're in 12-hour operations right now. We haven't seen any plows. I'm still waiting to hear back from the NCDOT for this area. They are having press conferences later, but trying to touch base with them before those happen. Just where they are out here on the road, specifically in Winston-Salem and Forsyth County. So the city says it's plowing. We're going to keep watching. When we get a break, we're going to be able to go around and kind of see what's going on other than this area. But I can tell you the roadways are definitely getting slick, and I would assume dangerous. We've been off the road for about an hour and a half. But like I said, and we know with the Winston roads, they were having some issues with ice beforehand from the last storm. So it could be very dangerous with that slick snow on top of that.
All right, thanks, Christina. Yeah, there's still this debate about whether Winston started early enough with the last system, but it looks like the plan right now is to attack this early and get those roads cleared, at least that initial layer. We know Haynes Mall, by the way, in Winston is closed today, so you cannot use that for heat if your heat goes out.
And also, we're just going to take a quick look over at some of the flights that's going on out of PTI. It looked like earlier today when things were clear before that snowfall, things were able to come in, but as we're looking now around 9 o'clock, even some scheduled for 10, a few of those flights are canceled. Now that's arriving out of Atlanta, even arriving out of Charlotte, that's been canceled. As we're taking a look at those departures, as we're seeing, there's some expected to leave out of about 7 a.m. earlier this morning. That has been canceled. We even have a delay with FedEx that was delayed. So a lot of back and forth now. As you guys can clearly see, these conditions have really ramped up in the past few hours or so, and that's really impacting those flights in and out of PTI. And remember, safety is key. Whether it's you're on the road, in the air, you want to make sure that you're able to get to your destination safe. And if there is a delay, it's because there is safety of a concern.
Yeah, Giselle, we had families supposed to fly in from Missouri this weekend and they canceled. Looks like that was the right call. While our morning team continues tracking the weekend snow, you can too by downloading our WFMY News 2 app to your phone. And if you're not already watching us on our streaming platform, WFMY Plus, we will be on there throughout the day if we're not on your main channel. So stay with us. We have full team coverage right now.
Into the evening, and it should move on east of our area after midnight tonight. take a look if we can. There we go. Just press the button hard enough. We can show you some snow totals. When I looked this up, I went, wow, 5 inches of snow on the ground in Dobson up in Surrey County. And I was kind of like, suspicious. Well, Westville, which is also in Surrey County, is reporting 5 inches of snow as well. Really been coming down over the foothills. Lawsonville has had 2 inches, about 1 inch of snow in Stokesdale. Thomasville has had about 1.5 inches of snow. We're still in general looking at about a 3 to 6 inches snow amount here in our area and out through the foothills. As you saw already, 5 up there in Surrey, so some areas may get more while other areas may get a little bit less. Snow, high impacts from that. Travel, stay at home. That's the best thing to do. Low power outages and ice is not a concern except what melts on the highway and refreezes. Winds are on the increase as our storm gets organized along the Carolina coast. Already 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We could easily have wind gusts 30, 35 miles per hour this afternoon and overnight tonight. That is giving us dangerous wind chills. I think wind chills will pretty much hover in the single digits today. We've already reached our highs in the low 20s. I think we're pretty much hover in the mid and upper teens all day. So mid and upper teens today. Snow continues. Wind chills 0 to 5 above, 0 to 5 below. Wind chills tonight with gusty winds as low temperatures dip to around 11.
You guys have been seeing it all morning. We went from small snowflakes falling to now gusty conditions, even seeing whiteout conditions all across the Triad, and it's been crazy out there.
Yeah, not only us, other parts of our state are dealing with heavy snowfall. We have WFMY News' Autumn Bracey in the Charlotte area. Autumn, I'm noticing some pockets of power outages where you are, especially near Matthews. What are you dealing with there?
Good morning. Well, right now we aren't experiencing any power outages, at least in Uptown. If you take a look behind me, you can see we're at the NASCAR Hall of Fame, and that's where there's a lot of snow on the ground, and if you look to the left, you're able to see some of the roadways as well. We've been able to see several snow plows go throughout the area, pouring out salt to ensure that the roads stay clear. We know these bitterly cold temperatures, they are top concern for a lot of people, and so if you are getting out, you are encouraged to use extreme caution. Sending it back to you all.
All right, thanks, Autumn. Yeah, your roads look in much better shape in Uptown than our interstates do right now. Of course, a couple of degrees can make all the difference in what sticks and what doesn't.
That is true, especially taking a look at that. And we're also going to be continuing all across, coming back in the Triad. We know that Amber was checking out a water break. I actually wanted to ask you, Amber, because I figure these freezing temperatures, you probably won't see a water break like how we usually do, seeing that water come out. Is the water frozen and them kind of just really fixing the pipes right now?
You know, we aren't seeing any water running onto the roadway. I am standing beside a hydrant right now that's running off, but I think that's they did that themselves to help the situation. But we do have a lot of city workers actively working on this break right now on Wendover Avenue right here by Winston Street. This is down to 1 lane in this area, so again, if you are coming to this area, be mindful. But hey, I mean, it's snowing outside. It is absolutely beautiful. The city workers are also having fun in this snow as well. We saw them earlier throwing snowballs back and forth at each other. They're having a good time. They're trying to make light of this situation also while trying to, get that break fixed and hopefully bring the water back to the 5 customers that are without it right now. I do want to mention that I spoke with the Duke Energy spokesperson today, and he said that while they aren't as worried about power outages, they are prepared. We have several hundred line and tree workers across the Triad and several thousand across the state, just in case this does turn into a power outage situation.
Thank you, Ember. Just a quick note for those who are experiencing this. If you do see any, after it's fixed, if you do see any cloudy water coming out, you want to make sure you're continuing to run your water afterwards just to make sure things clear out. Now, we know that we also have another one of our reporters out, Christina Dillon. We know that she is also in the Burlington area.
Yeah, Christina made her way toward Winston, where they're dealing with some really tricky road conditions. Christina, I just saw a Facebook post from Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough Jr. where he was driving did not look good. And you mentioned a few minutes ago you had not seen a single plow in the hour or so you've been at that location. Are we confident crews are working right now?
You know, Megan, that is what we're hearing from the city. That's what they've told us. As I said, I haven't seen any here, and this was what happened when I worked the storm last weekend in Winston-Salem. We were told that crews had halted operations because of the temperatures, but then we're back out on the roads, and the roads where we were in downtown did remain unplowed. So they may have been a priority 2 road, they may have started somewhere on priority 1 roads, but that's what happened to us last weekend. Same thing in Winston-Salem and in communications with the cities. So wherever Sheriff Kimbrough might be driving, it probably looks like where we are right now. The visibility isn't great. It's coming down, it's sticking to the roads, especially as you're driving behind people. The snow continues to just push up off the ground, and as people are driving and just continue to get right in your windshield. So slippery conditions. As we were driving, it wasn't too slippery, but I can tell you where I'm standing right now is definitely slippery. And one thing I want to make note of is the wind. It's not too bad right now, but it's been picking up. Time after time, it's getting really heavy. It's coming in a little bit right now. I think if people are going out to sled in this fluffy snow or going out to play, it's really important to bundle up, because this isn't just a fun snow day. It is extremely cold, and the wind is what's making it so cold. So I think people really need to bundle up and be aware if you're going to head out or drive to a location, maybe leave your house to do a fun snow activity outside, to be safe and ensure that you're taking proper precautions and to protect your body and your extremities like your hands and your feet.
Christina, we know you spent a lot of time in Winston-Salem this entire week as crews were playing catch up largely and trying to clear some of the neighborhoods. We saw spinouts all along High Point Road, several other areas. We know school was out all week. Were crews able to get all that snow and ice up finally before this snow started falling today?
That's a great question. We know that they sent out communications yesterday where they had said that it took them a long time because of the salt or the ice and the sleet. In those communications, they had expressed that certain residential roads hadn't been reached yet, certain neighborhoods. They had gotten to the priority 1 roads and the priority 2 mainly, but they had noted that some of those residential roads, those neighborhoods, may still be unplowed. And we know that that's where all that ice was, because it had refreezed. And they said they had plowed areas, but then, you know, they would just refreeze again, or they had salted and it would refreeze. So that's why they said some of the roads weren't done, or some residents were unsatisfied with their response. And they said that they were doing their best to make sure that they could have the roads, you know, safe for this event. But as we know, they didn't get to all those neighborhoods. So we'll wait and see what today brings.
Well, thank you so much, Christina. Please stay safe as you're navigating those roads. We'll make sure to check back in with you soon. We'll be right back with our 7-day forecast.
Well, I tell you what, the snow is really ramping up across the area. We'll continue to have snow through this evening. It should be east of our area after midnight tonight. A dry day tomorrow, but we're going to have to deal with all that powdery snow we got on the ground into Monday. Our weather impact alert right now goes through midday on Monday. Wind chill single digits today, below 0 tonight.
And this just in Surry County, which you said was overperforming with snow totals. There is what appears to be a bad wreck in Dobson right now. DOT reporting I-77. A couple lanes are closed near Zephyr Road. Road conditions are quickly deteriorating. Please use extra caution. We'll see you on the other side of this break, streaming live on WFMY Plus.
Good Saturday morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us with our extended weather coverage. We know that we are doing this weather impact alert. It is 9 o'clock on the dot. I'm Giselle Thomas.
And I'm Megan Maleros. Thank you for watching this hour exclusively streaming on WFMY Plus. We're tracking a winter storm as we are under a winter impact alert for our entire state. The Triad already getting several inches. Dobson, Surry County specifically overperforming. Meteorologist Claire Fry has the latest as road conditions deteriorate. Claire, are we just now getting into the heaviest of this stuff?
I think that, it's starting to become really heavy just within the last 30 minutes or so in the last hour. I mean, we got all the way up to around 6:30. So that was around 30 minutes ago, and it's still coming down pretty heavy, not only for us, but all across the Piedmont Triad, filling in across the area too. Going to be pretty steady as we head into the next couple of hours, and also as we head into the afternoon too. Zooming in on our area, you can see it's still coming down pretty heavy over toward Greensboro, and especially in northernmost counties right now as well. Some amounts that we've seen, again, I saw around 1 inch just a few minutes ago here in Greensboro, Thomasville 1.5, 1.3 over in Stanleyville, and yep, over toward the foothills and mountains, certainly overperforming between 4 to 5 inches. Not only is it going to be, are we going to be seeing snow for the day today, but we do have that bitter cold air that's going to be hanging around for both Sunday and Monday. Avoid those icy roads and make sure you are staying warm. Coming up, we'll talk a little bit more about what you can expect heading into this afternoon.
All right, let's take a look at Triad traffic. I mentioned at the end of our last hour on our main channel, there was a wreck being reported by the North Carolina DOT in Dobson. This is just off of I-77 at Zephyr Road, and you can see all of the congestion leading up to that wreck. DOT says this will be a high impact event. There is at least one lane closure and the shoulder blocked in that area. We know this is a part of our Triad viewing area getting a lot of snow right now. Keep that in mind as you head out. Road conditions, no matter where you are bad right now. This into our newsroom. Within the last hour, there was also a water main break on East Wendover Avenue. This is right as you're approaching that on-ramp to Highway 29 near Winston Street. If you're familiar with that area, 2 eastbound lanes are closed in the 1700 block from the Highway 29 bridge to Gatewood Avenue. There was an 8-inch water main break. It's affecting only 5 people in the area water-wise, but as you can imagine, this is an icy mess. Temperatures are so cold right now. Crews are working to try to fix the break, and then they'll work on the road, so you will not be able to pass this way for quite some time.
And also, as this winter storm continues all throughout our area, now it's also impacting not only travel, but it's also impacting those in the sky. Now let's take a live look at PTI's flight status. Now here we're looking at, there's some planes that were supposed to arrive in PTI just after 9 a.m. this morning. We know that there's several flights that are canceled. A Delta flight and American Airlines that was supposed to arrive around 9:30 and nearly 10 o'clock. Those are canceled. As we're continuing on to departures, we noticed that planes were able to take off before that snow really started falling. Right now, we have several flights that are delayed and canceled. One that's delayed going out of Dallas, and also we have another one that was delayed going out of New York. Now, also, as we're continuing to look at this, you want to make sure that even though you might see a delay, this is all for safety and those cancellations at the same time. You'd rather get stuck on the ground than get stuck in the air.
Yeah, this just in. We just received an email from the city of Winston-Salem because of increased snowfall and worsening road conditions. Winston-Salem transit services are canceled for today. There will be no public transit in Winston-Salem, including fixed route service, TransAid, and transit center operations. The city is going to send out any new pieces of information as it can as far as when this transit will resume, but you'll have to rely on another mode of transportation today if you need to get somewhere.
Yes, and another form of safety, making sure that you guys are staying safe on these roads as much as you can.
All right, let's take a look at some of your pictures you've been submitting to us. This is from our colleague Tanya Rivera out in Kernersville. Looks like a beautiful postcard where she is. Nice fluffy snow coating the trees. Of course, that suggests that we could be dealing with some tree problems if the weight of the snow starts to become a problem. This is Julie Luck's husband, John, clearing her sidewalk and driveways using a leaf blower because this is the nice fluffy stuff. Don't need to shovel that just yet. Work smarter, right?
Yes, smarter, not harder. There we go. Now we're actually going to take a look over in Forsyth County. We're heading over to Christina Dillon. We know that she's been there for a while, but we're actually going to come back to her just a little later. In the meantime, we're going to be continuing to take a look at what's going on. As we're checking in, we have Christina right here. Now, Christina, I know you've been talking about visibility, also that cleanup process. Tell us about just how things are looking now. I know you said that the city said that they were working their best to see if they can clear these roads. I know you said you saw something a little bit different out there.
Sure, Giselle. Well, we've solved the mystery of why we haven't seen any plows on this Salem Parkway. And that's because the DOT actually isn't in Forsyth County. I just heard from them. They said that they're in Davidson, Rowan, and Stokes counties. And then Forsyth and Davie, they're going to be getting to around midday. I heard that from the woman who runs the NCDOT area for Winston-Salem. So that's why we haven't seen any. But I did see just one driving down Salem Parkway. They went down that way, you can see, but they weren't plowing, they were just driving. So that is likely those city plows that we heard about from the city of Winston-Salem, who said they've got their crews in 24 hours. And as we know, an interstate is, it's the NCDOT is the one that takes care of the interstate, so it would make sense that plow is likely just going to one of their routes and not taking care of the interstate itself. Now, as for conditions, the snow is actually lightening up a little bit. I think it's gotten to smaller flurries over the bigger chunks I was seeing earlier, but the wind, it's still picking up. It's just chilly. As Ed has been saying, and Claire, I can hear them in my ear. It feels like 4 degrees here. That's what they said, and I can confirm it does feel like 4 degrees. It is freezing. The wind is making it worse. So as I continue to say, if people want to get out in this fluffy snow that is accumulating, make sure to be safe in these temperatures.
And Christina, I just wanted to ask too, I know that you talked about now that pivot to a little deeper in Forsyth County, but also with this message we just got with them saying they're canceling those transportation services. Wanted to ask, you've been on the road, seeing those conditions. Tell us about just how that makes sense in connecting the two.
Sure. The roads don't seem very safe to be on right now. We drove here from Burlington, so we had a ways to go. The visibility wasn't great. It was slick. You could see that all of that snow is sticking to the ground, and it's not good for anybody to be on, for any residents to be driving around on, but certainly not these public transit options that a lot of people rely on. Multiple people on one bus might not be the best idea in these conditions, especially in Forsyth County and Winston-Salem, there could be ice under this snow that's falling on the pavement. So I think it's, probably the right call based on what I've seen to cut off that transportation for now. We also know that when we were in Burlington, we had heard that some sports games and sporting events were actually getting pushed earlier in the day because it was too dangerous to drive and be out later in the day. And it seems like that's what Forsyth County and Winston-Salem is picking up on too.
Yeah, big question mark about the Clash tomorrow night. As of now, it is still on as scheduled, even though all fan events today and yesterday have been canceled so far. If the race does go on, it will certainly be bitterly cold. Haynes Mall is also closed right now, just a note.
Yes, and also just some stores and restaurants with that exterior entrances will also may be open to limited hours, so you are encouraged to make sure that you call ahead. Mall officials say that they'll continue to monitor those conditions and also keep you updated online and also on social media. And also, these cold temps aren't good for the little ones. You want to make sure that you look out for signs of hypothermia in your child. If your baby has bright red, cold skin, even moving low energy, you want to make sure that you seek medical attention immediately. And also, those cold temps aren't good for anyone. Adults should watch out for hypothermia. You can also see some common signs for that in adults right here on the screen. If you have these symptoms, make sure that you get help from a medical professional.
Yeah, frostbite is obviously a big concern. We heard the governor mention that specifically yesterday. Layers are good. I can speak to that from many years of reporting in the elements like Christina and Amber are doing such a great job of right now. Being outside for too long is a risk. I was talking to my kids about that when they're sledding today.
Checking in on the forecast, it has been very, very heavy over the last couple of hours with these snow bands continuing to fill in behind this first wave that has been making its way through the area over the last couple of hours. We've already seen a little over an inch for us here at the studio just at last check around 45 minutes ago. 5 inches. Some places are overperforming over toward our west, toward Dobson there in Surrey County. Wilkes County around 3 inches there toward Millers Creek. Again, this is going to continue throughout the day today. So some places really could get a lot. It's also bitterly cold. We're going to stay in the teens all throughout the afternoon, likely 16 right now in Greensboro and in Winston-Salem. Feels like temperature 1 degree. Very, very cold out again. Want to make sure that you're having those layers on to reduce those risks if you're going to be outside of frostbite and hypothermia. Feels like 3 degrees over in Winston-Salem. Snowy roads and travel is going to be a problem that lingers into the next several days, with that bitter cold also lasting. Feels like temperatures are around 0 degrees or even below that as we head into the night tonight. Winter storm warning is in effect for the entire state here of North Carolina and South Carolina until 7 a.m. on Sunday. Here's the latest timing of that snow, likely going to continue through the afternoon and start to wrap up later into the evening by around 8 to 10 o'clock, pushing away as that system pulls away from offshore. Going to be feeling very cold, and dangerous travel is going to be a continued risk as we head into the next several days. So know that too. If you can stay in one spot, please do so to stay off the roads and, of course, stay away from possible accidents as well. Power outages, not as much of a concern considering this is the dry and fluffy snow that doesn't weigh down power lines and trees as much as the heavier wet snow. We are going to see this system start to pull away later on tonight, starting to wrap up into the evening and overnight into early on Sunday. But by then, we really could net several inches, some places even getting more than our 3 to 6 current range across the area. With that cold air also coming in, there's that moisture starting to sweep offshore. Cold air still going to be with us as we step into the afternoon. I still think 3 to 6 inches is a good, safe range for us right now, but some of us are going to overperform. We've already seen places over here toward Surrey and Wilkesboro that are already in the 4 to 5 inch range right now. So we have already seen some heavier bands set up. Drier air is still east of us, but there will likely be some snow showers over toward Burlington, Durham, and Raleigh here within the next couple of hours as those snow bands start to file in. We're going to be in the teens throughout the afternoon. Feels like temperatures in the single digits. Slippery travel too. Very, very cold. Going to be in the 20s on Sunday before we fall back to 12 degrees on Monday. Lots of sunshine, near 44 on Tuesday.
All right, so if you can stay home, obviously that is advisable. Of course, that's not always possible if you're an emergency worker, essential worker. We thank you for doing what you have to do today as well.
Yes, and 2 Wants to Know Tanya Rivera actually has some tips. If you are driving in the snow, make sure that you're doing it as safe as you can.
I took this video on my way to work. You know, navigating the roads, some slushy, some icy has not been easy. Now another system on top of all this, and all I can say about that is, ugh.
Yeah, the combination of snow and ice is a particularly bad one because it makes the roadway much more slick and much harder to navigate.
Patrick Olson of Carfax reminds you, slow down, put more space between you and the cars around you, and remember 1, 2, 3.
You're going to do 3 things when you're driving. You're going to accelerate, you're going to brake, you're going to turn. Do only one of those things at a time. Don't try to be fancy and spin the wheel while you're gassing up a hill. It only will lead to disaster.
Consumer Reports tests how cars handle in winter weather, and experts say if you're feeling your car hit a slick spot,
stay calm, look where you want to go, and steer where you want to go.
Let your car's anti-lock brakes do the work. You're going to feel the pedal pushing under your foot, and that means they're working.
Your car has a lot of built-in systems that will help you in the case of a skid or slide, and you want to trust those systems.
And remember, before you get in your car to go anywhere, clear off the snow from your car. You're going to want to clear off both front and those back bumpers. A lot of your sensors like lane assist are in those bumpers. Then you're going to clear off your full windshield. I'm talking about the top part of the windshield is another spot where your car has a whole lot of sensors. And last but not least, don't forget the rest of the windows and the roof. You need to see the other drivers, and the other drivers don't need to be worried about snow and ice flying off of your car.
And remember, we're not done here. We're going to be tracking this storm all day long with our extended winter coverage. Thank you guys so much. We'll be back for another cut-in coming up in about 45 minutes or so. We'll be back.
Good morning, Piedmont Triad. I'm WFMY News 2 meteorologist Ed Matthews. Want to get you updated on our snowstorm. Yeah, no worries about the ice, sleet, or freezing rain. This is a fluffy snow, the kind of snow that kids like. That's what's falling in the Piedmont Triad. And boy, as we'll see on radar, it's really been coming down this morning. We'll have snow throughout the day, tapering off to more of a snow shower pattern as we head into the evening. And I think most of this will be east of our area as we go through the overnight period, mainly after midnight. Okay, let's jump in and take a look at some pretty graphics here to show you what's going on in our part of the Piedmont, and everything is getting white rather quickly. We take a look at our winter radar. We take a look at the wide view, give you a little meteorology lesson here. Through the morning, we've been watching snow kind of move in from the northwest, and that's what we're getting over the Triad and into the mountains and foothills. But notice the other band of snow that's expanding over the coastal plain of North Carolina. And yes, it's snowing in the Outer Banks right now. So what we have is an upper level low pressure system that's coming in from the northwest. Think of it as a big pocket of energy in the upper levels of the atmosphere, and that is lending energy to the developing surface low pressure just off the coast of Wilmington. Now that thing is really going to strengthen, and as it gets stronger, the winds are going to increase. Easily seeing 30, maybe even 35 mile per hour wind gusts later this afternoon, and even overnight tonight and into tomorrow as that coastal low gets developed. And now what will happen in terms of the snow on the winter radar, it will just kind of merge together, if you will. So everybody in North Carolina is going to be getting snow today through tonight. And we zoom in to our area. So far this morning, most of the snow has been from the Triad and points on to the west, but again, with our developing low pressure area along the southeast coast, we're going to see that snow expanding over eastern North Carolina. Take a look at some interesting snow reports so far this morning. Stokesdale has had about an inch the last time we checked. Kernersville about an inch and a half over at Welcome, and Salisbury has had 2 inches. Miller Creek has had 3 inches, and Dobson has had about 5 inches of snow. Pinnacle so far has had 2 inches of snow, 1.5 inches of snow in Welcome. Salisbury, again, 2 inches. I'll cut it off so you can see that number there for Salisbury. Now I'll turn it back on so you can see me while we're talking. Boomer, 4 inches of snow on the ground, and Trap Hill, both of those communities are in Wilkes County, has also had 4 inches of snow. Now, our foothill locations are overperforming in terms of amounts. They're getting more than, quite frankly, anybody expected. But here locally, we are going to continue with a general 3 to 6 inch snow across our area, from just east of the foothills down through the Triad and all the way down into the Sandhills. Lesser amounts will be up towards the Raleigh-Durham area. Obviously, a weather impact alert is in effect for today, tomorrow, and through midday on Monday, accumulating snow big time through the day today. And of course, the weather impact alert is out because of the bitter cold air that's not only already with us now producing fluffy snow, but that cold air is going to be with us right on through Monday as well. By Tuesday and Wednesday, we see a little thawing out here in the Piedmont. By Tuesday, we could actually warm into the mid-40s. Of course, icy roads, you stay warm. We don't really see any real threat of power outages. There may be a few, but again, this is a fluffy snowstorm, so no worries at this point about freezing rain or sleet for our area. The best thing to do is just stay off the highways. They are a big mess, And as the snow continues to pile up this afternoon, certainly the roads will get worse. But road crews are doing what they can do to keep up with the accumulating snow across the area. They're doing their best. They worked hard last weekend, and here we go with round number 2, and they're working hard this weekend as well. So we're still looking for several inches of snow. Again, a little less to the northeast, more to the southwest, and now we can say out over the foothills. Of course, travel is going to be very dangerous. I would highly recommend just staying home and not driving on the highways. And as I alluded to earlier, of course, talking about the bitter cold temperatures and the gusty winds. As this coastal storm gets stronger and stronger, the wind fill around it is going to increase. We've already had 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts this morning. They could gust up 30, maybe even 35 miles per hour, not only this afternoon, overnight tonight, and for the day on Sunday. But by Sunday, the precipitation is over with, and our coastal low is going to start to move away. Please do me a big favor. Take care of your pets. They are impacted by wind chill just like we are. They're flesh, and they can literally freeze to death. I'm not going to hold back. I'm going to tell you just what can happen when wind chills get at or below 0. You take care of yourself, you take care of your livestock and your pets, and please check in on the elderly as well to make sure that they are staying warm. Our snow map, we really haven't changed it much this morning, leaving it about the same. Again, the foothills are kind of overperforming this morning, so they could get several inches above the forecast 3 to 6 there. But I think in general, for the Metro Triad down through areas around Charlotte and over into the southern Piedmont and Sandhills, in general, we're looking at about a 3 to 6 inch snow for these areas. A little lesser amounts around the Raleigh-Durham area and up towards the Virginia border. Now, we're going to watch and see how things continue to play out as we head through the day. I tell you, the snow's been coming down pretty hard in all areas over the past few hours. So certainly we may tweak this map a little bit, and if we do, of course, we'll get that information online and on the air and let you know. But everybody is going to get measurable snow in our area. As a matter of fact, the entire state, all 100 counties, are under a winter storm warning. Warning means winter storm conditions are expected for the entire state of North Carolina. Let's talk about the impacts. Of course, the snow impact is pretty high, and thankfully it's just going to be that fluffy snow. Ice is in the low category, just the way we like it. Now, travel, again, I'm not recommending travel. The best thing to do is stay home and stay put and watch WFMY News 2 on air, and also watch us where you're watching us right now on WFMY Plus. There's no need to get out in the very, very dangerous conditions that we have across the area. And with the likelihood that we are going to see very little, if any, in the way of icing, power outages will be generally low, but some snow accumulating on tree branches could weigh down tree branches in a few areas and create at least some scattered power outages, but the situation would not be as bad as if we had freezing rain accumulating on the trees and power lines across the area. Of course, we're fully connected with our friends at Duke Energy, who are working very hard, and we'll continue to get updates with them throughout the day and, of course, the overnight period. As our storm strengthens just off the coast of Wilmington, the winds increase. These are the most recent wind gusts. 26 mile per hour wind gust out at PTI, 20 in Siler City, 20 over at Raleigh-Durham, Statesville at 22. Winston-Salem 20, 21 over at Burlington. When I came to work at dark 30 earlier this morning, there were no wind chill or no wind gust. So what that's telling us is that our coastal storm is getting stronger and stronger, and as it does, those winds are going to increase. Again, a 30-35 mile per hour wind gusts later this afternoon and even into the overnight period and during the day on Sunday as well. But again, by Sunday, all the precipitation out of here. It's just a winter wonderland as we take a live look over downtown Greensboro with snow coming down to beat the band. Current temperature in at PTI, this is measured out at PTI, is 16. But look at the feels like, or what we know is the wind chill. It feels like 1 degree with a sustained wind measured out at PTI out of the northeast at 15 miles per hour. Winston-Salem, the Twin Cities, you look beautiful with that snow cover. Everything is white, and the snow continues to come down, of course, in Winston-Salem. Current temperature at Smith Reynolds Airport is also at 16 degrees. The feel-like temperature, it feels like 3 degrees with a sustained wind at Smith Reynolds of 12 miles per hour. High point, white as snow, because it is snow, and it continues to come down in the Furniture City, where the temperature in the snow is 17 degrees. Their feel-like temperature is still frosty, but a little bit better than Greensboro or Winston-Salem based on the most recent wind. The winds are lighter at this particular measurement, so it feels like 17, pretty equal to the temperature. But High Point, you are going to have your share of gusty winds and also low wind chills as we head through the rest of the day and, of course, the overnight period. Burlington, we can't forget you. Finally, we're getting some powdery snow for the kids to play in as we take a live look over downtown Burlington. Snow is coming down. The temperature there at 17, a northeast wind at 9 miles per hour, making it feel like it's 6 above zero there in Burlington. So not only are we obviously keeping an eye on the snow that we have predicted and the snowfall amounts and the radar and all that, but equally important, we're keeping an eye on temperatures and, more importantly, the wind chill. Most recent observations show that in general, temperatures right now are in the teens. Earlier this morning, we were around 21, 22. Well, since the snow came in, of course, the temperatures are taking a dive. So I think we're pretty much going to hover into the mid and upper teens throughout the day, and those wind chills are going to hover right around 0 to about 5 above 0. That is dangerously low wind chills, and just in a matter of 15, 20, 25 minutes, you can start to feel your skin tingle, and that's your skin actually freezing because of the wind chills. Again, take care of yourself, take care of the pets, take care of the livestock, take care of the elderly as well. It's just critical when those wind chills get so low. And I want to go slow through the forecast because, again, the feel-like temperatures is part of the equation. We'll continue to have snow throughout the day. It'll be a widespread steady snow that will be with us. Winds eventually will gust up 30, 35 miles per hour, making it feel like today between 0 and 5 above. And again, temperatures will be hovering into the mid and upper teens throughout the day. Tonight, it kind of winds down partially. I think up through midnight, mainly just scattered snow showers. Feel like temperatures 0 to 5 below, and the actual overnight low will be 11. Precipitation should be east of our area after midnight. Tomorrow will be windy, dry, partly cloudy, 28, but wind chills are going to be in the teens with those gusty winds coming up on Sunday. As we look ahead in the Triad 7-day forecast, we'll have the weather impact alert through midday on Monday. We'll actually see temperatures moderate somewhat. As we go into Tuesday, we'll be into the mid-40s. If we get any precip Wednesday or Thursday, it is trending to look like liquid. Something that we haven't had in a long time, liquid precipitation here in the Piedmont. Stay with us throughout the day. We'll update you on WFMY Plus and, of course, on air on WFMY. Make it a great day.
Saturday morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us for our extended weather coverage. We are in a weather impact alert day. Now, right now it's 10 o'clock on the dot, and I'm Giselle Thomas.
I'm Megan Maleras. Yes, under a weather impact alert as the entire state is under a state of emergency. In just moments from now, we'll hear another live update at 10 o'clock. The briefing from North Carolina Department of Transportation. We'll take you to that as soon as it comes up, but right now we want to check our latest forecast. This snow is falling very heavily, especially to our north, but even here in Greensboro, we're getting a good soaking.
Yep, that's right, Megan. You know, we've been tracking the radar all morning long, and we have been seeing that snow continuing to come down all across the Piedmont, even heavy at times, too. I actually just went outside here at the WFMY News 2 Weather Garden when I recorded us having around 2 inches of snow so far, with much more to come, with more and more moisture building in from our south. And we'll see that throughout the morning and also into the afternoon, too. We're going to have this weather impact alert throughout the day today, as well as into Monday morning, not only for the snow, but also for the bitter cold that's going to be following as we step into Sunday and Monday. Avoid those icy roads as you have been doing the last several days. Try to stay home if you can. Make sure you're also staying warm, too. Very, very cold. Several inches of snow going to be possible. We're already at 2 here in Guilford County. Snowy roads going to make for some hazardous travel conditions over the next couple of days. Plus, bitter cold air mixed with that wind, those wind gusts will make it feel like we're right at around 0 or even below 0 degrees. You'll see here in the Futurecast more of those heavier bands continue to kind of build in as we step into this afternoon and evening, slowly starting to work their way out of our area as we step early into Sunday morning. That system's going to start to move out and take away that moisture, but it is going to be very, very cold. Main impacts going to be that snow and that travel. Coming up, we'll talk a little bit more about potential snow amounts that are going to be across our area and also across the state.
Let's take a look at Triad traffic conditions, if we can get that up and running. I'm not sure if we have Max 2 operable right now. I know we have a lot of radar screens we're monitoring. Here is a live look at that crash earlier we were seeing reported by the North Carolina DOT in Surry County, specifically up in Dobson, which, as you heard Claire say, is an area that exceeded its snow expectations so far, more than 5 inches. There was a wreck on I-77. And it's still causing extensive delays into and out of Surry County. Not aware of any other wrecks currently in the area. It looks like there's one down towards Charlotte and some problems there actually on 85. But for now, Greensboro is just slow going, as you can see reflected in this orange and yellow map here. Zooming into Greensboro, you can see, very slow on the I-840 loop. An earlier wreck appears to have cleared on Burlington Road. Right now, let's get a look at that North Carolina DOT news conference. We'll listen in.
Time. Now that you guys can hear us now, there's some technical difficulties, but just to go back to the Department of Transportation, I know I was listening into that press conference the other day that our governor Josh Stein had, and he was saying that these DOT workers, they've been working between 90 to 100 hours since last week. So just imagine the hard work that they're putting into these roads, even going into today and continuing that hard work. You know, those are people that are stepping away from their families to make sure that we are safe on the road, whether that be essential workers or people who are having an emergency right now.
Yeah, we heard from our crews this morning. In Winston-Salem, crews are working 12-hour shifts. We know DOT is handling the major thoroughfares right now, and then city plows are going to be working on those secondary roads and then ultimately the neighborhoods, but neighborhoods will again be last. We do have a little bit of a buffer today, tomorrow before Monday school, although that is a big question mark. I know my kids' teachers already sent work home for Monday just in case. All right, let's take a look at some other stories we're on top of right now. We mentioned Governor Josh Stein is warning not only about this second bout of winter precipitation, but also just the cold weather, which makes us at risk of conditions like frostbite.
They call this a banded storm, where the snow is going to come in bands. It's not going to be uniform across an entire county. You may have one town in the county that has 12, 15 inches if it's heavy, and another may have 6 or 7 or 8. And so it will be localized. I know that our utility partners are ready to go.
Keep in mind that this winter storm puts local cities just in a tough situation back to back. We know that crews are still working to clear all of that ice from last weekend, and now they're having to prepare for today's storm as that's continuing. We know that the city of Winston-Salem is just asking for patience at this time.
Right now, crews are still in collector routes, but collector routes are progressing nicely. And when collector routes are done, then we will move on to our residential routes. Also, we have basically 4 brine trucks that are moving through the city from east to west. They are brining majors, they are brining bridges and overpasses, and then critical care routes.
Now, you just heard that the city was talking about hopefully getting to those residential routes as soon as possible. He also says that once they get about 2 inches of snow, that crews will restart their plowing process. That means that they'll then go back to those primary routes, and that could mean that your neighborhood just might not get into immediately. Also, our very own Tanya Rivera sent us this about 30 minutes ago. It's from Forsyth County, just south of 40. Check out the snow that's pouring down in Kernersville. You can see that it is just a clear white picture, kind of like a blanket, as we're seeing a lot of the snow just come down thoroughly. And then also, as we're continuing, we have something from Julie Luck, who sent us with her husband using a leaf blower over some of the leaves from the backyard. We know that this is a way to work smarter and not harder.
Yeah, it's the nice fluffy stuff. You don't have to get out the big shovel unless, of course, you didn't clear it the first time, which is now a big problem. All right, let's get to our live team coverage this morning. Let's check in with WFMY News' Amber Lake, who moments ago was at a water main break situation. Amber, where are you now? It looks like it's residential, and I can't even see the road behind you.
Yep, we're in a neighborhood here in Greensboro off of Lawndale, and this is a neighborhood that I came out to a few days ago to check out the roads because it was some of these back roads that still had some issues with some icy patches and some slippery patches along these back roads. But look at it now. I mean, it is a complete white sheet. This snow is really coming down and really sticking to the roadways here. You can't even tell where the road specifically is. We have had some cars going up and down. They are sliding in this area. I mean, this turn right here, you can see the tracks from the cars. I mean, turning from Liberty Drive to Fairfield Avenue, these cars were just sliding all over the place going up this road right here. These are some really slippery conditions, even though this is compactful snow and it gives you more traction. We talked about this earlier. The driving conditions are still super slippery and not safe for people to be on the roadways. Again, we are a block from Lawndale Drive, and I did see a plow truck plowing the snow off of the road just about 20 minutes ago. We do have a car coming down right now, too. You can see those tires. I mean, it's just, obviously this car is going way too fast for this neighborhood right now and for these conditions. I do want to give some advice, though. I mean, if you are out here right now like this person that just drove by, please take it slow. That was a little bit too fast to be driving around in a situation like this, but take it slow and make sure that you're keeping your distance between you and the car in front of you. My photographer and I, when we were driving around, even coming to a full stop was very difficult for us. We skidded and skirted, and it was very difficult for us. So just keep that in mind if you do have to get out and about. But I will say, it didn't look like many businesses were open today. So, I mean, if you are out, there's really nowhere that you're going.
You know, Amber, that was something I wanted to ask about. I know right now you're in a residential neighborhood. I know we've been talking about people thinking of sledding, but also making sure that they're doing it safely. Wanted to ask if you're seeing anyone else out and about in the neighborhood, maybe kids, families, just enjoying the snow, even though we know we need to be extremely careful at this time as well.
So I haven't seen any sledding just yet. I'm sure that's soon to come. I mean, it is just 10 o'clock, so I'm sure the parents are still getting up out of their beds and they're putting on their snow gear and getting their kids ready as well. I know that my nephews and my sister's house, they're all getting ready to go outside and start sledding and building that snowman. This is really good snow to make the snowballs, to make the snowmen. So
the kids are going to have a pretty decent time today. Even make some snow cream while they're at it too. Here in this specific neighborhood, I haven't seen or heard any kids sledding, but I did see a few people, actually a lot of people walking their dogs in this. A couple cute little dogs in their winter coats and loving the snow as well. So it's been really cute out here.
Amber, thank you. Yeah, I just FaceTimed with my husband and 3 kids in between shows. They're so excited to get outside and sled in this nice fluffy stuff. But I did have the conversation with them. This fun is going to be brief because it is so cold. No matter how many layers you have on, you really cannot stay outside for long periods of time with these wind chills. So bear that in mind as you get ready to head out yourself. All right, let's try to take a look at that DOT news conference underway now for an update on how the state is doing with storm response. All right, we know that's frustrating for you as it is for us. We can't seem to get the audio sorted out with that DOT news conference, but we do have someone taking notes, and so we'll bring that to you as soon as we can. As far as crews, as far as salt supply, all of the effort that needs to go into this second system that has moved in just the last 6 days. Remember, you can download WFMY News 2, our app, to get the latest updates. Right now, let's check our forecast again as this snow falls. How long is it going to fall today?
That's a great question, Megan. We are expecting it to continue into the afternoon and also into the evening, too. We're going to be seeing some heavier bands here over the next couple of hours, as we have been over the last several hours. If we could switch it over here to my computer, I'm going to show you a look at the upcoming radar, where we've been seeing kind of these waves of moisture build in and across the area with more and more snow. I actually was just in the WFMY News 2 weather garden when I actually saw us get to around 2 inches, and that was around 10 to 15 minutes ago that we had 2 inches of snow. And again, it just keeps piling up on top of that. Even toward the westernmost counties, they are up to around 5 inches right now. We're expecting this to continue as we head into the afternoon and into the evening too. You can see also these kind of dry slots here are filling up fairly quickly with snow. It keeps on moving in and kind of filling in those gaps that we've seen. Again, 2 inches for us just around 15 minutes ago. Stokesdale around 1 inch. Stanleyville 1.3 inches, and near 5 inches over toward Dobson in Surrey, as well as in Wilkes County too. We're in the teens today, and we're not likely going to get out of the teens. 16 in Greensboro and in Winston-Salem, but feels like temperatures near 0. Even here at 10:13 this morning. Into tonight, we could be feeling like we are below 0. Very, very cold due to that wind chill. Snowy roads and travel, that's going to be a problem that lingers into the day tomorrow and also probably into early next week, with several more inches of snow likely on top of what we already have. Winter storm warning still in effect, of course, for all 100 counties here in the state and all 46 in South Carolina too until Sunday at 7 a.m. Storm timeline, again, this snow is going to be moving out later on tonight by around midnight or so. The system's going to be pulling away from our shoreline, taking the moisture with it, but the dangerous road conditions will persist far beyond that into Sunday and into early next week. Wind gusts too, that'll make it feel even colder. I'm not quite as worried about power outages due to the fact that this is a very dry, fluffy snow that doesn't weigh down power lines and tree limbs quite as much as a heavy, wet type of snow would. So that is one good thing about the system. And of course, it's the sledding type of snow that the kids have been excited about for quite some time and also craving too. Heading into tonight, that's when we start to see those heavier bands move out of our area. Some places really could net over 6 inches in our area. We've already seen 5 in Surrey County and in Wilkes. It really wouldn't surprise me between 5 to 10 for some of us across the area if these heavier bands persist. This is going to be moving offshore by the time we farther offshore by the time we step into the night tonight. Sunday going to be very, very cold. I still think 3 to 6 inches is a good range, but some of us really will see more with these heavier bands that have been sitting kind of across our area. Drier air, we've seen that to our east as well as for southernmost counties too. You're likely going to get some snow as it continues to kind of fall through those drier air slots, but it's likely not going to be quite as much. Going to be in the 20s for today and tomorrow. 30s are back for Monday. 40s going to be returning on Tuesday.
And make sure to stick with us. We'll be tracking this winter storm all morning and going to the evening long. Remember, we're doing this before, during, and after, making sure that you guys are getting the updates that you need here on WFMY News 2.
Tell your friends to download WFMY Plus on their smart TV and watch as well for free.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us back on our extended weather coverage. The time is now 11 o'clock. I'm Giselle Thomas, and one of our main concerns are these roads out here all throughout the Triad.
Yeah, I'm Megan Maleris. We've just gotten off the phone with dispatchers. Too many wrecks to count is what we're being told from Guilford Metro 911. There are hazardous, quickly deteriorating road conditions all across the area. Water main breaks, you name it. This is just the beginning of what could come. Let's get to our live team coverage this morning. We'll start with our meteorologist, and then later we'll check in with our our Amber Lake and our Christina Dillon live in our various viewing areas. All right, let's start here with our forecast. What are we seeing now?
Well, we continue to see snow fall across the area. Is it my turn? All right. We are continuing to see snow fall across the Piedmont. We got everybody working for you this morning, okay? We got more people than we got cameras, you know what I'm saying? But we're keeping you updated on what's going on, and the snow continues to come down. Let's zoom in under the radar. That's what everybody wants to see. The precipitation, thankfully, is just pure powdery snow, and it has been coming down from central North Carolina out to the west with a little bit of snow down in the eastern part of the state. This will continue for the rest of the afternoon and start to gradually taper off as some snow showers this evening. We still expect this to be east of our area after midnight tonight. Snowfall totals, most recent ones I have, 5 inches in Dobson, 3 inches in Millers Creek, Stokesdale 1 in Kernersville, Welcome 1.5, Salisbury 1.5 as well. We'll have more coming up in just a minute.
All right, traffic is quickly getting worse. We just heard from one of our producers who came into the station. She said it wasn't so much her issue, but there were other cars slipping and sliding. She was nervous about that.
Yeah, no, certainly. And, you know, this is a look at our live traffic camera right here, just off of I-40 West near Wendover, where you can see the snow just continuing to come down across the area. People are still getting out and about. I urge you to stay at home if you can and off these roadways. Too many accidents to count is what NCDOT has said. Zooming in on a lot of trouble spots that I've seen just in the last 5 to 10 minutes. One over here along 74 westbound and also eastbound too on opposite sides of the highway near Level Cross toward Randleman and also toward Archdale too. Another one over here into parts of Tobaccoville and Royal Hall, where we're seeing pretty much a complete stop along 52. Now it was 22 miles per hour, but where you see that purple is where it's now a complete stop. This has just been a mess the last hour or so and will continue to get worse over the next 2 hours into the afternoon too. Please stay off the roads if you can. Good news that one congestion that was a little bit over toward Summerfield has since cleared up. But again, another road over toward Mount Airy likely going to be pretty much a stop and go along 74. We'll continue to keep you updated on Triad traffic. Please stay off the roads if you can help it.
Yeah, about half an hour ago, it looks like a flight did make it out of PTI Airport to Philadelphia, but everything from here on out is showing up as canceled. So check the status if you have to leave to fly somewhere today. If you have been outside, you know the snow is really coming down, picking up in the last couple of hours, bringing several inches already, and we're tracking it on all fronts right now.
We know that right now. Here's a real look at what's going on. We have Tanya Rivera, you know her off of our TV station all the time. Right now, this is her showing a view of, you can see that there is snow covering all across trees. Also, as we're continuing, we do have some additional footage that someone else sent in here to our station. This is actually from Julie Luck. You can see her husband who is blowing the snow across. Again, we are reiterating the roads are of a main concern. Just got off the phone with Guilford EMS that made it extremely clear that they are at this point inundated, trying to figure out exactly different places to go. And there's accidents all across the Triad. This is, of course, all going all throughout the Triad. Again, we can see that there's this white blanket of snow just really covering. Now, as we're continuing on, then we're also getting a look. You can see that there's several inches of snow that is here as we're continuing in the area. And that's a quick look at just what we're getting sent in from our viewers.
Yeah, we have a thread going on the WFMY News 2 Facebook page. If you want to drop your photo or video, just let us know where you took it, the city or the county, and what time. Let's get to our live team coverage. Our reporters out and about this morning. We'll start with WFMY News 2's Amber Lake. Amber, you've been live in Guilford County in a residential area. You saw cars earlier going way too fast. What's the status you're hearing there?
Well, to be honest, we really haven't seen that many more cars come by since we had that car that sped past us earlier. We do have a cute little family behind us that's sledding. We have a woman that is brushing off her car. But I really want to talk about these roads. First off, we have our snow on two-stick right here. I want to show you our handy dandy snow on two-stick, and I want to show you how many inches we are seeing over here in Greensboro. This is not in the grassy area. This is in a drainage hole or drainage. But look, nearly 2 inches here. And while that doesn't seem like much, it might not seem like much, it's completely covering the roads all across Greensboro. When we talked to an NCDOT plow truck driver earlier, he said that they start plowing when they get the 2 inches on the roadways. But he said all over Greensboro, this is what it looks like. Roads are not safe. They are very hazardous. In fact, I want to show you what I was looking at earlier on my GPS on my phone. I was just looking up to see how far we were from downtown Greensboro. Look at all the yellow. Can you see all that? That is insane because of the roadways right now. Whenever we were driving to this area from over on Wendover, we were sliding, we were fishtailing, our tires were spinning. I mean, this is not one of those weather events that you want to get out and go to a different place. You just got to stay at home and make do with what you can, just like the people behind me are.
And just as a reminder, state officials are warning people to make sure that you're staying off of the roads if you can.
All right, Amber, if you're still with us, I do have a question about the process of clearing these roads. You mentioned that plows roundabout earlier, North Carolina DOT plows. What is going to be the strategy here for the city to start plowing those secondary and neighborhood roads? How soon could we see that happen?
You know, it's really up in the air right now because their main priority are those main roads, are the priority 1 roads. So Lawndale, we saw a plow truck going up and down that road plowing. We saw, you know, plows on 85, on 40. They're really hitting those main roads because people still, unfortunately, in weather like this, they still have to get to work. They still have to do those necessary things that they need to do, go to those doctor appointments, go to those, you know, go to the hospital if they need to. So those main roads are what they're working on right now. And as the snow keeps falling, they're just going to keep going back and forth over that. And then they're going to start working on the priority, the secondary roads, excuse me, whenever the priority roads are taken care of. The NCDOT driver did tell me that before they started plowing, they were putting down more salt to see if that would help in the clearing process. But now that it's well over, you know, well close to that 2-inch mark, then they're all plowing. I mean, all of the plow trucks that we've seen, they have their plows down and they're going to town.
Yeah, working hard. We certainly appreciate those efforts. It is dangerous even for them to be out on the roads when other drivers are there. It's difficult to do that work, as we've heard emergency crews say time and again. Also, a reminder, I mentioned at the top of the hour, the water main break on a very busy stretch of road on a normal day. Wendover Avenue at Highway 29. There are 2 lanes eastbound that are blocked right now in the 1700 block. This is from Gatewood Avenue to Highway 29. There's an 8-inch water main break. It's causing the road to ice over. There are a few people in the area without water right now as well. Water restoration could take until 8 o'clock tonight. So use an alternate route for right now. All 100 counties are under a winter storm warning right now, coming off the heels of last week's storm just 6 days ago. Sleet and ice with that one. Some lingering precip on the roads, and now this double whammy here, the snowfall. Power outages, not really a major concern for us. I saw a couple pockets near Charlotte earlier, but so far we look in the clear. Governor Stein said our state's utility partners are ready nonetheless.
They call this a banded storm, where the snow is going to come in bands. It's not going to be uniform across an entire county. You may have one town in the county that has 12, 15 inches if it's heavy, and another may have 6 or 7 or 8. And so it will be localized. I know that our utility partners are ready to go.
And also, as we're continuing, I just have a quick update. Not sure if you guys can hear me, having some technical difficulties, but just to let you know, I was able to get in touch with Guilford EMS. They do say that so far this morning, they've responded to about 100 accidents and calls so far. They do say that they've been seeing a lot more car accidents than this past storm we had in the past week. Now continuing on, now this winter weather storm also puts lots of local cities in a tough situation, and crews are still working to clear all of the ice from one last weekend. Now we're also having to prepare for today's, and the city of Winston-Salem is just asking for patience in all of this.
Right now, crews are still in collector routes, but collector routes are progressing nicely. And when collector routes are done, then we will move on to our residential routes. Also, we have basically 4 brine trucks that are moving through the city from east to west. They are brining majors, they are brining bridges and overpasses, and then critical care routes.
And also, you heard him that mentioned that the city has not gotten to their residential routes yet. You can see there's still some work to be done. He says that once they get 2 inches of snow, that crews will restart their plowing process, meaning that they'll go back to the primary routes. And this also means that your neighborhood may not get that help immediately.
All right, really quickly, I want to mention this email that we just got from the city of Winston-Salem. There have been 4 major traffic-related collisions this morning, including incidents on Peters Creek Parkway and Renolda Road. It says these crashes were primarily because drivers were going too quickly for current road conditions. There have been some minor injuries and property damage. Thankfully, nothing serious reported right now. The message, just be slow as you go. Crews are just now starting to plow some of these roads. A lot of places, services, and events are making adjustments too. Hames Mall, speaking of Winston, announced it'll close for the day. And the Greensboro Swarm moments ago said it will plan the Windy Cindy Bulls tomorrow at noon instead of today. It'll play the Bulls tomorrow at noon. Library and transit services in Winston are closed, as well as all Forsyth County operations. All city services in Greensboro are not in operation for the day either. All right, we've had a crew in Winston all morning long. We think it's a good time to check in with them. Christina Dillon is live. What are you seeing where you are?
Yeah, so we've been here in Winston-Salem. What I can tell you, we drove around a little bit. We got out on the roads, we switched up our spot, and in our perspective, from what we saw, the roads have a little bit of traction from the snow, but you can definitely feel that slipping and sliding. The DOT did say that they have plows here, but I think I heard you say that they're not plowing yet until we get some more snow. They said that would probably be about midday that they would begin that, but there's not enough accumulation on the ground to start that now. I am at a sledding hill. I decided I want to start with the serious news and then get into some good news. We're at the sledding hill. No sledders yet, but I did just talk to 2 different groups of people. One was a couple decided to just come out here in the snow to get a couples photo shoot. They had a friend that was a photographer and said, hey, why not? Why not take advantage of this beautiful landscape? And then I also just talked to 2 women who drove down from Pilot Mountain on Highway 52. They did say they didn't see any crashes. I know that we have been reporting there's been some collisions in not only Guilford County, but right here in Forsyth County. And so ultimately the roads are dangerous, but in their experience, they didn't see any. They said that the roads were pretty okay when they were driving down that highway. I think it's going to be those side streets and residential roads that are going to be the most dangerous right now.
All right, thanks, Christina. Yes. Can you give us a timetable for when you think the city plows will get to those side streets and neighborhoods? We heard from Amber it could take a bit because obviously the priority roads, like where you are, would be Peters Creek Parkway, Renolda will be priority.
Sure. I mean, we saw this in the last storm. Sometimes those priority 2 and priority 3 roads don't get to until days later. So I can't confidently say when the city will be out on those priority 2, priority 3 roads. I mean, after that ice and sleet storm, we still know that some of the residential ones weren't touched from that. So this could be another case of that it's days out. I don't want to speculate that, but it's definitely possible. The DOT did say midday. They wouldn't give an exact time. We said, hey, could it be maybe around noon? And they said they're just going to wait to see what the accumulation looks like at this point before they nail down an exact time.
All right, Christina, thanks. Yeah, that does not bode well for school on Monday. Of course, no
Exactly.
calls just yet, but school districts are running low on the allowable number of remote days they can have. State law says it's up to 5 unless you have a special waiver. And we're just in the middle of winter so far. There's a long way to go.
That is very true. Now, we're going to be continuing to track this winter weather all throughout the day on WFMY Plus, and make sure you can also get it on our website. You can just download on your TV, and you can also watch for free.
Besides watching the snow come down and then staying inside because it's so cold, what are you going to do? Well, a local financial strategist says there are 5 things you can do to improve your finances during a winter storm. Janae Adams took to Instagram last week during the first winter storm, telling people snowstorms are a great way to save money. You are stuck in the house with nowhere to go. All you need to do is stay away from Amazon. Well, this week, she expanded that recommendation with 5 things to improve your finances during a winter storm. Here's the list. Number 1, look at your February spending plan, what's coming in, what's going out, and where you can save. Number 2, spend time on your phone or computer unsubscribing.
Number 2, let's unsubscribe from all those emails that cause you to spend money that you probably shouldn't be spending. This is a great time to sit down into your email list and really look at what is it that I need to just unsubscribe to so I can save some money.
Number 3, open up a free high-yield savings account and put at least $50 in it. The online high-yield accounts give you a much better interest rate on your money than a traditional bank.
Life gets so busy outside of when we're snowed in that we just forget to save money for ourselves. We might can cut back and pay extra to debt or pay extra to other things that are in our life, but we always forget to save. So I believe the high yield savings account, opening that up for free and putting the $50 in there is the most important one.
Number 4, declutter your house. She says you need to walk from room to room and see what you're not using, what you're not wearing, and either sell it or give it away. And number 5 is really an improvement of finances for the entire economy. When the snow melts, she says help build back the local economy. Go eat out, go shop at a locally owned place. She says if we would all do that, we could put more than $2 million into our local economy.
And something else that came into our newsroom not too long ago, we got an update saying that the Bowman Gray Stadium, we know that cookout clash is now rescheduled to Monday. Now, we do know that already for today, things were canceled. We were thinking it was Sunday, but now we just got notification that it is moved to Monday. For those of you NASCAR fans, keep in mind it says the parking lots will be open Monday at 9 a.m. They're going to have that off-site shuttle services that's going to be happening at 9:30, and the gates will open at 10. But again, it is canceled on Sunday and now moving to Monday.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Of course, cars can run in cold weather, but it's a different situation when you have the fans possibly traveling in hazardous conditions. So this obviously is the right call. All right, there's something else we want to talk about before you head out and about. It's your tires. You want to check those before you go anywhere today.
Most winter driving dangers are easy to spot on the roads. Ice, snow, slush. But Justin ran into one you can't see.
Stopped here because I knew they would be open and they have free air.
He was back out after the storm.
Get little snacks for my girlfriend and whatnot.
When a warning light caught his attention, cold weather can drain tire pressure fast.
When it gets cold, the rubber in your tire and the metal in your rim, they contract at different paces.
You can expect to lose about 1 or 2 psi for every 10 degrees that it drops outside. So making sure you stay on top of the tire pressure is extremely important.
Every year, about 600 people are killed and more than 33,000 others injured in crashes linked to underinflated tires.
It is a very, very bad idea to drive anywhere on a tire with too low air. You leave yourself open to the possibility of a blowout or other tire damage.
You might have also heard this advice. Letting air out of your tires can help with traction on icy roads.
If you lower the pressure, then the traction will be improved a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit, because the contact of the tire, the surface of the tire will contact more with the surface of the terrain.
But experts say it doesn't work where rubber meets the road.
It's not recommended for asphalt roads or concrete roads because it will damage the shoulders or the side of the tires.
So if you want to take some pressure off of winter driving, start by making sure there's enough air in your tires. Ben Briscoe, 2 wants to know.
All right, I just heard from the head of Guilford Metro 911 who said they are at more than 100 wrecks as of this morning. As of 11:20, 100 wrecks in Guilford County alone because of the weather conditions. So it is not a good day to be driving. We've talked all week about how, snow is easier to plow than the sleet we had 6 days ago. But you're talking about snow falling on top of already still icy roads from that last storm. This is a very difficult travel situation. So we'll be monitoring that. I believe we have an interview with Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough Jr. from Forsyth County coming up, and he'll give us a lay of the land there as well. Right now, let's talk about other health factors. Vitamin D is critical, but without sun, and we've had really no sun this week, we can feel the impacts.
It's critical for strong, healthy bones. Your body can absorb vitamin D from the sun, but in the winter, that's not always easy.
Less sunshine means less vitamin D.
Dr. Neha Viez with Cleveland Clinic says low levels can lead to deficiency. Symptoms may include fatigue, bone pain, muscle weakness, and mood changes.
But if you are having any of those, then talk to your doctor about maybe getting checked for vitamin D deficiency.
If cold weather allows, Via says help maintain vitamin D levels by going outside for about 15 minutes most days of the week, or a little longer if an underlying medical condition prevents proper absorption. The nutrient can also be found naturally in foods like eggs, fatty fish, as well as fortified cereals and juices. She says taking vitamin D supplements can also help, especially if a medical condition is causing low levels.
But definitely talk to your doctor to see if you need a level drawn or whether you need supplementation.
The CDC says vitamin D deficiency may also raise the risk of falling, and this time of year, so can the weather.
We don't want them to fracture a bone, so it's important to have strong, healthy bones, especially in the winter.
For Health Minute, I'm Mandy Gaither.
And good morning, Piedmont Triad. Let's get you updated on Piedmont weather. Snowing everywhere to beat the band as we're taking a look, and we've been watching this very closely through the morning, our winter radar. Very interesting. Remember earlier this morning we were talking about an upper level low approaching our area from the northwest. That's what's given us the snow this morning from the Triad west. And then our coastal storm, the surface low, is getting organized just off the southeast coast, and that's bringing some snow over parts of eastern North Carolina. We are getting signals, and this is not a definite, but we're getting signals from our forecast models that as this upper level low swings through our area this afternoon, we could see pockets of heavy snow roughly between about 1 p.m. and about 4 p.m. This afternoon. Not a definite, but that's what we're watching. This upper level low will swing through the area this afternoon and into the evening hours as our surface low continues to get stronger. That is something we're going to continue to watch very closely. Snowfall totals so far: Stokesdale 1 inch in Kernersville, 1.5 in Welcome, Salisbury 2, Dobson has had 5, and Miller's Creek has had about 5 inches of snow as well. In the city of Greensboro, 2.3, 2 inches in High Point, nearly 2 inches at Walkertown, Westfield 5 inches up in Surrey County, Reedsville has had about 1 inch, Boonville has had 4 inches and nearly 5 inches at Low Gap, Clemens has had 2 inches. Snow still coming down. We got to see how it plays out this afternoon. We could see that several hours of heavier snow. We're still sticking with 3 to 6 inches. We'll see how the snow rate continues this afternoon. We've been telling you we may update those amounts as we go through the afternoon. As our coastal storm gets stronger, the winds are on the increase. Wind chills have been in the single digits to near zero. That's not going to change as we go through the day. As a matter of fact, overnight tonight, as the snow winds down sometime after midnight, we could have wind chills late tonight and tomorrow morning below zero. We'll hold in the teens today. Snow continues. Could potentially, not a definite, but potentially be heavy at times between roughly 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. this evening. Tapering off to snow showers this evening, ending after midnight. Our low goes to 11. Wind chills could be as low as 5 below overnight.
All right, it is 11:25 right now. We have joining us live via Zoom Forsyth County Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough Jr., who has been out and about in the elements this morning, wanting to see firsthand how the roads are looking. Sheriff, what have you seen and where were the biggest problem spots for you? We're hearing of several wrecks, especially on Peters Creek Parkway and Renolda Road. Let me try to flip this. We're having some technological issues here. Sheriff, if you'll stand by. I think we got you now. I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat the overview of what you've been seeing so far as you've been out and about?
Well, the roads are very icy and very dicey. You have the snow has compacted the situation, covering the icy roads, the back roads. What I was out doing was surveying the roads, checking on the teams that are out there, making sure we're getting people back and forth home, first responders, helping anyone that was out there stranded. But as I said earlier, if you don't have to be on the roads, stay off of the roads, please. The roads are very hazardous.
There has been this concern among people in the Forsyth County community that the city plows did not get an early enough start after last weekend's system, and that there is an increasing risk now. Did the response to storm approach change? Were they able to get the roads treated a little bit earlier this time around?
Is that the storm changed how we're responding, how the city roads are, how they're dealing with that. That'd be a whole nother conversation. But what we're doing and how we're responding is making sure that we have called extra deputies in to manage the roads, manage the community, opened up another center inside the real-time intelligence where we're monitoring the roads from various angles, from all of our assets and the technology that we have, making sure that we're covering the city from the ground as well as from the sky to assist any motorists that might be stranded, because the weather is way below freezing, very hazardous and very dangerous to be out there walking around. As I came in and was out there, I was amazed that I saw a group of men jogging.
Wow.
But it wouldn't be for me. But as it relates to motor vehicles, I would encourage you to stay off of the roads unless you have to be on the, absolutely have to be on the roadways.
You mentioned you have extra deputies out and about. You're using all of your assets, even by air. I'm assuming that means drones. How are you keeping your personnel safe when there are clearly other drivers out and about losing control of their vehicles?
So basically what we've been doing is with the extra personnel that we have out on the roads is making sure that they have adequate access on their cars. The SUVs that we have, all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive vehicles, we put those out there, utilizing all of our command staff that have SUVs to make sure that we have visibility out there, coverage, as well as being able to assist motorists that for some reason want to get out on the road and get stuck and get stranded, doing welfare checks. We were doing welfare checks yesterday, including myself, checking on people throughout the community. The weather always poses a threat to our senior citizens population. People still have to take care of their loved ones. Some people are stranded, the ice, compacted driveways, the whole plethora of issues that inclement weather brings.
All right, Sheriff, thank you so much for your time and for your personnel doing what they can to keep everyone safe in this second storm in a week.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just remember, you guys, law enforcement is also telling us that what keeps on happening is that people are just driving too fast in these winter weather conditions. So please do not go out unless you need to. If it's an emergency, make sure you're going slow. And also you're keeping about 2 to 3 car lengths distance between your vehicle and others. Make sure to stay safe out there. And thanks for watching us. We're going to continue our streaming coverage on WFMY Plus. If you're not already there, remember you can always download on your TV and you can watch for free. We'll see you soon.
Good to see you this Saturday. I'm here to bring you the latest, of course, on our weather impact alert spanning from this morning all the way through Monday morning, not only for the snow, but also for the very cold temperatures that are going to be accompanying the snow today and also into Sunday and Monday as well. Lots and lots of snow overperforming over the last several hours that we've seen across our area. If I can get this to pull up the right way here. Of course, we are, going to be continuing to track this over the next several hours, but it has been very, very heavy across our area. We have been seeing kind of these heavy snow bands really since around 3 or 4 o'clock into the morning. It really started kind of hammering us, and they've just been kind of filling in the holes. These kind of little snow showers kind of have filled those holes rather than over toward Raleigh, where there's been kind of this bit of a dry slot here. I'm going to kind of draw a little circle over there where they haven't seen as much snow. They could see more as we head into this afternoon. I definitely think they will, but amounts are going to be significantly lower due to several hours of losing that moisture over their heads and they're not being able to make it to the ground. So right now, again, this is what we're seeing right now all across the Piedmont Triad. More of that snow continuing to come down, even right here over Guilford County. And I'm doing this on the fly with you guys, so bear with me while I zoom in. I just want to kind of get a look at some of our snow rates here. It's kind of a 10-to-1 ratio here, but even lower than that as we've seen over the last couple of hours. It's really, some places may get an inch, up to an inch or so an hour in some of these heavier bands, which is a lot, especially when we're expecting this to be kind of an all-day event in the Piedmont. We've already gotten over 2 inches at last check here around 10:15, over around an hour and a half ago almost. I had almost 2.5 inches measured on my stick outside of the WFMY News 2 weather garden. Here are some of the reports that we've seen so far. Again, this is going to continue, this heavy snow, late into the night tonight, moving out by around 9 or 10 o'clock. So let's look at some of these latest reports all across our area. I'm going to start here in Guilford County, and I'm going to take myself off so you can get a full screen kind of view of what we've seen so far. City of Greensboro has seen around 2.3. Let's go over to High Point. I'm sure they've seen quite a bit too. Archdale, I'm pretty sure that was from an earlier report. Jamestown, nearly 3 inches over toward Forsyth County and Winston-Salem. Kernersville, 1 inch. We're definitely tallying up values very, very quickly with this storm that continues to just barrel down this amount of snow over our heads, and it's just dropping a lot, even in a short span of time too. Elkin, 6 inches already here, and it is only 11:43. We still have the afternoon and into the evening too. Over toward Wilkesboro as well, Maple Springs, you're a little over 3 inches. Let's go over toward Mount Airy, where Dobson was 5 inches. I actually want to spend a little bit more love here and see exactly how much more they have gotten. So let's look at Dobson here, still having the 5 inches, but of course continuing to see more and more as the storm moves over the area and keeps delivering more heavier bands into this afternoon and into the evening as well. Not only are we seeing these, the greatest amount of snow we've seen in several years, yes, and it could very well be the most amount of snow we've seen since 2018 too, if we're able to get over 4 inches, and I think we'll definitely be able to do that. So this has been a lot of snow in a very short amount of time, and the biggest snowstorm that we've had in quite some time too. But not only is snow the focus, but it's also the temperatures. Take a look at this. It feels like -1 outside in Greensboro, and I can attest to it does feel like that outside. Just being out in the weather garden, 16 right now in Greensboro, and in Winston-Salem feels like 3 degrees over in Winston-Salem. This is seriously cold, dangerously cold. If you're going to spend any time outside, make sure you know the symptoms and signs for hypothermia, for frostbite. This is very dangerous cold that we're talking about. Make sure you are layered up before heading out the door. I'm still expecting, even from this point on, after already seeing several inches across the Triad reported,
more inches to come into this afternoon and evening, which is why I think this could very well be a record-breaking storm, or even, of course, the most that we've seen since 2018, which would be that 4-inch mark. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit less over east of us toward Raleigh, had a little bit lesser values over toward Asheboro too, where there was a little bit of a dry slot in that area too, but we mentioned that to you in our forecast, so you were aware of that. But yes, I know if you did end up seeing those dry slots, you're upset about it. You will still get snow, just not likely going to be quite as much. Bitter cold too, feels like near zero, just showed you that. Our winter storm warning in effect for all 100 counties here in the state, and for all 46 in South Carolina too. That's until Sunday morning at 7 a.m. So this coastal storm will start to pull away late tonight by around 8 or 9 o'clock, and I'll time it out with you here in just a moment. This is the timeline. We've seen the snow over the last couple of hours start to get really heavy across the area. Expect that to continue really into this afternoon and evening through around 7 or 8 o'clock, starting to pull away by 10 or 11, and that's when it really starts to stop. Winds, though, going to be pretty gusty even into the afternoon and into the evening. Slippery travel, we've seen that all morning, and I've actually spent a lot of time on the traffic map too, just looking at reports and stuff. According to Guilford EMS, there have been over 100 accidents so far since this morning. Very, very dangerous roadways. If you can, please stay off of the roads. Power outages, not nearly as much of a concern, and I'll tell you why. This kind of snow that we're seeing is very dry and fluffy, and it's not as wet and heavy, so it doesn't take down power lines or tree limbs as easy as that wet and heavy snow that we had that we could have seen, and of course the ice that we had last weekend too. So here is that futurecast that is kind of showing you hour by hour what to expect. I really do think that we're going to be seeing more heavier bands into this afternoon, mainly even between 1 to 4 o'clock, and that could be coming down as quickly as 1 inch per hour, and that's an additional 4 inches to the almost 3, I'm guessing, or 3.5 that we have right now. So this is going to be a lot of snow for our area. If you're not already where you need to be, please get where you need to be so you don't have to be out on the roadways, because this is a very serious situation and dangerous for the roads too, as we've been tracking all morning long. It's all from this upper level low that's currently situated above us and will move over us, and also that coastal low that you see, that big L on the screen, that's kind of fueling the fire, adding the moisture along with the cold air moving in out of the north too. It's just the perfect setup in our area for this kind of wintry weather that we're seeing. And of course the nice snow. I know a lot of the kids are super excited about it being the dry, fluffy snow rather than the sleet and freezing rain that isn't so fun that we had just last week. So we've been very busy here. I still think that 3 to 6 inch range has been good, but I think at this point in time we're going to start upping those values, especially with more heavy bands starting to build in as we step into this afternoon. Especially we're starting to coordinate too. I've been looking at some conversations with National Weather Service, who are pointing out a possible band going to be heavier moving through from around 1 to 4 o'clock. So we'll be keeping an update on that, of course, and we'll also be keeping an eye on totals here over the next several hours. Today, I really don't think we're going to get out of the teens. We've been sitting at 16 or 17 really since this morning. Could get to 19, maybe even 20. I know, wow, hot. Windy, too, is going to be making it feel like we are in the single digits or near zero. So this is a very, very cold day today, and partially of those wind chills due from the fact that it's just been kind of gusty in some spots. Highest wind gust that we've seen, 32 over in Greensboro, 25 in Burlington, 28 over in Winston-Salem. Remember, we are in an extreme cold warning. It might have been dropped. Maybe that was for the day today. Some other winter weather alerts too. Cold weather. Yes, looks like that was dropped, but I did have that from earlier. But it's still in effect for much of Tennessee and for western parts of the state as well. So a lot going on here. We're continuing to track, of course, these heavier bands of snow moving into our area. I'm going to wrap this up by giving you one last look here at the radar and then your 7-day forecast. We're seeing those heavier bands continue to build in within the next couple of hours and continuing again into this afternoon and evening, not wrapping up until around 9 or 10 o'clock. This could very well be the heaviest system that we've had since 2018, or even far beyond that too, if we're able to get beyond 4 inches. And I think we definitely could at this point in time as we continue to track more and more snow delivering across not only our area but also toward our west. Again, friends over towards Sanford, Asheboro, Durham, and Raleigh that are still in that dry spot. You're likely going to start to see some more snow, especially as we head into the afternoon, but amounts will overall be a bit lower as a result. One last look here at your 7-day forecast. Going to be very, very cold, dangerously cold these next couple of days. Make sure you're taking it nice and easy. Please stay off the roadways if you can. Upper 20s for Sunday, still very cold. 12 for Monday morning. Finally back with a lot of sunshine in the 40s by Tuesday.
North Carolina. Snowfall totals continue to go up. Graham, 0.5. You guys down east haven't seen that much. Over 2 inches in Greensboro and in Trinity. Clemens has had 2 inches, 4 inches in Boonville. Hayes up in Wilkes County has had 3.5. 5 inches of snow in Westville. The snow will continue to come down. The heavier snow is not a definite, but it's something we're going to watch for very closely through the afternoon. All precipitation will start to slowly wind down as snow showers this evening, and everything should be out of here just after midnight tonight. You can see we'll go down to around 11 with wind chills below 0 possible overnight tonight and early tomorrow.
All right, let's get a look at that traffic situation. Claire, you were looking at the traffic camera and actually can see some cars that have appeared to spin out.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Megan. Just in the last couple of minutes, I've been keeping an eye. This is our live camera right off of I-40 westbound near Wendover, and a couple of cars have kind of gone off the road. We can see one right here on the right side here heading eastbound. Yeah, we have been seeing all morning long tons and tons of accidents. Remember that the ice from last week's storm is still there. There's still that bit of ice left over. Any snow that we've gotten in your neighborhood has been on top of it, and it is hiding that ice, making it even more hazardous along roadways that you can see here, especially on this map. You can see the snow kind of highlighted here in that white color, but tons and tons of congestion everywhere and plenty of accidents too. A lot of them aren't populating on the map, but you can see them mainly where we're seeing purple and also red across the area too. So here are some of those main trouble spots I've kind of picked out for you. Over toward Davie County in Moxville, going 0 miles per hour, likely possibly an accident off of 40 eastbound. Looking over toward Level Cross in Randleman too, 74 westbound and eastbound. There was a problem on both, going both ways earlier as well. Likely a full stop over there too. Kernersville, 73 southbound, not going anywhere, as well as 40 westbound too. All of this to say that if you can stay off of the roads, make sure that you do so. This is a very dangerous situation out on the roads, and if you do have to, make sure you're taking it nice and slow and giving yourself plenty of room between your car and the person in front of you.
All right, well, those road conditions are why Bowman Gray Stadium postponed the Clash until Monday. That update came in just a couple of hours ago. In line with the hazardous conditions we are seeing, it's just not safe to potentially get fans in the stands tomorrow, even if the race could potentially go on. I spoke last hour with Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough Jr. of Forsyth County. He drove these roads, as he did 6 days ago, to see for himself what conditions were going to be like for the deputies. He said there are extra deputies out and about today. They're also doing some surveying by air using drones, trying to navigate the trouble spots. And I asked him, how are you keeping your own personnel safe when there are other people on the road spinning out, putting your staff at risk? And he said they're equipping the deputies with four-wheel drive. They're having them drive roads that are navigatable, and they're hoping that people heed the warnings to stay home.
Yeah, it's truly an all hands on deck situation. I know from also speaking to Guilford EMS, speaking to the spokesperson for that, he did say that they are seeing also a lot of, in addition to accidents, also calls in response to slips and falls. So you want to make sure that you're being really careful. Some other updates that we got into here is also that the Swarm game that's against the Windy City Bulls, that's postponed to Monday at noon. So we're seeing a lot of places change things that they would. And one last thing, I just got a quick note from Guilford EMS that says that right now they're on level 2 when it comes to responding in their winter response plan. And right now they're saying that they can only drive about 10 miles per hour throughout Guilford County, if that gives you a picture of what roads are looking like.
It's very serious if you're waiting on help in an emergency. All right, let's take a look at some video and pictures. We're getting into our newsroom. I believe we have a clip from Tanya Rivera in Forsyth County as the snow started falling earlier. We're also concerned about the weight of the snow on trees. We know that is when you get fallen trees and trees falling onto power lines. We're not seeing that as of yet, but if this banding happens that Ed has said is possible, that grows in concern significantly. Let's take a look at Julie's photo here. Her husband was using a leaf blower to clear some of the powder from her yard. Of course, this powdery snow lends itself to easier removal conditions, but the roads are a much different story right now. You've also been sharing your clips with us on the WFMY News 2 Facebook page. We have hundreds of comments so far. If you leave a clip, let us know where you took it and the time so we can do some comparisons and see what you are seeing where you are.
And right now, as we're continuing to track the storm, we know that we have Amber Lake, who is out in Guilford County. Amber, oh my goodness, you've been all over Greensboro. We saw you driving, then we saw you in a neighborhood. What are you seeing right now?
Giselle, we have been all over the place, from Wendover to Groomtown to downtown to a nice little neighborhood back off of Lawndale. And I want to tell you, I got a call from my boss earlier, and she said that she was driving down Wendover and she saw a man skiing. I'm not even joking with you. She said that a man was on skis with the poles skiing down Wendover. And it makes sense because the roads are so slick and the snow is so compacted on the roadways from the cars that it just makes sense that people would be skiing, right? I mean, you've seen it all if you've seen that. The roads like this over here to my left look like this all over Greensboro. Again, we've been all over the place, from neighborhoods to major highways. They all look like this, and the plow trucks are working as hard as they can. They have their plows down. They're trying to move that snow out of the way so it's a little bit more safe for people to drive. But with the snow continuing to fall, it just keeps on stacking on. Here in downtown Greensboro, we have seen quite a few City of Greensboro plow trucks up and down this road. They have been plowing, but as you can see, it's really not doing much. I mean, the plow truck that I talked to earlier with NCDOT, he was putting more salt on the roads. He was starting to plow the roads, but you can only do so much when that snow just continues to fall, guys.
Yeah, just a note about that sledding, and maybe this is the mom in me coming out, but I really want to caution you against doing anything that could put yourself at risk. Never, ever let yourself be pulled on skis or on a sled with a moving vehicle. Try not to even walk down the road in the middle of the road in conditions like these. It's just extremely dangerous. You don't know if a car around you is going to spin out. And also just bear in mind how long you're staying outside. I had this conversation with my own kids. I said just a few minutes of fun, then come back in to warm up.
It's really freezing out there. You got to make sure you're being careful. And also, we're going to be going over to Christina Dillon. We know that she's also been tracking the storm. We know that she's been in Winston-Salem for a majority of the time.
Yeah, Christina, have you seen any more plows than you were earlier?
And also, we'll be just continuing on. We know that you can also stick with us. We're going to be continuing this coverage as we are going. Now, we are also scrolling down just to some other news. Excuse our technical difficulties at the moment.
All right, this storm is affecting the entire state. I want to mention, we'll get to Christina in a moment. This is live fluid coverage. Our crews have been gathering information. All 100 counties under a winter storm warning coming off the heels of last week's storm. We are expecting more snow with this one, but we're already seeing some water main issues. There was a big break earlier this morning on Wendover Avenue. Crews are still working on fixing that. This is as you're going down Wendover eastbound onto the 29 bridge. It is closed from Gatewood Avenue to Highway 29. All right, the governor also giving a warning, his latest of many in this past week of winter weather, emphasizing the difficulty of navigating these storms, but also talking about how power crews are still at the ready.
They call this a banded storm, where the snow is going to come in bands. It's not going to be uniform across an entire county. You may have one town in the county that has 12, 15 inches if it's heavy, and another may have 6 or 7 or 8. And so it will be localized. I know that our utility partners are ready to go.
And also make sure to keep in mind that this winter storm really puts local cities in really tough situations. Now, crews are working to still clear that ice that we had from last weekend that worked its way into this week. And also they're having to prepare for what's going in today. Now, the city of Winston-Salem says they're just asking for patience.
Right now, crews are still in collector routes, but collector routes are progressing nicely. And when collector routes are done, then we will move on to our residential routes. Also, we have basically 4 brine trucks that are moving through the city from east to west. They are brining majors, they are brining bridges and overpasses, and then critical care routes.
And you want to make sure you keep that in mind. Yes, the city says they haven't gotten yet to all of those residential routes, but they do say that once they get about 2 inches of snow, that crews will then restart their plowing process, meaning that they're going to go back to those primary roads. And that also means that your neighborhood might not get the help immediately.
There are several events postponed today and services in response to the weather. Haynes Mall announced earlier it would close for the day. The Greensboro Swarm will now plan the Windy City Bulls tomorrow at noon. It should say they should play the Windy City Bulls tomorrow at noon unless things change, and that's a possibility. Library and transit services in Winston are closed, as well as all Forsyth County operations, with the exception of snow crews, of course. All city services in Greensboro are not operating for the day either. We've had a crew live in Winston-Salem this morning. Let's check in with Christina Dillon, who is monitoring the situation. Winston-Salem perhaps taking a different approach today than it did 6 days ago?
Yeah, that's right. They said that they were out and plowing in their 12-hour cruise. We didn't see any city of Winston-Salem plow trucks, but the city did say that that's what was going on. When we were in downtown Winston-Salem, it was still unplowed. We are on our way back to Alamance County right now. We started in Alamance County, drove through Guilford. We're in Winston for a while. Now we're back in Guilford County right now by the airport driving. I'm going to show you these road conditions as we head back to Alamance. So as you can see right here on the interstate, you pretty much got that one lane of traffic. That's what's happening right now. These other two completely covered in snow, and the path that you see right now is ruts from other cars going through. Now the visibility is really bad as well. You can barely see. There's a white car right there, and just the snow falling, it's so hard to see. One thing we've noticed with cars is that a lot of them don't have their headlights on, and this is a really important thing to remember when you're a driver, that you should be having your headlights on because of that decreased visibility. Not only so you can see better, but so other cars around you can see you. When we were on Salem Parkway heading here, we did see one single car spin out or crash. We saw a few emergency vehicles around one singular car. That's the only accident we've seen so far as we've been driving. Another thing that I saw today, I know how serious these road conditions are and that it's very dangerous. A lot of crashes have been occurring. Some people were in Winston-Salem taking advantage of the snow. They said that they were doing a couples photo shoot. They had driven there and that the road conditions weren't too bad for them. They took it slow. They were safe. It was only a few, seconds down the street to get to downtown. And they were enjoying each other's company, enjoying this beautiful landscape. And they just said that, why not take advantage of it? One gentleman said it reminded him of being a kid, being able to be out in the snow. As long as they were bundled up, we're bundled up. So if you are going to go outside, we went to a sledding hill. No one was sledding at the time, but that's where we saw those folks. If you're going to go out, just make sure you bundle up. Like Megan said, I heard her in my ear, only go out for a few seconds. You don't want to be out for ages. That's when you start getting into dangerous territory, especially with this wind chill. You want to make sure you got your layers on, your wool socks or gloves, maybe leggings under some snow pants. I know that's what I'm wearing. So just being really cautious and smart about those layers and making sure that you are really covering up. And I'm going to show you guys these roads one more time. This is just what we're looking at. As you can see, as it continues to fall, the plows, we're in Guilford County now, as Amber said, they've been out, but they just can't keep up. It's very hard to see the bare, transparent pavement underneath.
Christina, this is night and day. We know that you've been in Burlington, you're traveling back now, seeing what the roads look like now and comparing it to before. Tell us about just what stands out the most to you. We can't even see past you in this vehicle with the visibility, knowing that it's like a whiteout out there.
Sure. Yeah, when we drove this morning from Burlington, we actually headed to Winston because Burlington wasn't seeing quite as much snow earlier today. And as we were driving, we noticed that the flurries were falling, but we could see the road. We felt pretty safe. Now, like you said, it is a complete whiteout. Every car on the road is going significantly slower. We've got a plow, I think, over here that I can try to show you. So one plow is, there's two of them. As you can see, very, very hard to see. But there they are right now trying to get that work done. But we weren't seeing plows earlier, so they're certainly out getting all this, snow that's falling, trying to get it off the road.
All right, thanks, Christina. We, of course, appreciate all of our crews who are out and about working all these long hours since last weekend trying to clear our roads for us. We'll check back in with you in just a few minutes. Safe travels to Burlington. A reminder here, you can track the latest weather conditions and get a look at the live radar on your phone, our WFMY News 2 weather app from our weather team, which is the most accurate in the Triad.
Besides watching the snow come down and then staying inside because it's so cold, what are you going to do? Well, a local financial strategist says there are 5 things you can do to improve your finances during a winter storm. Janae Adams took to Instagram last week during the first winter storm, telling people snowstorms are a great way to save money. You are stuck in the house with nowhere to go. All you need to do is stay away from Amazon. Well, this week, she expanded that recommendation with 5 things to improve your finances during a winter storm. Here's the list. Number 1, look at your February spending plan. What's coming in, what's going out, and where you can save. Number 2, spend time on your phone or computer unsubscribing.
Number 2, let's unsubscribe from all those emails that cause you to spend money that you probably shouldn't be spending. This is a great time to sit down into your email list and really look at what is it that I need to just unsubscribe to so I can save some money.
Number 3, open up a free high-yield savings account and put at least $50 in it. The online high-yield accounts give you a much better interest rate on your money than a traditional bank.
Life gets so busy outside of when we're snowed in that we just forget to save money for ourselves. We might can cut back and pay extra to debt or pay extra to other things that are in our life, but we always forget to save. So I believe the high yield savings account, opening that up for free and putting the $50 in there is the most important one.
Number 4, declutter your house. She says you need to walk from room to room and see what you're not using, what you're not wearing, and either sell it or give it away. And number 5 is really an improvement of finances for the entire economy. When the snow melts, she says help build back the local economy. Go eat out, go shop at a locally owned place. She says if we would all do that, we could put more than $2 million into our local economy.
All righty, let's take a look at our winter radar. If you recall earlier this morning, I was talking about 2 weather systems. Of course, our surface low is getting organized just off the coast from Wilmington, but the parent low, or the upper level energy feeding that coastal low, is an upper level low pressure system, a pocket of energy that earlier this morning was just to our west. It will be swinging through our area as we head through the afternoon. And leading up to today, you heard your forecast team talk about the potential of dry slots and maybe some banding of snow. Dry slots, less snow. Banding would be the potential for some heavy pockets of snow. The dry slot so far has been from Raleigh to Sanford to Southern Pines. Those areas have had very little snow. Some snow in eastern North Carolina with the coastal low getting stronger. The upper level low is going to rotate through central North Carolina this afternoon, and that's the reason that we have to be mindful that we could see some pockets of heavier snow. And notice this kind of blue coloring here near Charlotte and over to Hickory and Statesville, even some of that right here in the Triad and down around Lexington and Thomasville. This will rotate through our area. So as we go through the afternoon, we'll have to be mindful that there could be some pockets of heavier snow. Now, for the moment, we're sticking with our 3 to 6 inches. We will evaluate the radar and get reports throughout the area through the afternoon. We may have to tweak this and increase those amounts in some areas. I know some of our foothill locations have already racked up 5 inches around Dobson and over to Mount Airy. and into parts of Wilkes County. You can see as we take a look at our weather cam network, temperatures are in the middle teens, but it's that wind that is blowing, and that is really bringing a biting wind chill to our area. It feels like 1 in Danville. We've gone up to 4. For a while, our wind chill was around 0, and these wind chills will go up and down based on the wind speed. So far, some areas a 25-mile-per-hour wind gust. As the coastal storm gets stronger, that will throw more moisture back inland this afternoon, and we could have 30, 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts later this afternoon and overnight tonight and even into tomorrow. But the low pressure moves away. I think most of the snow will end probably just after midnight tonight, but we're going to have to deal with what's on the ground for several days to come as more cold Arctic air will be moving into our area. Snow continues this afternoon. We'll be on the lookout for some banding and some pockets of heavier snow. I'm not saying that that's definitely going to happen, but it's something we're going to watch closely. Wind chills between 0 and 5 above, and then tapering off to more of a snow shower pattern as we go into the evening hours. And then again, most of the precip out of here after midnight. Low of 11, gusty winds will make it feel like as much as 5 below 0. That's overnight tonight and early tomorrow. Partly cloudy, windy tomorrow, still 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts and a high of 28. Our weather impact alert will be with us at least through the first part of Monday.
All right, now we've told you guys how the winter storm is impacting the travel on the roads, but it's also impacting the sky. Now, right now we're taking a live look at PTI at their schedule. I'm taking a look right now at their arrivals. When I tell you guys, the only 2 flights that have not only landed and arrived was between 9 and also 11. Look at all of that red. That means that those are cancellations. We've seen so many cancellations starting up from 10, even going all the way through. Also, as we're continuing going on to departures, we've only seen 2 flights or so leave PTI. All the rest have been canceled or delayed. That is ranging all across the country from LaGuardia, even going up to DC. So it's a lot of different things going up there.
We've talked a lot this week about the projectiles on top of your car, that ice that froze over, and then as it melts, as you're driving at a high rate of speed, it comes off and it hits somebody else's windshield. That's obviously a threat you want to be mindful of today.
But there's also something else that you should check right before you hit the road.
Most winter driving dangers are easy to spot on the roads. Ice, snow, slush. But Justin ran into one you can't see.
Stopped here because I knew they would be open and they have free air.
He was back out after the storm.
Get little snacks for my girlfriend and whatnot.
When a warning light caught his attention, cold weather can drain tire pressure fast.
When it gets cold, the rubber in your tire and the metal in your rim, they contract at different paces.
You can expect to lose about 1 or 2 psi for every 10 degrees that it drops outside. So making sure you stay on top of the tire pressure is extremely important.
Every year, about 600 people are killed and more than 33,000 others injured in crashes linked to underinflated tires.
It is a very bad idea to drive anywhere on a tire with too low air. You leave yourself open to the possibility of a blowout or other tire damage.
You might have also heard this advice. Letting air out of your tires can help with traction on icy roads.
If you lower the pressure, then the traction will be improved a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit, because the contact of the tire, the surface of the tire, will contact more with the surface of the terrain.
But experts say it doesn't work where rubber meets the road.
It's not recommended for asphalt roads or concrete roads because it will damage the shoulders or the side of the tires.
So if you want to take some pressure off of winter driving, start by making sure there's enough air in your tires. Ben Briscoe, 2 Wants to Know.
All right, as we're continuing this, we're also going to check back in with our crews. We know that they're in Guilford and also Forsyth County.
Yeah, heading toward Alamance. Let's start with WFMY News 2's Amber Lake live in Guilford County. Amber, you're right near downtown. We see the skyline. What are you seeing and how is the plowing going there?
Guys, if you've seen one road in Greensboro, you've seen them all because they all look the exact same. The highways, the back roads, the neighborhoods, they're all covered in a fluffy white sheet of snow. The plows are working as hard as they can, but with that snow continuing to fall, it's making it fairly difficult. It's making the roads fairly slick. That's why we've seen a ton of cars spinning their tires, fishtailing in the middle of intersections. We've seen, even while we've been here, many cars that have just spun in circles. This one right here just had an issue coming from that light right behind us. But there are plows out there. They are doing the best that they can to work with the conditions that we have right now. Now, like I said, we've been up and down the highways, but we do have Christina Dillon, who is currently driving down the highway. Christina, I think one of the biggest questions that people have right now is, what does my road look like? What does my route look like to get to work? What are you seeing on the highway right now?
The highway is not too bad, Amber. I want to preface this by saying everybody needs to be extremely careful when you're driving, but most of the highways have this rut that's formed from people going over and over. They pretty much come down to one lane. We're in Guilford County now, but I think what people are going to have the most trouble with are going to be those secondary and residential streets. Those are the ones that aren't the first priority roads that the plows get to later. I know in Winston-Salem that they said they were out on the roads. We hadn't seen the plows yet. The DOT said they were going to start later when they had enough snow to actually push out of the way. There wasn't enough accumulated earlier, but the roads, you're gonna slip and slide. The best thing to do is go slow, pump your brakes, do not slam on your brakes, and if you're on those secondary roads, be extremely careful.
All right, well, thank you so much for sticking with us, and we are continuing this live coverage on our app, WFMY Plus.
All right, download it on your smart TV and watch for free. Live team coverage on this weather impact alert day. Thanks for being here. Welcome back to WFMY Plus. We are streaming extended team coverage on this weather impact alert day as North Carolina gets a double whammy. The second winter storm in a matter of 6 days, and we are seeing quite the impact this morning. I'm Megan Maleras. Let's show you this blanket of snow coating the Triad right now. This is a live look at our traffic camera, our sky camera of Winston-Salem. It looks far more beautiful in the sky than it is on the ground. Treacherous road conditions. Several public transit agencies canceling services today. More than 100 wrecks reported in Guilford County alone. DOT emphasizing extreme caution as crews work to clear all of those wrecks and get those plows out and about to try to clear these roads as soon as they can. The biggest concern we'll be watching for later is the dropping temperatures overnight. If your kids are sledding, keep them out for very brief periods of time. We're not alone in this. Coming up after the break, we'll check in with our partner stations in other parts of the country dealing with snow. We'll be back.
afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining our extended weather coverage here. It is 1 o'clock on the dot. I'm Giselle Thomas.
I'm Megan Malaris. It is a weather impact alert day. Snow consistently has been falling for the last several hours, causing a traffic nightmare as first responders try their best to keep up. Let's start with our forecast with meteorologist Ed Matthews. Ed, you say the heaviest stuff still could be yet to come.
Well, that's something we're going to watch very closely. I've been talking about two systems, the coastal low getting organized and strengthening, and then an upper level low that'll swing through the area this afternoon. That's kind of the parent low or pocket of energy in the upper atmosphere. And you can see two distinct areas of precipitation in eastern North Carolina. The precipitation is coming from our developing low off the coast of Wilmington. But what we've had so far today has come from the upper level low that'll swing through our area as we head through the afternoon. As it moves through, it's not a definite, but we could have some banding of snow over our area. When you get snow banding, you get heavy snow at the rate sometimes as much as an inch per hour. I'm not saying that that will definitely happen, but that is something that we need to watch very closely as we head through the rest of the afternoon, the possibility of pockets of heavier snow. You can see everything's white in our part of the Piedmont, and temperatures are generally into the mid-teens, but just a little bit of wind out there, 20, 25 mile per hour wind gusts right now. It feels like 2 out at PTI, 1 in Danville. These are dangerous wind chills, and they could go several degrees below zero tonight. Snow continues. We'll be on the lookout for the possibility of some banding and heavier snow in parts. And then tonight, it tapers off to snow showers in the evening, and it should be out of here after midnight tonight.
All right, now we're going to take a look at our Triad traffic. Now, so far this morning, we've seen roads that are absolutely treacherous. Look at this traffic cam. You can barely see. That's a clear view, knowing that the visibility is very rough out there. That's over Wendover. You can't really tell. Now, as we're continuing looking into the Triad, look at this broad view. When you guys see red, yellow, those are major slowdowns. I know I recently checked in with Guilford County EMS that said that they've responded to over 100 calls this morning, and that's involving car accidents. That's involving slips and falls. Just a lot going on. We're even told that to be able to respond to some of these accidents, they can only drive 10 miles per hour. So that's a perfect example of knowing that these roads are not in good condition right now. Now we're zooming into Lexington. You can see that there's a major slowdown in this area. Please, if you do not have to go outside or drive, please stay home. That's a quick look at your Triad traffic.
Yeah, that purple there means the highway is shut down, so we'll have to make some more calls on that. 340 crashes total in the last 12 hours, according to Highway Patrol. The winter weather conditions are bringing changes to scheduled events like the Clash at Bowman Gray. This big event set for Monday now instead of tomorrow. It will be February 2nd at 11 a.m. unless something else happens in the meantime.
And also lots of other events and services have been canceled or postponed because of this horrible weather. And among those, the Greensboro Swarm's basketball matchup schedule is now for tomorrow at 2 p.m. Also, all transit in Greensboro and Winston-Salem is suspended for the remainder of the day. Make sure to avoid any of those trouble in the roads.
County and government offices, including public library services, government buildings are closed for the day as well. We've been tracking this winter storm all morning long, as now we're seeing several inches, measurable snow all across the viewing area. Even just a couple of hours ago, Dobson was at 5 inches. This is going to be a big deal.
Yes. Now keep in mind, we do have our crews that are spread all throughout the Triad just to see exactly what's going on in real time. Right now, we're going to check in with WFMY News 2 Amber Lake. We also have Christina Dillon, who we know is in Alamance County. Both of them are covering these areas extensively. Amber, tell us about what you're looking at right now.
Well, guys, I was just looking at a plow truck that went by. I was trying to see if they were going to come down this road, but they did not. They keep coming down, but this snow keeps piling down, so it's so difficult for these plow trucks to even make any advance on the road at all. I mean, my photographer Crosby and I are just in awe at how beautiful these snowflakes are, because we're so not used to seeing stuff like this, right? Last weekend it was a completely different scene. We had sleet in our hands and it was freezing, but it was just not, it was nothing like this. But just to give you a good idea of how much snow has fallen, my photographer Crosby went down to the corner of this road about 30 or 45 minutes ago. His tracks in the snow are almost completely gone. If you didn't know that he walked down there, you probably wouldn't know that he even moved in this direction, because they're almost fully covered. That's how much snow is falling right now, and that's why it's been so difficult for these plow trucks. But like I said, I've seen NCDOT, I've seen the city of Greensboro. They are trying to plow these roads. They are trying to make them safe, because even though we tell people to stay off the roads, some people still do need to get to work. Some people still do need to get to those medical appointments. They need to get to the hospital if need be. So they're doing the best that they can, but it is cold and it is continuing to fall, guys.
All right, so Amber, we've been in contact with Guilford Metro 911. I spoke with the executive director a few minutes ago. We are at more than 100 wrecks, 340 across the state in the last 12 hours. Are you aware of any difficulty by emergency crews getting to those areas of need?
I'm really not. I haven't been the one that's been in contact with Guilford Metro, but I can imagine that they do have difficulties in situations like this, just because not only do you have to deal with the conditions on the roadway, but you have to deal with other cars on the roadway as well, and you can only go so fast. I was talking to my boss earlier, and she said, you know, the roads are bad, right? But it's not so bad to where you can't get from point A to point B if you absolutely have to, as long as you drive 30 miles an hour, 35 miles an hour. Like, don't feel like you have to go any faster than that, because when that happens is when you start fishtailing. It's when you start spinning out and your wheels start spinning. I mean, it's one of those things where if you have to get on the road, like the car that just drove past me was going way too fast for these conditions. And we've seen a lot of cars like that too, which I'm sure is adding to that chaos and that stress of Guilford Metro 911 as well.
Yeah, they are working so hard. We appreciate everybody's efforts, all the essential workers, all the first responders who have to be out today and are dealing with this type of situation. All right, safety obviously a big priority, even if you are out having fun. It is so bitterly cold. You really can't be outside for a long period of time. I was having this conversation with my kids a little bit ago as they went out sledding for a bit, but it is really getting dangerous out there.
Yes, and now we're going to go over to Christina Dillon. We know that she's on her way heading back to Alamance County. Now, Christina, you've been on the road all morning. Tell us about just how are things looking now? And we know you're still in these whiteout conditions, and it's been like that for a few hours now.
Yeah, that's right. We just crossed over into Alamance County, and I'm going to show you what it looked. We were actually just stuck in a bunch of traffic, and that was because there was multiple plows in front of us doing like a staggered plowing. So multiple lanes were being plowed, and there was a bunch of traffic behind them. Right before you guys took me, they all got off on an exit right when they entered Alamance County, so I wasn't able to get that shot, and we were pretty far behind them, so we couldn't see them until they pulled off. But this is what the roads look like right now. As you can see, the ruts have been made in this lane in front of me, so that's why it's so visible. But even just a few minutes later, after these plows got off, you can see what the other lanes look like when they're not being used that much. It does look like a whiteout. They're not being there. We've got one car going on them, and you can see all that snow that's coming up behind him. So with the highways that we've noticed, we're on I-40, people are primarily sticking to that one lane if they haven't been plowed yet, and just kind of avoiding the parts of the road that haven't been well driven over and they don't have those ruts. That's when those unfortunate accidents can happen, where cars are spinning out when you try to go on snow that hasn't been touched yet. And we do know that there could be ice under that snow as well. This is really fluffy snow that will move pretty easily. So if there's ice under there, that could be extremely dangerous. Now, with the roads, we haven't done too much slipping and sliding. We've stayed on this road that has those ruts in it that people have been driving on, and we've been safe. but of course going very slowly as we drive.
That's actually something that I wanted to ask you about, Christina. Just when you flip that camera, seeing those cars that are speeding by, I see you guys are going safely. Also, from speaking to Guilford EMS, they're telling us that their response speed limit is capped at 10 miles per hour, which means that they are going as slow as they can, but also as safely as they can. Tell us about just how roads are feeling right now for you guys. We know that you guys have been traveling at a safe speed compared to those around you.
Sure. We've been traveling at a safe speed and we've felt a few slip and slide moments, especially on those side streets when we were leaving Winston and we were in downtown. On the highway, in all honesty, we have not ran into any issues. I have felt fully safe going at this speed. And like I said, staying on this road or this part of the highway that has the ruts in it, not going on the snow that hasn't been driven over yet. That's where you're going to see those, skid and slide moments. I feel pretty safe. We have seen people flying by, in downtown, on the highway. Those are where those dangerous conditions can come. And I said this before, but a lot of people aren't using their headlights. And with this amount of decreased visibility, it's really important that you're using your headlights so you can see, but also so other people around you can see as well.
That's a good reminder. You need to use your headlights in rain, so why not use them in snow as well? All right, thanks, Christina. Yeah, definitely deteriorating road conditions all across our area. Hard to keep up even with the North Carolina DOT alerts that have been going out about highways. All right, let's take a look at our forecast now as we get some new model data in what's happening as we speak and what is yet to come.
Well, Megan, we've had quite a few inches just over the last several hours, becoming more and more steady since earlier on this morning. The last time we had over 4 inches of snow was back in 2018, and we're likely going to finally break that streak into this afternoon. We've already collected in some areas of Guilford County nearly 5 inches right near High Point, especially. We're seeing those heavier bands right now building into the area as we did earlier this morning too. Pretty steady flow, and that's going to continue, even could be up to around 1 inch per hour, which is a lot of snow coming down throughout this afternoon and into the evening. Take a look at some of these storm reports too. Stokesdale, 4.5 inches. Lexington down here in Davidson, High Point 2 was just at 5 inches. Just saw that as well. Boonville over at 4 inches too. Also toward Dobson and Surrey County, 5 inches earlier. I'm sure they've netted probably another 1 or 2 inches on top of that. This is a lot of snow. We haven't had this much in quite some time. Temperatures too, it's very, very cold. If you're going to let the kids go out and play, make sure they are bundled up. 16 right now. We've been sitting at around 16 for the last several hours, feeling like 1 degree over in Burlington, 2 here in Greensboro. Going to feel near 0 into tonight with these wind gusts too that are going to continue between 20 to 30 miles per hour. Snowy roads and travel will also continue to be a problem, especially into tomorrow and early next week. Winter storm warning in effect for all 100 counties here across the state and all 46 in South Carolina until 7 a.m. tomorrow. This snow is going to start to wrap up later on tonight by around 9 or 10 o'clock. With low pressure pulling away from the shoreline, it's going to take snow with it. As it does so, any of that leftover moisture. Gusty winds still going to be a problem through the afternoon and evening, making it feel pretty chilly. Slippery travel going to be a problem for the next several days. Please, please, please stay off the roads. And if you absolutely have to get on them, make sure you're taking it easy. Power outages, not as much of a problem, certainly as some of the roadways we've seen just in the last couple of hours. Likely going to see pretty steady, heavy snow over the next couple of hours as this system pulls away from the region. That's when we're going to be seeing mainly just cold conditions. We're drying out, could even see some sunshine heading into the day on Sunday, but it is going to be very, very cold. So make sure the kids are bundled up when they try to build a snowman. We're watching this coastal low move offshore, much colder air again moving in, heading into this afternoon. We're going to be in the teens, still feeling like these single digits to right at around 0. Windy conditions too throughout the afternoon as well. We're going to be only in the mid to upper 20s again for Sunday, windy and cold again, waking up to temperatures right at around 12 on Monday morning. Starting to warm up a bit by the middle of next week. We're back in the low to mid 40s.
Wow. And just please keep in mind, these roads are very dangerous, especially because we have that ice that we had stemming from last weekend.
Yeah.
We know that with this freezing temperatures, it continued, and now we're going into today with this snow. Please, you guys, be careful on these roads.
Yeah, plows are working hard, but as soon as they plow something, more snow falls on top of it. It's just falling at that rate of speed today. So please use caution if you're an essential worker and have to be out. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you back here on WFMY Plus.
Hello, everybody. 2 o'clock, Tim Buckley, Alex Williams.
Yeah.
Got a
You
snowstorm.
got 2 meteorologists.
I think we need them today.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of these storms. So obviously throughout the whole week we've been talking about snow potential, and then you get to Saturday and we're waiting to see, how is it going to snow? How's it going to turning out? How's it turning out right now?
It's overperforming, I think, which honestly, for somebody that was wishing and hoping for snow, for a forecast to verify.
Yeah.
Selfishly, right? But I think a lot of people are going to have some fun.
Yeah, it's ripping out there for sure. And, if we look at kind of what's going on, obviously this is a very unique storm for the Carolinas. I'd love to find this stat out. Maybe we can later, but I don't know the last time that every county of North and South Carolina, both under a winter storm warning.
Yeah, including the coastal areas. And that's the crazy thing about this storm is that they're looking at snow and significant amounts of it. So almost blizzard conditions close to the beach.
You're right.
Insane.
Now, just because everyone's under winter storm warning doesn't mean that the impacts have been the same. So if we look at the radar here, I think we'll dive into our local details, of course, but I do think it's interesting from a weather standpoint to kind of look at it on the wide view first, because right now we have two very distinct areas, don't we?
Yeah, we absolutely do. So we have the upper level low, which is going to be what's producing most of the snow across the Triad and down even south to Charlotte, all the way down to Columbia. And then you've got the core surface low that we've been talking about, which is rapidly developing right off the coast. Look at those deep purples. That is going to be some heavy snow.
Oh, yeah. And this is honestly, we've been so locally focused and with good reason that we're having a huge snow day, of course, but I actually think it's coming down even harder right now, basically from, Morehead City to Emerald Isle to Camp Lejeune and these areas. And this extends through most of eastern North Carolina. And eastern North Carolina is not a place you think of for snowfall, but it can happen. And when it does, a lot of times it's not wimpy. Like it really it can count, because if you get a coastal low like this, which basically, we call a nor'easter a lot of times, this can really produce some very impressive weather.
Yeah, and we've been talking about the forecast all week, varying with the dry slot and the banding, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing. Hey, if you like the snow, then you're blessed to have the banding over the Triad right now, kind of where the best lifting is across with the upper level lows over us, and then, oh boy, Highway 12. Shout out to the crews that keep that clear, because that's a task.
I'm just interested. So it looks to me that right now
they're
either they're dry or they're seeing rain. So at the coast, initially you might start as rain in a system like this, but it does seem like some overwash has been a little bit of a problem. We'll kind of keep an eye on that throughout the day, and maybe we'll get back to the coast in just a bit. But guys, we really want to let you know what's going on in your backyards, and it's snowing. I mean, it is really snowing. So let's zoom in a little bit more. And these local radars, they do okay with snowfall, but sometimes they don't capture everything. So if it looks like it's dry on radar, and you might have snow falling from the sky, that does happen sometimes.
I like how Brad talked about this morning of just how small, how fine the snow is. When it's colder, you get this light, fluffy snow, but also the snowflakes are really tiny, and it's hard for the energy that comes out of the radar beam to pick that up and depict it on radar. And so a lot of times that's what's happening is it's snowing, but the radar beam's passing right through that because it's such a small particle of snow. But hey, it's still adding up for sure.
So right now we have some very, very heavy snow pushing through Montgomery County, pushing through Randolph County, and you see these little kind of ebbs and flows a little bit. It almost looks like a ripple. That's kind of what's happening in weather. You can get these waves that go up and down a little bit. And what we just queried here, or asked the radar, was how hard is this coming down? It's about 1/10 of an inch of water an hour. With this kind of a snow, you can get 1 to 2 inches of snow an hour with these kind of situations. So it is really coming down, and we've seen that. So this extends basically from south to north. So if you're in Guilford County, that's coming your way. This thing is not over. We're not conditioned to deal with heavy snow for 12 to 18 hours. It's just not how we're built here. But that could be the type of storm where we're not even close to the end.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking double digits now. That is our snowfall. We bumped up our snowfall totals up to double digits because we're overperforming. Those bands, again, we didn't know where they were going to set up, and they're actually setting up a little further east than the models were indicating. We thought it was going to be further to the south and west, close to Charlotte, and we kind of get into some of the drier air, but
Yeah.
we've stayed consistently in that banding since this morning. I mean, since it's filled in, it has just continued to snow.
Yeah.
And the system's moving slow. So
It
we're going to
is.
continue to keep that lift right over the Triad, and it's going to produce a lot of snow.
Yeah, so we made some adjustments here. Mostly just adding or expanding that 6-inch category, which we did have over Charlotte earlier. Already have gotten reports from Mount Airy, 5-6 inches. High Point, Lexington too. So you're going to add to that, and someone will probably get a foot. I don't know who, but we'll probably get some measurements coming in at a foot. But with this wind whipping around, it's going to be difficult to measure the snowfall.
Yeah.
I think for this afternoon.
It's already drifting out there, and
It
so
is.
the best way to measure snow is to find a flat area. Try to avoid hills, and then you want to take 3 distinct separate measurements and then take an average of those measurements, and that'll be your snowfall. And then please let the National Weather Service know, because we've got some snowboards here, but to be able to show those, you might be like, I got more snow than that in my house. Well, please let the National Weather Service know. And we'll be sharing on social, the place that you can go to submit those reports. That's how we know, we submit some of your reports as well. But if you can submit them to the National Weather Service, they see that they update their snow database with that as well, and that helps us draw the final maps as far as the event totals.
Just kind of watching it come down out here, and
beautiful.
Various sky cameras around our
It's
area
quiet too. It's like you just walk outside. Other than the joy, the scream of a child, like outside, you could hear a child screaming and laughing and loving the snow, and we love that. So if you got some great sledding videos with dogs, with kids, with you, send them to us. We'd love to share them online and share with the world. Look at that wind. That's stout.
Yeah, so one thing we haven't really looked at too much, although we've talked about it the last couple of days, what are the winds doing? So right now, it looks to be that they're gusting around 20 to 25-ish miles per hour. Sustained, they would be coming in, what is that, 15 or so. So that's decent. That's enough to limit the visibility. And actually, one of the ways you can tell how a snowstorm is doing is to look at the visibility. A lot of times we look at this for fog. This is not fog. That's
impressive.
This is limited visibility because of snow.
And so that means you're not going to be able to see the car in front of you very easily, so you want to give yourself plenty of time. Best thing to do, don't drive.
I was going to say,
stay off the roads.
Stay off the roads.
Yeah, stay off the roads. They're not great. They are not great. Shout out to all of our plow crews. They're already out there working on those primary roads across Greensboro. I'm sure they are across the other counties as well. And so give them time, give them room to be able to clear the roads so that we can get to work and school if we have that into next week.
Oh, I know.
Because remember, if we get close to double-digit snowfall, that's going to be around for a while.
It is.
And it's also dangerously cold outside, so we talked about this. It feels like single digits across the Triad, and so that's something to take very seriously. You need to wear the scarf. You need the thick gloves. You need the lots of layers underneath, and the waterproof layer, as Lauren was talking about yesterday. If you're going to go out in the snow, if you get wet at all, take a break. Go inside. Dry off, because if you stay out in these conditions where it feels like single digits across the Triad, then you need to watch that closely, because your body temperature will drop if you're not properly bundled up. So just bundle up and then go out and have a ball and send us a video of it.
So we're looking at Futurecast. Probably a lot of people want to know, when is this going to stop, right? So right now, obviously no stopping.
Yeah.
Not quite to that point yet. So let's kind of move this along and show you what our model is thinking, which honestly has done pretty okay. It still has us in the heavy stuff through about 7 or 8 o'clock, and that's about 6 hours from now.
That's why we're talking double digits.
So you could get an additional 4 to 6 inches.
Yeah, this is a significant snowstorm for the Triad for sure.
It has the back edge rolling through by 11.
That's a long time from now.
A long time from now. So it depends on where you are. And then, of course, going into tomorrow, this storm system is over with. On the wider view, you can see it kind of pulling out toward the coast. And then look at those temperatures. You mentioned it, Alex. It's not going to feel good. Currently, it does not feel good. Let's load up those current wind chills. Like you were saying, it's just brutal out here. So the smaller number on the screen is the wind chill.
1.
So we have a wind chill of 1, and it's 15. So second time in a week that we've had a winter storm with temperatures at 15. Crazy.
Yeah. And you asked the question why. I mean, we basically have the jet stream in a favorable phase to just continue to let these big, huge, cold Arctic highs to slide out of Canada into the United States. And then the area of low pressures that we have, they pull in that cold air on the backside of it. And so that's why you see the temperatures drop after we get these storms that come through. And that's going to solidify. And this is why Tim and I have been saying, Sunday, clear it, get rid of it. Now it might be a little, it's snow blowing, but it might take a little bit, if you're using the leaf blower, it might take you a couple runs there to get double-digit snowfall off.
Yeah, if you have 10 inches of snow, you're going to have to work a little bit, I think, to get rid of it. But it would be good to do that tomorrow because, like you said, it will melt a little in the sunshine. Huge impacts, of course, to snow and to travel. Power outages I still don't think are a very big deal, do you?
No, the wind is maybe, what do you say, gusts to like 20, 25 maybe. The winds might be a little bit stronger, I think, into the day tomorrow, but I don't think we're going to necessarily see the strong winds to be bringing, power outages. Now, somebody goes driving on a road like they're not supposed to and hits a power line, power pole and takes down, that you could lose power that way. But I just don't see that's almost 30-mile-an-hour winds. I'm not going to rule it out, but it's not a huge threat.
Usually we don't have power outages with 30-mile-per-hour winds, but never say never. If you do have some snow on some of those trees, it could happen. As you might have found out yet, or maybe you're just cozy inside, this is a pretty, fluffy and light by nature kind of a snow. I mean, if you're out to the car, I know you can just take your hand with a glove and just kind of brush it off. Yep. It comes right off. You can do the windshield wiper, it comes right off.
Yeah.
You can't do that with the stuff we had last week, that concrete, right?
Nope.
And so this is a different animal. Let's roll these wind gusts, though, through tomorrow because I think it'll be interesting. Actually, it has some very gusty
30,
winds.
35-mile-an-hour winds. That's no joke, and it's cold. Tim just showed you 15 degrees is what it's going to be like tomorrow. And so you're talking 30, 35-mile-an-hour winds. The wind chill, as I've been saying all week, it's an exponential scale. So things get exponentially colder to your body as we start to really, really get cold. So in the teens, we're going to be below zero easily, I think, as we go into Sunday.
Yeah, so this is about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Not fun.
Similar to what it is now, just a little worse. And it's not going to do that much for us throughout the day. So let's take a look here. This is going to be your wind chill hour by hour, basically. Give it a second to load. It's just thinking. It's busy on other things. But here you go. We have the feels like throughout Sunday. It'll get a little better by the afternoon, and that's mostly because the temperature warms, but also the wind abates and it calms down as well. So both of those things in your favor tomorrow afternoon, but still no walk in the park. The big impacts we talked about, it's the snow and it's the slippery travel, probably putting it mildly. This is actually dangerous travel. And one of the things about it that people might not realize is if you're out there driving and you get in trouble and you're needing help, the crews are already too busy.
Yeah.
And so it might take a long time before you get help and you're putting other folks at risk. So, people have emergencies, people have things, some people have to go to work. We have to go to work. Doctors have to go to work. Yeah. If you have to, very important, just think about like what mom would tell you back in the day. Have an emergency kit in the car. Blankets, flare, everything that you would want to have or need to have to stay warm and stay safe out there. Good idea. If it's nighttime, you want people to be able to see you. So those are all things that you got to think about that you don't have to on a normal day. And I think that's kind of
Avoid
smart.
the slush. Slush is slick. And you want to try to drive in tire tracks if you're on snow. Snow is going to give you better traction than slush. And then our crews are already out doing some clearing, so that's not great.
And I would just say know your limits. Like we all have comfort levels, we all have limits. I would say respect what's going on out there and know your limits. It actually looks like that there are some closed roadways. So Purple is closed. Looks like part of the urban loop is closed.
85 is closed. Wow. I know that the news was reporting we've had like 100 accidents in Guilford County alone, and that's just Guilford County. The other counties are starting to pile up on accidents too, so stay off the roads.
It's an absolute mess.
It's you don't want to be on the roads. Look at the Purple. Look at all the closed roads. It's they're doing the best they can, but with the snowfall rates are going to be picking up probably over the next couple of hours as we get kind of the maximum lift over the area.
Yeah.
It's only going to get worse. You need to stay home, have fun at home. Don't go drive to the grocery store. Don't go to the restaurant that you usually go to. Stay off the roads, stay home, because it's very dangerous right now.
Sure is. We're coming up on 2:15. We're going to be back with another cut in for you at 2:30, I believe, and we'll talk more about the snow totals and what else we're seeing. So thanks for being with us here on WFMY Plus. Double vision.
Hey, everybody.
2:30, snowstorm. Big snowstorm. You know, this is really turning into a big deal. Totals keep going up. You just measured
3 points, like 6-7 repeated, 6-6-6-6-6-7, right? So that's 3 2/3, all closing in on 4 inches.
Closing in on 4 inches outside here. It's going to be interesting to see where we end up. You know, we have a ways to go. I don't believe we have official numbers from PTI just yet. That'll be interesting. But, you know, historical context, this hasn't happened in Greensboro in a long time. Probably 2018, the last time that we had a nice snowfall or a big snowfall quite like this one. And a little historical reference here for you. So what we did is we kind of dug through the data and looked at, these are about the top 9 snowiest days, just one day, not a 2-day total or anything like that, but if you're looking at a calendar day, what are the biggest totals? And there's the list. So we've only done 10 inches 7 times.
We've had some good ones in the 60s.
Quite a few of those.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So even if we hit 10 inches, it won't be necessarily record shattering. To get to the top 5, we'd have to get close to, 11 inches almost. So we'll see where we end up. But we're already, we're probably already heading towards top 10, I would say, since we're not done with the snow.
We're not done. We're about halfway through, little over half.
Yeah, a little over halfway before, and the snow's going to keep falling. And honestly, over the next couple of hours, the storm system's supposed to reach its max strength. So we're talking, really, really heavy snowfall rates. Just looking outside the station, just going out there, it's beautiful. The weather garden it's just absolutely beautiful. It's like a snow globe.
If you like snow,
if you hate snow,
what are you feeling today? You must be cloud 9,
yes.
Right? Hopefully home and safe and enjoying it anyway. You combed through some of the reports earlier. Show us what we got here so far.
Yeah, so we are already encroaching upon 5-6 inches across really the entire viewing area. Elkin there at 6, Lexington, Davidson County there at 5, High Point coming in at 5, Buck Shoals there in Wilkes County coming in at 5 as well. Mount Airy 5 from some of the viewer reports we've gotten there. Eden 4.1 and 4 in Yadkin County in Boonville. And many of the other reports, even though we don't have them on there, it doesn't mean you all haven't seen a lot of snow. We just don't have those reports submitted to the National Weather Service yet.
Yeah, there's a delay, and just look at this right here. We have a lot to go through. And we'll parse through it, of course. I know we threw up a couple posts on Facebook, and gosh, hundreds of you are commenting, letting us know what you're seeing in your backyards. But, look at what you see and look at what you don't see also. I think this is interesting.
And remember, we talked about the dry slot, and what are we seeing?
It's not snowing over here. Big populated part of North Carolina, of course, in the Triangle, and they are getting not much at the moment. That will change later, I hope, for Triangle snow lovers, but we can kind of go through some of these as well. These are earlier this morning, so you've got about maybe 2 inches. That's a recent report there in the Graham area. We're still kind of getting more information. Again, 8:30 a.m. Well, I think that was Claire's number, actually.
Oh, yeah.
That was Claire that did that for us earlier today. At the airport earlier this morning. A lot of these are old, so we're just going to kind of have to kind of sift through these. But here's a 6-inch report basically from High Point already. And, if you think about the forecast, we were mostly zeroing in on about 3 to 6 inches. And we've upped it.
Yeah.
We've really upped it.
We really have.
Because what we're seeing now indicates a couple things. Number one, you don't have a lot of dry pockets in our part of the state. So you're going to mostly just be in the snow between now and about 8 to 10 o'clock or so.
Yeah, so we're talking several hours to still go for snow, and at least a couple of those hours are going to be significant snowfall rates.
Heavy.
So you'll start to pick those up pretty quickly. We went 6 to 10. The models were showing kind of that dry slot closer, cutting into parts of Guilford County up towards, say, Rockingham County as well. And so we kind of lowered snow totals thinking, the drier air was going to prevent some of that. Wow, it was crazy last night. Before midnight, we started getting some reports of snow starting to, make its way to the ground.
Yeah.
And so that should have been a tip-off, I guess, as things really started going, as we hit daybreak, that it was just going to, this was going to be a big snow for us.
Just huge. And look at the visibility.
Beautiful.
This is really, really
Or
intense.
ugly, depending on if you hate snow.
It's intense. I mean, it's pretty, but it's windy. It's cold.
Stay off the roads.
It is difficult, and that's just kind of what we're dealing with. This view gives us the perspective of having the flags kind of whipping around. So if you're outside, that's happening to you.
Yeah, and so we're talking single-digit wind chills. I think the last time we checked with our last cut in here, it was close to 1 degree. Yeah. That's not fun, and that's dangerous cold to be out in for a long period of time without preparing for it. So lots of layers. I always say go with like an insulating layer, such as like Under Armour, top and bottom. Put on like a long sleeve t-shirt, put a hoodie, a pretty thick hoodie on there, and then put your outer layers, whether you want a puffer vest, and then wear that waterproof layer on the outside.
A lot of times when we get snow, it's tempting to go out right away and take advantage right away because it's going to melt and it's not going to be there.
You don't have to worry about that.
There's no rush, guys. There's no rush to play. It's brutal outside right now. It's okay if you want to go out for a little bit, but it maybe not be the best idea to go out for like 4 hours and play in the snow. You might want to wait until tomorrow, especially tomorrow afternoon. Sun will be out. That's always helpful.
The wind will back off a little bit so the wind chill won't be as bad.
I think those are good options for you. There's no rush this time. That snow is going to be on the ground for a while. We're going to continue to stay really cold. And tomorrow is an example of that. It's bitter in the morning, 30 for the afternoon. If that, it's going to be chilly. And the wind chills, those smaller numbers at the bottom of your screen, those are the wind chills.
And if we could think about, what we had, problems with the sleet and everything like this, if you do not remove it and it stays, or you compact it and it stays and you don't get rid of it, it's going to turn to a solid sheet of ice and multiple inches of a solid sheet of ice. So where we already had problems this week, we could have some significant problems going into this week as well. If that snow doesn't get completely removed, and even if it does, as it melts and refreezes, black ice is going to be concerned every night. Basically.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem. One of these headaches. The winter headaches continue, and we're tracking it for you. The back edge is starting to be seen, at least, so we're finding maybe the end of things very far western North Carolina. So we have got a ways to go here. I mean, this is not stopping soon. And currently, if you're in Randolph County, Guilford, Davidson, Forsyth, Alamance too, you're starting to really see that snow coming down intensely. And we see these little bands kind of moving in here. That's when you can get maybe an inch of snow in an hour.
And your visibility is very poor. I mean, we're talking less than a quarter mile.
Yeah.
In many locations, which is dangerous on the road. You got to give yourself, first, let's just stay off the road. If it's an absolute emergency, give yourself plenty of following distance in the vehicle in front of you.
If you're thinking about going on the road, look at this.
Yuck.
It's a mess.
Who wants that?
Yeah, so it is pretty bad out there, and not going to get better very quickly. Tomorrow morning should be a little better on the main roads. They'll have time to work, and they work really well, but it's going to take some time.
Especially if you stay off the roads, that's going to allow our crews to really work and clear off without having to worry about cars, being on the road and things like that.
The storm is affecting most of the Carolinas, of course. Here's kind of a loop as we go through the rest of the evening, getting closer to 8 o'clock. Starting to kind of wind down a little bit, but not really until closer to midnight. And then it really starts to pick up toward the coast. For them, maybe the heart of the event is later tonight and into early tomorrow morning, I would guess.
Yeah, and then that shoots up the coast towards New England as a nor'easter, and it's going to be a pretty good nor'easter. Is your brother aware of the snow coming this time? I heard that last time that he had no idea that the snow was coming.
He never knows about the weather, and he never asks either. So I don't tell him. But yeah, I think most of this is going to miss New England this go around. I think it's a close call. Someone snow lover up here, they called it basically. It's like watching a walk-off home run just go on the foul pole on the other side.
Yeah,
so
it's close.
They get plenty of snow. Who cares?
It'll be breezy and it'll be cold.
Yeah, it really is. So we want you to be safe out there, everybody, and there are going to be lingering impacts. So there'll probably be some fun to be had if you're a snow fan. Enjoy today, enjoy tomorrow, but there are going to be headaches that last from this. Like last time, probably several days. Now, snow is a lot better to get rid of than sleet, as we know, but that sleet is still there as well. So this is a compounding factor of, inconvenience and travel problems that will linger. And, we haven't talked about the human impact yet. we do the weather, but there's going to be impact to the school system, to you. Your kids are stuck at home. You're stuck at home. All of these are going to be things that kind of continue to add stress to people's lives. We haven't had winter storms back to back of this magnitude that I can remember probably since I've been in the area, which is closing in on, a dozen years or so. So it's been a while.
And the winter's still young.
It is, unfortunately enough.
Yeah. So what does that mean for us for the rest of? Hopefully we get a break because we need a break from forecasting snow.
I know. And if you look at the longer range, I haven't actually looked at this yet today, but so this system goes away. We have dry weather for Monday. It'll be very cold for your Monday. Tuesday as well shouldn't have many problems, but we've got another system here, and that's going to be Tuesday night into Wednesday. Looks like it's probably rain for us. I just got so happy seeing that.
Yeah, that's really good.
There was a day or two ago it looked like it might be snow. These are still things that we'll have to keep an eye on, though. When we're in this cold weather pattern, every time you have a new system coming on by.
A lot of times, models they underestimate the cooling ability, the insulation ability of snowpack.
Mm-hmm.
And so if your temperatures are, riding right around freezing, you're a few degrees above freezing what the model's forecasting, you could be at freezing or below freezing because of the snowpack.
Let's take a look at some pictures. So I put this up on my Facebook page earlier, just kind of showing what it was like in Greensboro and asking people kind of what it was like by them. Sheila, she's got pictures in her neighborhood, just seeing this traffic jam of birds, she called it. Teresa said someone went down Brown Summit Road with a snowboard. Isn't that something? Chris McNamara's in Walnut Cove about noon, so up in Stokes County here.
It's close to 5.5.
Goodness. So he's really closing in on about 6 inches, which is why we upped our numbers. We had 6 inches as the maximum, and clearly not the case, right?
We have several hours of snow to go.
So this is Rodney, and Rodney, we're going to check your work here. You say 6 inches in Greensboro near Trader Joe's, but that says 3.75.
Yeah. I don't know about that. I mean, that's
we're gonna fact check you on that one for now. But
maybe it was an earlier picture and he since measured 6 inches. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
We can give him the benefit of the doubt. This is Bobby Odom. He's up in the Pelham area of Caswell County. That's about 4 inches earlier too. And here's just a really nice picture. If you're ever sending us photos, please make sure to include your location. I don't know where this is. I can't tell you, but that does look like. Well, it doesn't look like North Carolina.
No, it doesn't at all. It's beautiful.
It's Vermont or something.
Yep.
But it is a really nice day, and people, hopefully you're able to enjoy this and just be safe about it. Here's Caitlin's dog bundled up in the snow and
digging through the snow, trying to what's going on here? Like, what is this stuff?
Where are all the treats? So just all kinds of fun that you can have, hopefully in a safe way throughout the day today. If you are just joining us, we're doing extended coverage here on WFMY Plus. The snow keeps coming down. We have very low visibility. This is going to show you where the heavy snow is. It looks like Raleigh might be finally getting to it.
Their visibility has gone from like 9 to 2 in the last half hour. So maybe starting to get some of the snow to finally work its way in.
Good for them, because it has been a real struggle to get any sort of snowfall in that area. So maybe they can finally start to cash in on a little bit of something. Actually, so what I'm going to do here, we have about 2 minutes left, I guess. We can pull up our Raleigh Airport camera, and it's going to say Danville. Ignore that. But
oh yeah, there you go.
It's also windy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Look at that camera rocking back and forth.
So they're just starting to get some accumulation. Looks like they were ready for this. You don't notice very many planes at the gate at the moment. But man, is it breezy. I mean, this is like sideways snow coming down.
Yeah, it is. And thankfully they're going to get some snow, because we've gotten some hate. Be nice. Give people grace. As Chad Silver says, I think he's enjoying the sunny shores of somewhere else that's not here at the moment. But, give grace to people, especially to your meteorologist. This is very difficult to forecast this type of snow. Give grace to each other. Be nice to each other. Be kind. Don't go spewing hate. We don't need that with this storm.
Yeah, we got the snow here, and that should be good enough for you. So anyway, this is mostly coming to an end later on tonight. We still have a ways to go. We're going to watch those snow totals come up. We've got more news coverage coming up for you at about 3 o'clock, so we'll see you then on WFMY Plus and pretty much every hour through the rest of the day today.
I mean, not have two of us on there, right?
No, we don't need that. Take care, everybody.
Snow covering the Triad, dangerously cold weather, and hazardous road conditions that are deteriorating. Every county in North and South Carolina are under a winter storm warning as snow continues to fall. The Triad now expected to see up to 10 inches of snow today. Taking a live look at the roadways right now, this is I-85 at US 220. Look at those whiteout conditions. It doesn't look like a plow has been there anytime soon, but glad to see that the drivers are heeding the warning. I see no cars on that stretch of roadway right now. Good to see. We have heard from several law enforcement agencies urging everyone to stay home, like people are doing in this live shot. They say the conditions are only getting worse and they are being called to an overwhelming number of accidents. WFMY News 2 is the only station that continues to provide you with nonstop 24/7 streaming coverage. Thank you for watching WFMY Plus. I'm Julie Luck. We have a lot to dive into when it comes to this winter storm part 2. We have team coverage of everything that you want to know. WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman is in Greensboro this afternoon checking on the conditions there. But we start with our chief meteorologist, Tim Buckley. Tim, we're getting a little bit more snow than originally expected.
Julie, it's coming down. You know, we've been saying around that 3 to 6 range. Well, we're closing in on 6 and we got a ways to go. So yeah, I think a lot of folks are going to end up a little bit above that number. And it's impressive. You can see it out here in the weather garden. Of course, your house probably looks similar. And let's get right to it. Right now, we're looking at the conditions just continuing to worsen a little bit. You can barely notice this. I can't even see anything out here, to be honest with you. But I'm sure that's the Greensboro sky camera. Now I can see this a little more clearly. The radar here, as it really snows very heavily outside where I am. That's the case across most of the Piedmont. Now we're looking at a wide view across the state right now. There's been a remarkable break in the action, which we were telling you about on the news last night. Raleigh has been basically dry almost all day long. But zooming in locally, very heavy snow in Guilford County, Alamance County. You're getting in on the action now. You weren't earlier, but now it's filling in the gaps. Randolph County has been especially heavy as well, from Ashburn up through Randleman and Davidson County, getting reports of about 5 to 6 inches on the ground there already. And like I said, there's a sharp edge to this system. So can you believe it? Basically, Raleigh has had no snowfall today, and we can show it to you right here. This is the airport just starting to come down at RDU out there this afternoon. Temperatures, let's talk about that. Very cold. Right now it's about 15 degrees outside. And when you factor in the wind, well, it feels like about 1 degree at the moment. Now that visibility, one of the ways you can actually track heavy snowfall and see how hard it's coming down is to take a look at the visibility. Snow limits that, of course, and so we have near zero visibility from Greensboro to Winston-Salem and Lexington, just 1 mile in Asheboro at the moment. That snow continues to come down very hard. Of course, through the rest of the day we go. You want to know when's it going to stop? Well, let's take a look here through the next several hours. It's still coming down by the dinner time hour, 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Still snowing across most of our area. We will see this coming to an end by the late evening, but the main headline here, we've got a ways to go, at least about 6 more hours before this is over with. And so you could really pick up some very impressive snowfall. I have most of our area now in about a 6 to 10 inch range. That would put it into some historic numbers for Greensboro, maybe into the top 10 list of snowfalls all time for a single day. The farther east that you go, again, it got a later start, so not as impressive totals over toward Raleigh. But either way, a lot of snow is falling, a lot of snow continues to come down, and the impacts from the snow to the travel have been extreme. As we know right now, we're hearing about all those wrecks. So do whatever you can to just make sure you stay home. If you don't have to be out, leave it to the folks that absolutely have to be. That's the report here from the very snowy weather garden. I'm actually going to go take another measurement. I'll come back and let you know what we found out in a couple minutes.
Tim, thank you, and also dust off some of the snow that has gathered on your hair. The warning all officials are giving, stay off the roads. We've gotten reports from law enforcement agencies here in the Triad and across the state saying they have been called to hundreds of crashes. The State Highway Patrol says they've been called to 340 collisions and 370 calls for service across the state. That was as of noon today. The good news, there have been no deadly accidents to report at this time, thank goodness. Greensboro police say they have been called to over 100 accidents alone. Both Greensboro Police and Guilford County Sheriff's Office went on social media pleading with people to stay home.
Hey Greensboro, this is Lieutenant Calvert here. Just want to say, for those of you that are staying home today and staying inside, we thank you. Guilford Metro 911 is being overrun today with calls for people that are getting out and about. Remember, there is still ice on the roads along with all of this beautiful snow that we've gotten. Today is my day off. I am choosing to stay home, stay inside by the fire. We ask that you do the same thing. Stay inside, stay warm, stay safe. Leave the driving to our city crews that are out working hard to get our streets cleared. Again, stay home, stay off the roads, be safe.
We're getting snow again, and we still have snow for last weekend. Here are some quick road safety tips. Stay off the road if you can, but if you need to drive, slow down. Have extra space when driving. Brakes need time. Brake gently. Sudden moves do not end well. Watch for bridges in shady spots. They freeze first and fast. Check your tires. If they are bald and smooth, do not attempt to drive on the ice. If you don't have to drive, don't. Stay safe and stay warm. This is your Sheriff, Dan H. Rogers of the Guilford County Sheriff's Office.
On my drive into work today, glad to see that a lot of people really were staying off the roadways, and the cars that I did see, there was plenty of space between them and the cars ahead of them and behind them. Glad to see that. Let's continue to check on the road conditions out there. WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman joins us live this afternoon. Nixon, where are you exactly? And it doesn't look like a plow has been there anytime soon.
Julie, your guess is right. We're all here off Battleground Avenue, and while we've seen trucks plowing parking lots, we have definitely not seen them on the roadways. We've been through Lawndale, we've gone on Pisgah Church Road, but again, here on Battleground Avenue, which is likely one of the most traveled roads in Greensboro, things still look bad, even though they do look better than they did on Lawndale and Pisgah Church, which are less traveled. Now, I don't know what's going on behind me. Actually, there's some action going on right now. I'm not quite sure if they're plowing or just breaking things up, but that is some equipment that we have not seen in our 30 minutes here. I'm actually just going to show you. We're here on a sidewalk off Battleground Avenue. I have my snow on 2-stick. I'm just going to stick it in right here. Oh, wow. It's going to 5 inches in this spot. Now, there have been other spots that have read at about 3.5 inches, 4 inches, but that just goes to show you that this snow has been falling and it has not let up again since we've been here, and honestly throughout the day. Now, we've shown you kind of a side view of Battleground Avenue, but I actually want to show you some drone footage we got just not too long ago to kind of give you that bird's eye view of what really is going on here. There's just a lot of snow, and Julie, as you had mentioned, there are a few brave souls braving the storm, yes, but for the most part, I feel like they've been playing it safe. There's definitely a lot of space in between them. People are not going too fast. People are taking it slow. They're taking it cautiously, and they are really just taking their time, honestly, here on Battleground Avenue. And as I had mentioned, we've seen some plows kind of in the parking lots here and there, but nothing on the road as of yet. And as you saw in that drone footage and here on the side of Battleground Avenue, things are covered, and this snowfall is not stopping. Here off Battleground, Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
I took this video on my way to work. You know, navigating the roads, some slushy, some icy, has not been easy. Now another system on top of all this, and all I can say about that is, ugh.
Yeah, the combination of snow and ice is a particularly bad one because it makes the roadway much more slick and much harder to navigate.
Patrick Olson of Carfax reminds you, slow down, put more space between you and the cars around you, and remember 1, 2, 3.
You're going to do 3 things when you're driving. You're going to accelerate, you're going to brake, you're going to turn. Do only one of those things at a time. Don't try to be fancy and spin the wheel while you're gassing up a hill. It only will lead to disaster.
Consumer Reports tests how cars handle in winter weather, and experts say if you're feeling your car hit a slick spot,
stay calm, look where you want to go, and steer where you want to go.
Let your car's anti-lock brakes do the work. You're going to feel the pedal pushing under your foot, and that means they're working.
Your car has a lot of built-in systems that will help you in the case of a skid or slide, and you want to trust those systems.
And remember, before you get in your car to go anywhere, clear off the snow from your car. You're going to want to clear off both front and those back bumpers. A lot of your sensors like lane assist are in those bumpers. Then you're going to clear off your full windshield. I'm talking about the top part of the windshield is another spot where your car has a whole lot of sensors. And last but not least, don't forget the rest of the windows and the roof. You need to see the other drivers, and the other drivers don't need to be worried about snow and ice flying off of your car.
The winter storm is canceling several events in the Triad. The Tanger Center announced that tonight and tomorrow's showing of Shucked have been canceled. Those who purchased tickets should be getting a refund in the next 14 to 21 days. First Horizon Coliseum canceled this weekend's performances of the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey. The tickets will also be automatically refunded. Another big event, the Clash in Winston-Salem, has been postponed. It was scheduled for tomorrow. The big event is now scheduled for Monday. Practice and qualifying for the NASCAR Cup Series will start at 11 a.m. at this point, with the race starting to set at 6 p.m. Parking lots should open at 9 a.m. on Monday. We have been all around the Triad checking on the conditions all morning long and all afternoon long right now. WFMY News 2's Christina Dillon was in Alamance County with a look at things there.
Yeah, I'm here in Burlington off of I-40, and it's a whiteout here too in Alamance County. This wind is whipping. If you can see it, it's hitting me in the face. We still have these faint flurries that are falling down, but as we made our way on the highway today, we noticed the roads weren't too bad on the highway. They were being plowed at some points that we saw, and they were also being rutted, so people were driving through the highway and making those ruts, which was making it a little bit more comfortable for people to drive on, such as us, as long as we were going a fair speed. However, these secondary roads and these little side roads that you see in front of you, those are where the danger lies, because those are the secondary or, you know, even third ranked roads on these cities' lists to get to. And those are going to be the neighborhood roads, the downtown roads. They have the buildup of snow, and that's when people can slip and slide on those roads. And we know that there was already a lot of crashes reported today, specifically in Guilford County, and that it's probably going to continue happening if people don't slow down. You know, pump your brakes. You don't want to be slamming on your brakes at any point either. Another thing, turn on your headlights. We saw a lot of people driving without their headlights on in a winter storm like this with such decreased visibility, especially when these flurries are coming down. More snow is coming up as people drive. It's really important to have your headlights on so not only you can see better, but other cars can also see your vehicle and know that, you know, you may be behind them, you might be in front of them. Have knowledge that your car is there so you can also keep a safe driving distance as well. And of course, like I said, this wind is whipping, it is freezing. Always make sure to bundle up, cover those extremities. Make sure you've got multiple layers on like I do. I've got ski layers on, my wool socks, my gloves, my hat. So bundle up, especially with this fluffy snow. You could go out, have a good time, go sledding, do something fun. Don't stay out there for too long, and make sure you bundle up and are ready to face this cold. Live in Alamance County, Christina Dillon, WFMY News 2.
Great job there, Christina. Stay safe out there. Appreciate you reporting on the conditions. There's our winter weather radar. Look at the entire state of North Carolina, most of it coated in snow. Remember, we talked about that trouble spot with some of the drier air. And unfortunately, if you're in the triangle, you're getting a little bit of that. Now, some of that, especially the airport, starting to see some snow there. So that's good news. It means you won't see no snow. It just means you'll see less snow. And so there we are from the Triad down to Charlotte, continuing to see pretty good bursts of snow. In fact, some really good snow banding going on across parts of the Triad. So looking at the northern portions of the Triad there from Forsyth into Greensboro, do you see all these striations? These are waves of more intense snow. And so this is the bands we were talking about. That's really hard for models to pinpoint exactly where they're going to set up. And we're seeing them set themselves up right now across the immediate Triad. Same thing a little bit further to the east here. You can actually see the two distinct bands that we're talking about. So 587 a little bit further towards the east. And then you can see here across the Triad. Look at all the dark blue. This is some pretty heavy snow coming down. And these snowfall rates are going to continue to be pretty high as we go through the next couple of hours, and so that'll continue to add to the snow that we have already seen. As far as the totals are concerned, most of us at 5, maybe up to 6, maybe a little bit more in some areas. And so because of that, we have upped the snow totals to about 6 to 10 inches for this event. Double-digit snowfall. If you think about it, we're only about halfway through the event. We still have several hours to go, as Tim has mentioned. And so because of that, we're going to be encroaching on those double-digit numbers. It's also cold, breezy out there. And so we're talking the feels-like temperatures down to single digits. Look at these future wind gusts as we go into the day tomorrow. Wind gusts could approach 30, 35 miles an hour. And that's on top of already cold air, so it's going to be dangerously cold to your skin. Like Christina said, you want to wear lots of layers and keep yourself nice and warm and bundled up if you're going out. Today's not the best day to be out there for about 4 hours playing in the snow. Snow's not going anywhere, and so you can get out and play in it once we start to warm some of those temperatures up as we go into the next couple of days. So you can see here through the evenings, keeping in those single digits, tonight the temperatures drop pretty significantly, and so I think we will see at least wind chill values fall below 0. So just very, very chilly air across the area as well. And of course, roads seeing their impacts, and we'll continue to see impacts tonight. The cleanup day is tomorrow, and there is a look at your traffic. So we're just talking an absolute nightmare scenario here. The outer loop around Greensboro, yeah, that's a no-go. And very slow, lots of reds, lots of purples on there. In Guilford County over to Forsyth County, again, very slow on I-40, some purple sections on here, maybe indicating a very, very extremely slow traffic. Lots of accidents out there as well. Davidson County also slow, and continuing to see those traffic, at least the traffic flow, keep itself on the lower side. So stay off the roads. It's dangerous if you're out and about driving.
And if you're like me, I was driving 20 miles per hour, so I was probably one of the people contributing to that red and orange on that map. Let's continuing our coverage now. WFMY News 2's Amber Lake was in Greensboro all morning long, checking out the conditions as the snow was starting to fall.
Well, it has been quite the morning and afternoon all across Greensboro. What started as just flurries falling from the sky turned into this, a winter wonderland of sorts all across Greensboro. But even though it is beautiful to look at, it's super fun to play in, it's not safe to drive in. Look at this road that you see beside me. This is near downtown Greensboro. If you've seen this road, if you've seen any road in Greensboro, you've seen them all because they all look like this, covered in that nice condensed sheet of snow. While it doesn't look super slick or icy like it did last weekend, actually a lot different, it's still very dangerous. We've seen car after car spinning their tires, fishtailing in the middle of intersections. And this is really just one of those situations where if you are able to stay home, you should be staying home. We've been on Wendover, we have been in neighborhoods, we have been all across Greensboro today, and all of the roads look like this. And even though we have plows that are driving up and down Greensboro all over Guilford County trying to make those priority 1 roads safe, it still doesn't do much when the snow continues to fall. But hey, if you are able to get out and about in this and have a little fun, then so be it. Reporting from Greensboro, Amber Lake, WFMY News 2.
And the drive into work, I barely saw anybody even sledding. A lot of people are just saying maybe it's just too cold to be doing that. Here's a look at some of the pictures you have been sending us today. Look at all of them. A lot of our 4-legged friends having fun in the snow, and they're doing so safely. Keep those pictures coming in. Thank you so very much. Look at the snow at the Greensboro Science Center. Yes, that's the Science Center. It does look like a winter wonderland. That's a look at the hippo exhibit. I see no hippo right now, probably just chilling out somewhere else trying to stay warm. Well, check out this video from the North Carolina Zoo in Asheboro. You can see the zebras really enjoying the stuff out there. This is kind of their element, right? But not the element for customers because it is closed today and tomorrow. Of course, I'm talking about the North Carolina Zoo. You constantly hear our meteorologists talk about wind chill or feels like temperatures, but what does that actually mean? WFMY News 2's meteorologist Claire Fry raises our weather IQ.
I want to give you a little cool perspective here while we work on getting that package for you sometime later. Don't worry about that. Snowy days. You know, today has been a very snowy day already. And while a lot of you continue to send us your snowfall reports, I thought it would be interesting. And this kind of shows you where my mind is right now. Let's look at the top 10 snowy days in Greensboro history. That's really top 9. I ran out of room. But here you go. Number 1, 1927. 20 inches in a single day. That one is leading by a mile. After that, we get into some other territory you might remember. On number 3 on the list was a foot. Back in 2018, that's our most recent very big snowfall. Now, the March 1960 month is legendary. It snowed every Wednesday. We always get questions about that one. There's an 11-incher there. But consider this, we've only had 10 inches of snow in a single day 7 times. Who's to say? Maybe today will be one. We still have some time to go. I just measured about 4 inches here in the News 2 Weather Garden, but a lot of you have already told me you have closer to 6, maybe even 7, and we have a ways to go. So that's the snowy days list. And as I said, a lot of you do continue to send us some of your snowfall reports, and I'll be a little honest with you, it's kind of overwhelming to go through all of these right now. We're just getting so many of those, but this is a select number of them about an hour ago. Since then, I've heard about 6.5 inches in Thomasville, about 6 inches in High Point. If you would like to report those, you can do it to us. It's actually super helpful if you tag the National Weather Service in those reports, though, because then your report goes down in history. Truly does. It'll be there recorded for all time, and we like to do that for our record keeping. Now, the radar is still very busy, obviously, and if you look at the wide view, you don't really see an end in sight. If anything, our snowfall has just been so heavy for so long. The back edge is basically over by Asheville right now, and it will take some time before it gets to our area. Now, there's this huge gap, and we were talking about this on the news last night, a big gap in action from Wilmington to Raleigh. Something about I-40 in that area right now this storm does not want to play with. What's really going on is you have 2 different low pressures, one in South Carolina, one at the beach. And in the middle, you have all this dry air and sinking air. And that is the opposite of what you want to make snow or to make rain. So in this case, there's a big gap. And if you're a snow lover in Raleigh, this has got to be pure torture because right now it is just not working out for you. Although at last check, there's a view. Raleigh Airport, what do you see? You see it's a little bit of snow. You also notice that wind is gusting around. We're dealing with it out here too. The gusty winds will be an issue overnight tonight and tomorrow morning. It's pretty tough out there. I mean, 20 to 30 mile per hour winds with snowfall, that's not really anything to play with. And this is the result. The feels like temperature, we call it the wind chill, of course, single digits currently. Tomorrow, you'll start the morning with a feels like of about 0 or worse. It could actually be a negative or a below 0 wind chill. So I'll leave you with this. Oh yeah, purple on the map. I haven't put that there in a while. 6 to 10 inches. You know, we've done snowstorms in the Triad before. There are always some surprises or bumps in the road. Step 1 is to make sure it actually snows. We told you it'd be snowing throughout the week. It sure is snowing out there. And you know, the fact that it started pretty early, I was saying yesterday, if you woke up in the morning on Saturday and it wasn't snowing, don't panic. There would still be plenty of time. Well, we woke up and it was snowing already very, very well. And so that bought us a lot of extra time. The dry air has all hung out in Raleigh. I thought we might have a little bit of that over here. Nope. not at all. And so those numbers really, they just keep on going up. And, you know, every time you might look at our little weather garden window over there and just kind of see us outside, the totals keep stacking up.
This is the kind of weather that people wanted for Christmas.
Yes. It's very Hallmark Channel. It's very snow globe at the moment. It also is hazardous, as we say. And we just got a text from, you know, Greensboro. Just the police department really wants us to let people know to kind of stay off the roads. Right. And I know it's fun out there, but not fun if you're in a ditch. And
I think unfortunately, because we had the snow system last weekend, right?
Yes.
And here we are yet another weekend getting more snow. People are probably feeling a little stir crazy because that's 2 weekends in a row.
Yep.
So just because people are feeling a little anxious to get out and about, you know, maybe wait until tomorrow.
Sure.
Or let's wait until the system continues to pass along and continuing on, and then we can be able to give the reports to the folks so they can understand a true glimpse of what it is like out there, as opposed to just, you know, I'm just going to wing it. Because Greensboro, please, Greensboro alone, 100 accidents.
Yeah.
Just in Greensboro.
Right.
So, you know, that's just an illustration right there. Just, it's not safe out there.
Yeah, and if it's not resonating with you, like, think about, would you want your daughter out there driving? Would you want your grandkid out there on the roadways?
Yeah.
Probably not. So don't do that for yourself either.
So we have several more hours.
We
on
really
this.
do. Yeah, it's 3:30 right now. I think it goes till about 9, 10 o'clock.
The question is, because we were talking about this before, about the bans.
Yes.
It wasn't going to be a constant thing.
Right.
Are we going to see more like off and on throughout the night?
We've had some on and off earlier today. You know, you can kind of, the best way to tell that is if, you know, maybe you have a backyard or something, kind of focus on an object, see how visible that little distant tree or distant woods is or something. It's kind of come and go earlier today. The last several hours, though, it's really picked up, and it's been more heavy, more constant over these last few hours. That heavy band that we're under right now, it should start to pivot east as we go into the afternoon. So I don't think it's going to stay this heavy all the way through 9 o'clock. So there will be a little bit of up and down, but still, I think it's just going to keep on stacking up. It's a dry, fluffy snow anyway, so it does stack up a little bit taller than wet snow does, but at the same time, as the day goes on, it might actually kind of compact a little bit. So getting these measurements is kind of tough business because it's windy and it can weigh down on itself, but either way, it's a lot of snow. And we can see it right there. This is looks like 29 at Wendover. It doesn't look like it to me. You can't recognize it.
You really can't. But, you know, like, people are heeding the warning. Look at that picture right there. I mean, this is a heavily traveled roadway, and we're not seeing anyone out there right now, and that is a good thing.
Right.
You're talking about the light, fluffy snow.
Sure.
And you saw my videos I sent you.
Yeah.
My husband has been using the leaf blower to clear the driveway, and he's been doing this every couple of hours. Will the snow change over into anything else, or do you think he will continue to be able to continue the leaf blowing?
You can still do that. It's never going to turn into a wet snow, at least not today. So it's all going to be dry and fluffy. The only problem is it's windy outside. So you blow it over here, the wind might just blow it right back. So those are kind of the things to consider. I actually brought my leaf blower to the station too. We can use it on the weather garden.
You did.
I
We have
did.
to take some video of you doing your thing.
Yeah, but I do think, you know, you can try that out. The best thing, though, to do is to make sure that your stuff is cleared by tomorrow afternoon.
Yes.
We'll have the sunshine out tomorrow afternoon. That's better for clearing, but it'll also start the melting a little bit. It's not going to melt that much, but just a little bit of water, that's going to adhere it to the pavement. So by Monday morning, it will be too late.
Do you think the leaf blowing method can work tomorrow, or do you think the shoveling is going to have to be the method tomorrow?
It can. I think you could probably still try that out tomorrow, but once the sun gets after it, then that melting starts, it's better off just to use the shovel. And it won't be super heavy snow.
And how about sunshine? Will sunshine help? Is it going to come out tomorrow?
It will be cold all day. We're only going to warm up to about 28 to 30, but if you have a sunny location, it'll melt a lot more than you think. The sun can melt things just so easily as long as it's shining directly on it. If you're in that shady spot, you already know this has been a tough week for you. Shady areas have still been iced over from all that sleet, and that'll continue to be the case with the snowfall as well.
All right, we're just getting started here
We're in
at
it now.
WFMY Plus. We are weathering the storm together with you. Every county in North and South Carolina are under a winter storm warning. WFMY News 2 started streaming before anyone else and will continue to bring you weather alerts and updates until the snow and the deep freeze are over. And after this break, we will drop in our coverage from our sister station in Columbia, South Carolina, where there is also plenty of snow and freezing temperatures down there. Stay right there.
Oh my goodness, right now snow is covering, it seems, every inch of the Triad. The winter storm has made its way to our area, leaving no town untouched. We're giving you a look at the roads and getting you caught up on the snow totals as well as what's ahead. Let's get a look at our traffic cameras on most of our roads. There's not many drivers out there. This happens to be US 29 at 220. So we're in Guilford County here. I see like 1 or 2 cars on the road, but you can see most of the roadway is fully covered. So far, the NCDOT has reported several hundred crashes in the past 24 hours. There have been 340 car wrecks, 370 calls for service. Thankfully, there haven't been any deaths reported. We are continuing to monitor those numbers as the storm draws on. The fluffy snow, it sure is pretty, but it is on top of many icy roads underneath. There are more people on the road than I would have guessed. Let me tell you, on my drive in from Forsyth County to work today, I took a whole bunch of videos. So we're going to show you some of the video that I took. So we're starting here on the on-ramp to Interstate 40. You can tell where the road is, so that was helpful. And then you can tell that others had been on this road already because there were some tracks there. Now we're going to get you on to the interstate. And you can see a little far up ahead, there is a car, but you can barely make it out. And here's what I was surprised about: the cars on the road without their lights on. You know, if it's snowing, if it's raining, you need your wipers on, you need your lights on. All right, now, this is the interstate in Guilford County. This is right around the Highway 68 exit, the airport exit. There's a line of cars that are to our left, and you can see several semis. Now, this here is Wendover. We were just there on Holden Road. And you can see that there is, you know, a path there for cars to go on, but the conditions not great. It's snowing, the roads are covered. I can see why the crash numbers are what they are. If you have to be on the road, I need you to be a responsible driver. And here's what I mean about that. As someone who had to be on the road today and will have to be again due to work, if you have to drive, make sure your lights are on. Make sure the other drivers can see you. Give extra space to those drivers. You don't know if the person in front of you is going to stop short or not. Don't use your hazards while you're driving. The other drivers don't know when you're going to change lanes. And for that matter, do in fact use your blinkers. You have them on your car for a reason. Well, highways are certainly getting worse minute by minute. Roads snowed over in many areas. WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier is giving us a look at I-40 in Kernersville.
Well, it sure is snowy and these roads are white, but there are people out here driving. I'm Lauren Tier with WFMY News 2, and right now I am headed west to Kernersville. This is what I-40 looks like right now. You can see that snow obviously hitting our windshield, and it looks like the ground in these heavily trafficked lanes is pretty much just slush right now. You can see other people going eastbound on the other side. What's interesting is we actually just passed a pretty large convoy of snowplows heading east again into Greensboro, into Guilford County. That had stopped up some traffic a little bit, but nothing too bad. So far, we've been smooth sailing. Like I said, we're headed to Kernersville, and we'll continue to keep you posted on some of these road conditions heading west out of Guilford County.
All right, and with that report that we just saw, if you see a snowplow and it's in your lane, make sure you stay behind the snowplow. Make sure you don't try and go around the snowplow. It's going to make your driving a whole lot easier if the snowplow's in front of you. In response to the winter storm, Greensboro has suspended its fixed route bus services for the rest of the day. Access GSO is still operating until 5 o'clock tonight. Stay up to date on more service suspensions. They're on our website. Well, when storms impact the Piedmont Triad, you can count on WFMY News 2 to be here covering what's happening, what's changing, what it means for you and your family. Let's get the latest forecast from Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley.
Tanya, it's still snowing. We can confirm that. Outside, it is coming down. It's accumulating to everything, including my head here. We do have a beautiful snow globe for sure outside, but this is an impressive storm, and it's a big storm. It's also a dangerous storm. There's always that balance with winter weather, the beauty and the danger, and we have both of those outside today, as you know. It's also a very large-sized storm affecting all of the Carolinas. Every county of North Carolina right now has a winter storm warning. That's not something we can say very often. So take a look from the coast all the way to the mountains, all the way down to South Carolina for that matter. It is all snow. There is no ice, there is no sleet, it is snow at the moment. The big exception to that is this big gap in the middle from Raleigh to Wilmington. They are kind of getting missed out here. And the reason for that is we have a big low pressure over here driving a lot of snow, and then we have a big low pressure offshore. That's going to be creating an even more impressive, almost a blizzard at times. They could have blizzard conditions anyway at the North Carolina beaches. We'll hear from Jim Cantori in a couple of minutes. Take a look at that heavy snow right now. You can see it on me, but on the radar, I'll tell you, when it gets to that darker bluish color on the snow radar, that's something we just don't see very often around here. This is very heavy stuff, on par with anywhere else in the country. From Chatham County to Randolph County, still seeing it coming down very heavily. It's actually moving from south to north and not budging very quickly either. Now here's that dry slot I talked about. You can see from Durham to Raleigh, huge gaps. It's not doing anything in Raleigh right now. And we have closing in on 6 to 8 inches of snowfall. Pretty amazing. I do want you to take this, of course, with caution. We have snowfall that will be continuing through about 10 o'clock this evening, maybe a little bit longer for some. The dangerous travel, that's likely to, of course, continue into tomorrow and probably into Monday and Tuesday as well. The main roads, as you know, they'll do a great job on them, and they'll be better by tomorrow afternoon. But in the meantime, you know the deal. We're going to hear from our reporters on the roads as well. Temperatures are in the teens. It is bitterly cold to be outside. There's a wind factor too, and the visibility is low because it's snowing so hard. We have 1 mile visibility across most of the area. Let's get to the timing for the rest of the storm. Between now and about 7 and 8 o'clock, we're starting to see the snow rates come down. It gets a little bit less intense. And then especially by 7 to 10 o'clock this evening, it's winding down and it will be done. But we're going to have a big number by the end of this thing. We're already getting some snow reports of about 6 inches, of about 8 inches. Last time I measured around here, it was closing in on 5. We've upped our totals to 6 to 10, basically across most of the Triad. And that's because it started a little earlier. And that dry air, you saw Raleigh, no snow. Boy, is that close to us. That had us spooked a little bit. So it's been amazing to watch, and it'll be a wild snow map to see once this is all said and done. We'll leave you with the big impacts, of course. It's all about impacts. Heavy snow, dangerous travel. Those are the big concerns around our area. And as we go forward in time, the wind gusts and the cold air, those are going to be big problems. As you can see, wind gusts throughout the night tonight are still going to be there. In fact, in that 30-mile-per-hour range. That'll be the case for early tomorrow, too. Right now, the wind chills are in the low single digits, and that's what it's feeling like. Going into early tomorrow, it'll actually feel like it's below 0 at times. So it's not only this winter storm that we have, the snowstorm that we also have what's called an extreme cold warning. That's issued for tomorrow morning because, you guessed it, it's going to be extremely cold and dangerous to be outside for a long time. If you're going to take the kids out, I would recommend to kind of wait till tomorrow afternoon. The sun will be out, the snow will be, sluttier, snowmanier, snowballier, whatever you want to call it, and it won't be quite so cold. It also won't be quite so windy. We'll talk about the rest of the forecast and give you more historical perspective on how rare of a snow this is coming up later on.
I love that technical term, snowballier, that kind of snow we're seeing. Okay, so all the conditions all over the place, snow, snow, snow everywhere. WFMY News 2's Bryce Parker is live right now in Alamance County. All right, Bryce, what you got going on there?
Tanya, it is snowing very hard. It is very windy. The wind is actually blowing the snow directly into my face here in Burlington. We're here in Alamance County. Making the trip over here, we saw a couple cars on the road. People were going very slow. The roads had not gotten snow plowed yet, but we did see some snow plows coming in the opposite direction, going west on I-40, so hopefully they'll turn that way around. So we want to step to the side over here. We have our News 2 snow measuring stick. We're going to put it in the ground. As you can see, we are creeping up on 3 inches of snow accumulation here in Alamance County. Now, that snow is going to be on top of a sheet of ice. I'm going to have my photographer, Raymar, pan down where my feet are. All of this is ice from the last storm we had this past weekend. So the snow is just coming on top of this ice in places that that these snowplows have not gotten yet. The snow is coming down. It's coming down hard here in Burlington. We're going to keep you updated of everything that's going on here in Burlington and in Alamance County throughout the rest of this weekend. Please stay off the roads. It is not safe out here. You might slip trying to get to your car. Who knows what might happen, but please stay off these roads so that emergency vehicles can get to these drivers who have to be on the roads for work or emergency situations. But also just stay at home, enjoy some sledding, get some hot chocolate, watch some TV, watch some sports, and then tune in to WFMY as well. Live in Burlington, Bryce Parker, WFMY News 2.
Well, Guilford County has seen its share. I'm imagining the Sledding Hill near Mendenhall is going to be really busy today and tomorrow. As we head farther south in Archdale, the reports are of limited visibility. WFMY News 2's Amber Lake gives us a look.
Well, I did not think that I was going to see more snow than I did in Greensboro. All day today, whenever I left Greensboro, it was around 3 inches of snow. But then I get home to Archdale, and it is 5 inches of snow, more than 5 inches of snow. It is absolutely insane. I haven't seen snow like this in such a long time. I think that I was a young child the last time that I saw this much snow in one place. I mean, look at my bird feeder over here and my little wishing well. It's a lot taller than that, but you can't tell because of the snow. And it looks like this all across Archdale. I mean, you can see the tracks from when I pulled into my driveway, and they are already halfway covered up because the snow just keeps falling. All of the roads across Greensboro and Archdale, they are all bad. So, of course, if you don't need to be out today, please don't.
All right, let's get a look at the traffic conditions since you said, hey, if you don't have to be out, don't be out. Well, here's a good reason not to be out. Look at all of the colors on the traffic map. Okay, these are colors that you do not want to see. The purples and the reds, absolutely do not want to see them. You know that you're going to see some yellow on a traffic map, especially on a day like today, right, where things are moving slow and there is snow on the roadways. But when you start seeing the red and the purple, you know that you've got some really big issues. Not many stores or restaurants are open, but if you need to get to a friend or a family member's house, you want to clear the windshield, wipe the snow from the hood and the top of the car before you get out. You're going to want to check the tire pressure before getting on the road.
Most winter driving dangers are easy to spot on the roads. Ice, snow, slush. But Justin ran into one you can't see.
Stopped here because I knew they would be open and they have free air.
He was back out after the storm.
Get little snacks for my girlfriend and whatnot.
When a warning light caught his attention, cold weather can drain tire pressure fast.
When it gets cold, the rubber in your tire and the metal in your rim, they contract at different paces.
You can expect to lose about 1 or 2 psi for every 10 degrees that it drops outside. So making sure you stay on top of the tire pressure is extremely important.
Every year, about 600 people are killed and more than 33,000 others injured in crashes linked to underinflated tires.
It is a very, very bad idea to drive anywhere on a tire with too low air. You leave yourself open to the possibility of a blowout or other tire damage.
You might have also heard this advice. Letting air out of your tires can help with traction on icy roads.
If you lower the pressure, then the traction will be improved a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit, because the contact of the tire, the surface of the tire, will contact more with the surface of the terrain.
But experts say it doesn't work where rubber meets the road.
It's not recommended for asphalt roads or concrete roads because it will damage the shoulders or the side of the tires.
So if you want to take some pressure off of winter driving, start by making sure there's enough air in your tires. Ben Briscoe, 2 wants to know.
Well, wouldn't you know, with all the snow, the clash at Bowman Gray Stadium will not be happening on Sunday. Instead, it's been rescheduled to Monday. You may remember earlier this week that crews were really trying to clear the snow from last week's storm, only for the stadium to be just hit again today. Lots of other events and services have been canceled or postponed due to the weather. Among those, the Greensboro Swarms basketball matchup, now scheduled for tomorrow at 2 p.m. All transit in Greensboro and Winston-Salem suspended for the remainder of the day to avoid any trouble on the roads. County and government services like public library, government offices also closed for the day. The snow is falling all across the Carolinas. In Charlotte, a man says this weekend's storm may be the most snow he's seen in years.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they love coming out here. I mean, this is probably the most snow that I've seen here since 2018. So I think this is going to surpass that.
Again, this winter storm has already socked us in with snow, and it's not over. Along with more snow, the system is expected to bring powerful winds, refreezing of what's already on the ground. Every county in North Carolina is under a winter storm warning. The coast is bracing for near like hurricane-ish conditions. I see Jim Cantori. He's kind of standing by. We're going to be able to talk to him in a little bit. He is on the shores of Duck right now, and he's joining us live. Jim, can you hear us?
Yeah, guys, needless to say, it's not a beach day here, okay, to say the least. This is pretty brutal. I mean, we got winds out of the northeast about 35 miles an hour. If you kind of look down the beach here, you can see, you know, if you didn't know it was snowing, you'd think, oh, that's just a little bit different color sand or sand that's dried out after rain, but that's actually a little accumulating snow that we've got here. The good news is we have these monster dunes, okay? I mean, these suckers are, you know, like 20 feet high here, just coming off. If you go from the water up to the top, it's probably about 25 feet, but this is what protects this area. And unfortunately, as you go down, as you guys know, I'm sure, because we all talked about it this summer in Buxton and Rodanthe, you know, those houses that fell in the water because there is no dunes, all right? This ocean just comes right up underneath a lot of those homes. But you can see how agitated it is. Wicked longshore current here going right down the water. We have not gotten into the heavy snow part of this yet. All right, the surface low is just starting to develop, but we are expecting as much as 5 to 10 inches of snow. We've got a cold weather warning here as well, and a coastal flood warning tomorrow morning at the time of high tide, which is 7 a.m. here. We're expecting 7 feet. So a lot of that water you see behind me here is going to be rushing all the way up to the bottom of those dunes at high tide. Guys, back to you.
Jim, normally when we see you on our shoreline, it's because you're here for a hurricane, but I bet it kind of feels like a hurricane with the wind and the flooding.
Yeah, at least a tropical storm, okay? And to be honest with you, wait till you see the satellite picture of this thing tomorrow afternoon. It's going to have its own eye, okay? It's not a hurricane eye, but it's a winter storm eye, and we get those with the really deep ones. And this will be a really deep one off the East Coast.
All right, we know it's serious when you show up on our shorelines, that's for sure. Stay safe, stay as warm as you possibly can.
You got it, guys. My pleasure.
I asked my husband to get out the snow on two-stick to measure the snow in Forsyth County. Looks like there's about 3.5, 4 inches. That was around 3 o'clock this afternoon. What's the snow total at your house? Well, you can send it in a picture or post it on our Facebook page. Inside is where it is at. Although I can tell you, you might be like me. You might want to get a jump start on getting the snow off the driveway or taking the kids or the dog out to play in it. But frostbite is a danger. Make sure you wear warm layers and avoid staying outside for too long, and seek medical attention if anything just seems wrong, like continued numbness or stinging on your skin. Here's what you need to do right away if you think someone has frostbite or hypothermia. You need to get to a warm area as quickly as possible, and you need to remove any wet clothing like the wet socks or the wet gloves. Warm up with dry layers of clothing or blankets, and be careful. Don't use hot water or artificial heat sources to warm them up, and do not put any pressure on frostbitten areas. We do want to look specifically at hypothermia in babies, because if your baby has bright red, cold skin and low energy, you need to get medical help right away. We do know all the kids really want to be outside to play. Everyone needs to layer up. Make sure that first layer is not a cotton layer. Some common signs for hypothermia in adults are on your screen right now. They say if you have any kinds of these symptoms, the fumbling hands, the exhaustion, the memory loss, the slurred speech, you need to seek medical attention immediately. That is one of those times where you need to call 911. You know, all this cold and snowy weather reminds us to have an emergency kit for our cars. Even if you're not going out today, it's going to come in handy another time this season. Here's a few things to put in a bag that you just simply keep in your car. The jumper cables, a first aid kit, a flashlight, some snacks and some water. Make sure you have some warm clothing in case you get stuck. So an extra pair of socks or a hat or a blanket, some gloves and a scarf, just in case you need to wait it out for help to come.
All good tips, and you know, we're still tracking this winter storm. Boy, is it an impressive one. You know, it really has just come down ferociously. I wanted to show you what it looks like right now. Our friends in Forsyth County, take a look at you. Right now, what we're supposed to be seeing, of course, is the skyline. Well, where'd it go? that limited visibility is pretty intense here. So of course, you got the Wells Fargo building over here. We've of course usually see Salem Parkway as well. You can't find it at the moment. And one of the hallmarks of heavy snow is just that you have low visibility. And that's kind of what we've been seeing right now. Downtown High Point, same idea, very, very low visibility. And the heavy snow continues. And we're getting so many of these snow reports, honestly, it's a bit overwhelming to keep up with. So I understand some of these might be out of date, but our Alex Williams, he just went through all of these reports and kind of found some noteworthy ones. Some that stand out to me. Lexington, top of the list at the moment. How about 8 inches of snow? Clemens, 6 inches for you. Stokesdale at 6, Randleman 2. Also Elkin, Mount Airy at about 6 inches. Now High Point, you're closing in on that as well. We also have Tim Buckley's snow measurement. WFMY News 2. 5 inches in the weather garden. And yeah, these are all just adding up. Alamance County, you're a little lower, right? 3 to 4 inches over there because of some of that dry air that gobbled you up earlier this afternoon. Is it close to being done? No. The answer is no. However, I do start to believe that the heaviest of this might begin to pivot a little away from us. We're starting to see a little bit of slacking off in intensity out to the west. So the foothills, if you're in Yadkin or Stokes or Wilkes, it's probably starting to get a little lighter for you. And if you're in the Triad, not yet, but maybe a little later. This might be enough snow for all of us, I would say, but 6 to 12 inches is quite a bit of it, of course. We did update our snowfall map a couple of hours ago. It became evident with how hard it's been coming down. We're going to blow by 6 inches pretty easily in most of our area. Hey, we knew we were going to get snow and they would be pretty deep, but this is even more than that. 6 to 10 around the area. Greensboro included there, Asheboro, Lexington, Winston. We've already seen some of those numbers, but look at this. And I don't even know if Raleigh's going to get to 1 inch today. That's a short drive. They haven't had snow yet at all. There's your timeline. Snow's bad, driving is bad, all those things are bad. Wind gusts, they're going to be pretty lousy as well, right around 30-mile-per-hour gusts as we go into tonight and into tomorrow. What does that do? Well, it makes it feel really, really cold. One of the things I've never talked about in North Carolina before.
Never?
I don't think so.
Okay.
The blowing and drifting of snow.
Okay, so that actually was going to be my question. Was the drifting of snow?
We've worked together too long.
Well, my husband's from Ohio.
Yeah.
And as we were driving in, right? As we were driving in, he's like, I see that, you know, the road looks a little clear here and there. He goes,
right.
But when the wind starts kicking up, all of this is going to just drift all over the place.
Right. And usually when we get snow in North Carolina, it's pretty moisture laden, so it's a sticky snow.
Right.
And that doesn't blow around all that much, even if you have the wind. This is so feather light and crystallized that at least for now, over the next 24 hours or so, these gusty winds could blow it around. So you could shovel your whole driveway and then it gets filled in, or you could look at the side of your house and there's a big snow drift of a couple feet.
Right.
And that's something that happens.
So is there more of an issue when it drifts?
Well, the thing about it is, you know, you could be driving along and then you kind of round the bend and all of a sudden there's a foot of snow you have to drive through.
Gotcha.
So that's something to consider. Okay. The main risk for that, and we're thankful in North Carolina, we have a lot of trees and forests. So, but if you were driving through the country and you just have like open fields, you might get those gusts that kind of blow that snow along, and that would be the best spot to find it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because when we were looking at the drifting, I was like, well, can it do anything to our houses or anything like that? But I guess it could really just sock in your car.
Yeah, it could, and it can just kind of make it harder to dig out a little bit. I don't think all of us are going to have too much trouble digging out, but you know, you do have to put in some work tomorrow, I'll put it that way.
Well, I put in some work today. You know me.
Yes.
I love to shovel a driveway, it seems. I don't know, a girl from Florida loves to shovel a driveway. So I went out there because I was like, well, I'm going to get off the first part of it before I go to work.
That's right.
And I'll put down some ice melt and whatever else. And it looked great for about, I don't know, 30 minutes. And now it looks the same as when I did it. But I will say that it is exactly like what you said.
Yeah.
You said it is going to be light, it's going to feel like nothing when you shovel it. Like, it was easy.
You can do the lazy shovel if you want to, where you let the shovel rest against it and you just kind of push it along.
I did.
Like with your body. You don't even have to do the lifting.
No.
You can just shove it along. We're doing that in our weather garden. I've got my leaf blower as well, all of those things.
Okay, yeah, if you've got a leaf blower, that would really help your back and your shoulders and everything, right?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Now, okay, you said because it was light and fluffy.
Yeah.
Is it going to be good for snowballs? Is it going to be good for snowmen?
So it's not light and it's not good for snowballs today.
Okay.
Right now it's actually kind of granular, so if you kind of glob it together, a lot of it falls apart. So it's not a good snowball snow right now, or a snowman snow. However, tomorrow the sun's going to come out. And when the sun comes out, you get a little bit of melting. You're going to get a lot of compressing with the snow. Bottom line, there'll be more water in it, and it'll pack a lot nicer. So tomorrow the kids can build a snowman and make some snowballs.
That sounds fantastic.
Yes,
because
today
we all
is
wanna
okay
do
for
that.
sledding.
Today, okay, and then the wind comes in, and then it gets really, really cold.
Yeah, and we already have the wind out there, and the temperature will continue to drop overnight tonight, and that wind chill is going to be below 0 at times. We are just getting news from our producer. She said 10-inch report in Davidson County.
10 inches
Isn't
of
that
snow.
something? Yeah.
So when you adjusted the map and you see Kevin Kennedy, he lives like in the Cary area or whatever, he did a video where he drove around and there's nothing on the ground. Nothing at all. And I was like, do we live in the same state?
Yeah, it's wild to see. And then they're going to be really frustrated because they'll see the beach with the snowfall. And it's just a narrow ribbon. I understand it. Like I can explain to you why that's happening, but it's still bizarre to see kind of a double barrel snowstorm like that in the Carolinas. It's very strange.
All right. So if you've got questions during the snowstorm, weather questions, because don't we all have some weather questions, especially now, you can text them to us, 336-379-5775, with any kind of weather question you have, big or small. And what's cool is if you're asking the question, other people are asking the question, and then we all get to learn together. Besides watching the snow come down and then staying inside because it's so cold, what are you going to do? Well, a local financial strategist says there are 5 things you can do to improve your finances during a winter storm. Janae Adams took to Instagram last week during the first winter storm, telling people snowstorms are a great way to save money. You are stuck in the house with nowhere to go. All you need to do is stay away from Amazon. Well, this week, she expanded that recommendation with 5 things to improve your finances during a winter storm. Here's the list. Number 1, look at your February spending plan. What's coming in, what's going out, and where you can save. Number 2, spend time on your phone or computer unsubscribing.
Number 2, let's unsubscribe from all those emails that cause you to spend money that you probably shouldn't be spending. This is a great time to sit down into your email list and really look at what is it that I need to just unsubscribe to so I can save some money.
Number 3, open up a free high-yield savings account and put at least $50 in it. The online high-yield accounts give you a much better interest rate on your money than a traditional bank.
Life gets so busy outside of when we're snowed in that we just forget to save money for ourselves. We might can cut back and pay extra to debt or pay extra to other things that are in our life, but we always forget to save. So I believe the high yield savings account, opening that up for free and putting the $50 in there is the most important one.
Number 4, declutter your house. She says you need to walk from room to room and see what you're not using, what you're not wearing, and either sell it or give it away. And number 5 is really an improvement of finances for the entire economy. When the snow melts, she says help build back the local economy. Go eat out, go shop at a locally owned place. She says if we would all do that, we could put more than $2 million into our local economy. All right, let's take a look at some viewer pictures that you have sent in from dogs and kids and skeletons in the snow even. And then we see lots of people out and about. Oh my gosh, I see a dog one that's coming up. You see it up at the top and he's dressed like a cow. That's hilarious. Lots of kids all bundled up. We got some sledding. I see some snow angels. This is good snow for snow angels, that is for sure. Lots of smiles all around. So while some people are like, oh my gosh, get this snow out of here, there's just as many people who are just like, this is a fun celebration. We get to play in this snow.
This is why people get angry at the weatherman about snow sometimes, because if you don't get it, you don't get that. And that's what people want to have.
Yes.
And now you have some new, you think about it this way. There are 7-year-olds who have never seen like a legit good snowfall.
Right.
Here. And
yes.
that's, what is that, like 3rd, 4th grade? I mean, you should be able to have that more often in North Carolina.
Yeah, you should have that feeling of, ooh, do I get to be off school today because the snow is here, right?
Yeah, this is ending, by the way, a 2,600-day streak without a 4-inch snowfall.
Okay.
So it's been since 2018 that we've had that.
Yeah, the rest of the snow has just been a tease. This is a real snow, a bona fide, this is why you went to get the milk and the bread kind of snow.
All you can handle.
All right, cold weather brings a lot of questions. 2 Wants to Know has answers from protecting your home to your car, your health. We have a 30-minute WFMY Plus special that helps you avoid common winter mistakes. It's streaming right now. Just download Plus on your smart TV, and of course, you're watching it for free because you're watching on Plus right now. So there you go.
The snow keeps coming down in the Triad. Dangerous travel and extremely cold weather are the big focus right now at 5 o'clock. Law enforcement agencies and other state officials are urging everyone to please stay home and stay safe. Every county in North and South Carolina are under a winter storm warning, with snow set to fall all day long. The Triad now expected to see up to 10 inches of snow in some places. One part has already seen 11 inches. We're breaking in for a few moments as this dangerous winter storm brings many inches of snow across the Triad. Thank you for watching WFMY News 2 and WFMY Plus. I'm Julie Luck. Some places are already seeing double-digit amounts of snow. WFMY News 2 started streaming before anyone else and will continue to bring you weather alerts and updates until the snow and deep freeze are over. We have team coverage of everything that you want to know. WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman is in Greensboro this afternoon checking on the conditions, and Lauren Tier is in Forsyth County with a look at the roads there. Let's start, though, with our chief meteorologist, Tim Buckley. Tim, how much longer will we be getting the snow?
Julie, this is nuts. I mean, we're outside here, and this snow just keeps getting heavier. The flakes keep getting bigger, and we're not done yet. We've still got another 4 to 5 hours to go. I mean, this could keep on going through about 9, 10 o'clock or so. We've called it a weather alert really for several days throughout the entire week, and we've been watching it with you. This significant snowfall, yeah, it really is significant to say the least. What you can expect going forward, this is the heaviest snow that we've had in years, the highest amounts that we've had since that big storm in 2018. Still got a while, though. It's ending between about 8 o'clock at the earliest to around 11 o'clock at the latest. Bitter cold air, that's what's coming up tomorrow. We'll talk more about that with the gusty winds and the wind chills. But here's the big story. I mean, you can see it all around me as we report live in the WFMY Weather Garden. It's snow, and it's really heavy snow, too. On the wide view, so we're looking at all of North Carolina. There's Charlotte, there's Wilmington, and here's Raleigh. The most peculiar part about this storm is how they have escaped basically any snowfall at all. For us, we've had just a fire hose of moisture coming at us over the last couple of hours, dumping snowfall. It really is coming down, especially across Davidson County, Randolph. You've been kind of the bullseye over the last little bit, but Guilford is too. And these totals are about 1 inch per hour rates every now and again. I mean, that's just on par with all the blizzards and the nor'easters that they get way up north. We can do it too. It just, well, takes about half a dozen years or so to repeat it. In the foothills, if you're watching from Surrey County, Yadkin, or Wilkes, it's slowing down a little bit. You're kind of getting to the end of the system. But for the rest of us, it really is still coming down. Gotten several reports from the Lexington area, Thomasville as well. Seems to be the bullseye so far. About 8 to 10 inches in those areas overall. High Point, similar too. Just measured here outside in Greensboro, about 5, 6 inches here in the Weather Garden. This is kind of the back end of the moisture plume that's coming our way right now. And you see that defined gap down by Wilmington. Let's zoom out the view again and kind of explain why this is happening. There's this big jet stream that's just kind of funneling a strong upper level low pressure into our area. That's just causing all this. That's what's doing that. And for us, it's the inland low. There's a coastal low that's doing it to the Outer Banks. Yeah, they're getting snow too. And in fact, quite a lot of it. Even could see some blizzard conditions with much higher winds than what we could see. Hey, we updated the map earlier today, several hours ago, saying, yeah, you could get 6 to 10 at this point because of how early it started and how heavy it had become. Well, that 10-inch might not even be enough for some folks. I gotta tell you, Lexington, you're still seeing it snowing and you're already close to that. Charlotte, similar to us as well. We're on the heavy side. But like we said, the farther east you go, the lower those totals have proven to be, especially over toward Raleigh and Durham. Now, here's our Futurecast. That model is going to go out through the rest of this evening. The time, it's up at the top of your screen there, right about 5 o'clock as we are right now. Notice it's picking up on some of the dryness in the foothills. You're just about done. So over the next couple of hours between now and through about 9 and 10 o'clock, we're going to see this sagging southward and kind of pushing south of Interstate 40. Still, though, there will remain a couple of scattered snow showers through about midnight, even to 1 a.m. for our southern counties. That's about it for you. But still, this is not ending right away. So whatever's on the ground now, it's going to stack up a little bit taller before we're done with it. Now, it's so cold outside. We haven't mentioned this either. The temperature is about 16 degrees. This is the second winter storm this week with temperatures of about 15 degrees. Amazing. Last time was sleet and ice. This is all snow all the time. We've had some gusty winds. They seem to have settled down a little bit right now, but they'll be back Winds gusting in the 20 to 30 mile per hour range will be a factor. We look at the big impacts. Snow, the biggest impact between now and later on, and the dangerous travel as well. Be safe.
Tim, thank you. The warning all officials are giving right now: stay off the roads. We have gotten reports from law enforcement agencies here in the Triad and across the state saying they've been called to hundreds of crashes. The State Highway Patrol says they've been responding to 340 collisions so far and 370 calls for service across North Carolina. The good news here, troopers say there have been no deaths reported due to these crashes from midnight until noon today. Greensboro police say they have been called to over 100 accidents alone. Both Greensboro police and Guilford County officials went on social media pleading people to please stay home. We have crews all across the Triad keeping you informed about the conditions as they are getting worse and deteriorating. WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman is in Greensboro getting a lot of snow on her hat there. Let's start, though, with WFMY News 2's Lauren here in Forsyth County. Lauren, where exactly are you and what are you seeing there?
Julie, I'm on Highway 66 in Kernersville, just off I-40, and so far, it's a lot of snow. Not a whole lot of cars, actually. We've had a couple people drive behind us here on 66, and even getting here from Greensboro, we had to go on I-40. Same thing, not too many cars. I do want to give you a little look at what we saw, though. We went down I-40 heading west, of course, and we did pass quite the convoy of snowplows. I want to say on our drive from Greensboro to here, it was probably about maybe 20 different snowplows. Now, I will say, since getting into Forsyth County, crossing that county line, we haven't seen any snowplows just yet here. There was a little machine running on the sidewalk where I'm standing now, maybe a few minutes ago. But like I said, no major equipment or machinery out here clearing these roads. I do want to also give you a look at how much snow is right here where I'm standing, okay? We've got our handy little yardstick here. Let's see. And it just keeps going. Okay, y'all. At this spot right here, we're looking at about 8 inches. If that's level ground, 8 inches, Kernersville, Forsyth County. So the snow is obviously still falling. We expect that to probably go up, and of course we'll give you the latest, bring you all of those updates as we continue through our newscast into this evening. Live in Forsyth County, Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2.
Lauren, thank you. I know you just got to that spot. I do want to read this to you because we got some information from the city of Winston-Salem in Forsyth County. The city is saying that the road crews are back pushing snow on major roads and the roads adjacent to critical care facilities such as hospitals. So that is the update from Winston-Salem. Lauren, you're saying that you have seen some crews. Have you seen some people sledding? Are you seeing anybody out and about, or has everybody been hunkering down what you've seen from your vantage point in Kernersville?
Julie, for lack of a better phrase, it's pretty much a ghost town. Other than the cars and trucks that you might see driving behind me, I don't see any people. Actually, I do want to draw your attention. Here's a truck right here with a plow on the front. I don't know where they're going, but they're doing something trying to move that snow. It doesn't look like it's actively down right now pushing anything, but I imagine it's going somewhere to do just that. But back to your question about seeing any people, nope. All the businesses around here where we are on 66 are closed. I haven't seen anybody sledding. I was talking about it with our photographer earlier, how I was just surprised that there's no one out here. It seems to be having any fun, but you know what? Maybe people are just wanting some warmth and wanting to stay inside, and they'll deal with the snow and some sledding maybe tomorrow. Who knows?
Lauren, thank you so much. Let's continue our team coverage now. WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman is live in Greensboro. Nixon, you've been out there in Greensboro for a few hours now. What I'm seeing behind you, that is a lot of snow.
Oh, Julie, it's a lot of snow and it's causing a lot of problems, of course, as we have mentioned over and over again on the roadways. Right now, I'm at the corner of Cridland and Windover Avenue, where police were on scene just less than 30 minutes ago. I asked them what they were doing here. They said that so many cars were having issues making it up Windover at that Cridland line, and they literally closed off the road for just enough time for plows to get through it. Not only that, but in even less time than that, right here at this corner, we saw 4 people struggling to push their car just to get it again up Windover Avenue. Now, I'm going to just step out of the way and let you see just how low vis things are here. There's going to be cars coming here soon enough, and I'm telling you, it's going to be really hard for you to see them over the horizon. I'm going to show you this while I actually read some of the city of Greensboro's information on some of the most recent plowing efforts. Basically, plows have hit 50% on all Priority 1 roads, which is a road like Windover Avenue. The hope is to plow all of those roads by tomorrow morning. Now, the city says they have people on 12-hour shifts, 24 hours around the clock. So they are out there even if you don't see them. But you can just see these cars. They're coming down this hill and they're struggling to get back up it. That's again why police closed things down. That's why we saw people struggling literally right here at this corner. I'm telling you, got out of their car and were manually pushing it. It was quite a sight to see. It was one of those things, we keep talking about how many crashes we've seen. That was a close call, because not only did they struggle there, they made a little leeway and then they went up Windover Avenue and they had to get out in the middle of Windover Avenue and continue pushing with about a line of 10 cars behind them. It's dangerous out here. So just take your time and just don't go out if you have to. Live here at Windover and Cridland, Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
Nixon, thank you. Talking about the dangers, Greensboro police officer just arrived on scene. Thank you so much. Be safe. Again, Greensboro police saying they've responded to about 100 crashes so far today. The winter storm is canceling several events in the Triad. The Tanger Center announced that tonight and tomorrow's showing of Shucked have been canceled. People who purchased tickets should be getting a refund in the next 14 to 21 days. First, Horizon Coliseum canceled this weekend's performances of the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey. The tickets will also be automatically refunded. Another big event, the Clash in Winston-Salem, has been postponed.
We're working around the clock. Certainly disappointed that we couldn't get our Sunday schedule in, but still feel very confident in our ability to act as quickly as we possibly can once this storm rolls through.
The big event, the Clash, is now scheduled for Monday. Keep in mind, it was supposed to be held tomorrow. Practice and qualifying for the NASCAR Cup Series will start at 11 a.m. with the race set to start at 6 p.m. Parking lots will open at 9 a.m. on Monday. Of course, if anything changes, we will be sure to let you know. Now let's continue our live team coverage by heading east to Alamance County. WFMY News 2's Bryce Parker joins us live now in Burlington. Bryce, what are you seeing out there?
Tanya, as we can see right now, it's still coming down here in Alamance County. Right now I'm in Burlington. The snow is just swirling around. We're getting a lot of wind here. Last time we checked in with you in the 4 o'clock hour, it seemed like the snow was coming down pretty well. However, in this past hour, it seems like it's been picking up. You're gonna have to check in with Tim and Alex on that one. They are the most accurate, but it does seem like the snow just continues to fall here in Burlington. How much snow are we getting? Not exactly sure. It depends on where you're standing. The readings that we've been getting from our News 2 snow stick, the longest readings we've got have been 6.5 inches, the lowest 3.5 inches. So it really just depends where you're standing, but that is up from the 2.5 inches that we measured in the last hour. Now, again, please stay off the roads. Right now, we're in this parking lot of this Outback Steakhouse. We're gonna show you, it is a ghost town right here. Usually, 5 o'clock, that's when you're thinking that businesses are gonna be at their peak. People are going out to eat, getting food. This parking lot is completely covered by snow. Under this snow, a layer of ice from the last storm that we had last weekend. So crews have been out. We did see snow plows trying to make their way through these roads. However, in the last hour, we're seeing less and less vehicles out. People are going very slow, the ones that are going out, really just trying to stay safe in this weather, trying not to slip, trying not to fall, trying not to add to those crash numbers like Tanya was reporting in the last couple of minutes. So if you have to go out, please stay slow. please increase your following distance. Do not slam on brakes. Please do not do anything that can get yourself in trouble so that emergency services will have to come and save you. But please, if you can, stay in the house. The conditions out here are messy, and they will just continue to get messier as the afternoon and evening continue. Tanya?
Bryce, thank you. You know, it is all hands on deck here at WFMY News 2. Tanya is going to be having a live interview with Guilford Metro 911 in just a moment. You may be wondering about power outages. At this point, at last check, there were some scattered outages across the Triad because, keep in mind, this system is not an ice or a freezing rain situation. So Duke Energy does say that because the winds could pick up later on tonight, those outages could increase. We will let you know and keep you posted on the situation in terms of power outages. Let's head further south now. We're going to go to Archdale, where reports there are of limited visibility. WFMY News 2's Amber Lake gives us a look.
Well, I did not think that I was going to see more snow than I did in Greensboro. All day today, whenever I left Greensboro, it was around 3 inches of snow. But then I get home to Archdale, and it is 5 inches of snow, more than 5 inches of snow. It is absolutely insane. I haven't seen snow like this in such a long time. I think that I was a young child the last time that I saw this much snow in one place. I mean, look at my bird feeder over here and my little wishing well. It's a lot taller than that, but you can't tell because of the snow. And it looks like this all across Archdale. I mean, you can see the tracks from when I pulled into my driveway, and they are already halfway covered up because the snow just keeps falling. All of the roads across Greensboro and Archdale, they are all bad. So, of course, if you don't need to be out today, please don't.
Wise words from Amber Lake in Archdale. With the snow and the below freezing temperatures overnight, it's important to know that your pipes are still at risk of freezing. 2 One to Know's Kevin Kennedy talked with a plumber to learn the proper way to protect your pipes.
Here we go again. Ready or not, another winter blast is on the way. 3 to 6 inches of snow in the forecast, with temperatures down in the teens. The Arctic blast can put pipes at risk and keep plumbers busy. Eugene Demeshev has seen a lot in his 23 years and has some tips to help. First, remove the hose from the spigot and cover it up.
That would be a good practice. Then that you don't forget about disconnecting the hose, putting that cover on, and then definitely it would protect it better.
Second, if you have a crawl space, listen up.
If you close the vents, yeah, it will definitely keep the temperature above freezing.
Inside, it's all about the drip. Open your faucets to keep water flowing.
It can help if you leave a faucet, crank it open, just let it drip so the water would move a little bit. Then it would prevent from freezing.
If your attic isn't heated, you may want to insulate the pipes. If you have extra insulation,
I always pay attention to those that are on an exterior wall.
Opening cabinet doors will allow that warm air to surround the pipes, and you might want to boost the thermostat a few degrees. Kevin Kennedy, 2 Wants to Know.
Thanks, Kevin. Some great tips there. I mean, the totals are coming in so quick. I'm writing them down on a piece of paper because I can't update the graphics that fast. So far, we're still looking at 11.5 inches in Lexington, close to a foot of snow already in Davidson County. And we're looking at about 9.3 inches in Thomasville. Stokesdale now up to 8 inches, 7.1 inches in Lawsonville. High Point already up to 8.3 inches in Kernersville at about 6 inches. And so already continuing to build upon the snow. And we still have a ways to go as far as the snowfall goes. Look at some of this heavy banding that has set itself up as just kind of a fire hose of moisture right over really Guilford County down towards Randolph and Rockingham, all just getting rocked by the snow there. And you can really see it here if we look at Raleigh's radar. So that was Blacksburg's or Roanoke's radar. This is Raleigh's radar. Look at these bands. This is extremely heavy snowfall coming through here, and that's going to just continue to dump tremendous amounts of this light, fluffy snow, and those totals are just going to continue to crawl up and up and up. As Tim said, the end is somewhere in sight, but not anytime soon. There's your snow hole, and then look here. I mean, as you get into that, that's some extremely heavy snow. Traffic is absolutely terrible. Stay off the roads. We've had hundreds of accidents through the afternoon, evening hours. In fact, already seeing some impacts. Still looking, at least there's a lane closure there off of Wendover. So the road blocked due to multiple stalls, people just not being able to get the traction there. And that's on East Wendover Avenue, southbound between Hill Street, Battleground. Looking at Forsyth County, not great there as well, south of Winston-Salem. So again, I-40 just terrible. The purple usually means a closure. In this case, so slow. People are going so slow on the interstate because the conditions are so bad that it looks like it's closed. 85 is a mess, 285 is a mess, Davidson County Courts, Lexington. Hey, if you're getting close to a foot of snow, that's really difficult to drive in. And then you can see 73 here, just a mess as we go towards Randolph County, Ashboro, Randleman. You saw Archdale there from Amber. And yeah, 5 inches of snow there, and that's going to make travel difficult and already starting to continue to pile up some of those snow totals there in Alamance County as we go further to the east. So Mebane seeing some of that, Burlington now starting to see some of that snow. They had a little bit of that drier air earlier on, but now starting to fill in. So these totals are going to continue to climb, especially as we get these enhanced snowfall rates. And we warned you about these banding. Now we're seeing it in action, and I just have to say, as a meteorologist, it takes your breath away at just exactly what a snowstorm can do.
All right, so right now we're going to talk about 911 call centers and how they are being flooded with all kinds of calls. With us right now is Brianna Edwards. She's the assistant supervisor in the Guilford County 911 Center. All right, just to give us a little context, we say flooded with calls, but what's the call volume compared to like a regular day?
Yes, ma'am. So our regular call volume has slowed down, I believe, as people have calmed down. They have taken their precautions inside the home, but our vehicle accidents, stranded motors have definitely increased throughout the day because of the storm.
Okay, so stranded motorists, somebody like that, that is the #1 call you're getting today?
I would say probably vehicle accidents are.
Okay, gotcha. And so, I mean, we're hearing that people are either just sliding off the side of the road, they're just breaking down, they're hitting something else?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we've had vehicles hit poles, other vehicles, obviously, but mostly just sliding off of the road and being single vehicle accidents. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you've got all hands on deck, I'm sure, as well, to handle all of these calls. What is it that you want the public to know?
Do not go out unless you absolutely have to. If it's an emergency, stay inside for your safety and others and our responders as well.
So I'm thinking if someone calls 911 because they hit a pole or they slid off or something like that, they're going to be waiting there for a little bit because, I mean, the responders are kind of on the same roads that everybody else is.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. They got to drive just like you would if you were out there. And so they got to take their time and use precaution as well.
Okay, so other calls are down for the most part. If for some reason, because the winds are supposed to whip up tonight and that kind of thing, if people start to lose power, I know a lot of times the first thing that they think of is, let me call 911 and tell them I'm out of power. What should we do instead?
Unless there is a medical need because the power is out, you need to call your utilities company. If it's Duke Power, 1-800-POWER-ON is the better option because they'll be the ones to restore the power at the end.
Okay, and so there'll be a lot of people who may be watching at home and maybe something happens. Maybe they go out and play and then they don't feel good. Maybe they've shoveled the driveway and then they don't feel good. But they're like, you know what, I'm not going to bother anybody with this. When should they be calling 911?
If you feel it's an emergency, don't hesitate. We don't want to take that away from you. So if you feel like you need to go to the hospital, please do still call. Just be cautious as well.
All right. Anything else you want to leave folks with just so that they hear it loud and clear from 911?
Yes, ma'am. While we encourage you to stay inside, if you do have to go out and see a vehicle off the side of the road, if there is yellow caution tape on the vehicle, it has been checked and will be tended to at a later time.
Okay, but if there's no yellow tape, that means that there could be someone that needs help who may be inside.
Yes, ma'am. So please do call if you see that.
Okay, and just a quick question. If something happens and we run off the road or we hit something, do you want us staying inside our vehicle? You want us putting up our hood? How do you want us to show a first responder that we need help?
Your hazard lights are most important because that'll show the responders as well as other vehicles on the road. However, for your safety, I would suggest staying inside the vehicle. If you choose to exit on your own accord, please make sure you stand well clear of approaching traffic.
All right, got it. Thank you so much, Brianna Edwards. We so appreciate it. I know you got to get back to work. Thank you so much for your time and your expertise. Julie?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Well, here's a look at some of the pictures that you have sent today. We have so many of them. You see a lot of people smiling, you see some sledding, you see a lot of families getting out and about and making fantastic memories, a lot of smiles. I see some snow angels on the right-hand side of the screen. You know, it can be so beautiful to watch the snowflakes fall from the sky, but how do they actually form? WFMY News 2 meteorologist Claire Fry raises your weather IQ.
Have you ever wondered how snowflakes form? Well, let me start by saying it's one of nature's most fascinating processes, and it all starts with water vapor in the air. It all starts high in the sky where water vapor is floating around like little invisible clouds. When the air gets cold enough, and I mean really cold, below freezing, that water vapor starts to freeze onto tiny particles like dust or pollen and forms a tiny ice crystal. From there, the magic starts to happen. As that crystal tumbles through the sky, it picks up more water vapor, which freezes and forms the arms of the snowflake. And here's the wild part. The shape of the snowflake depends on how cold it is and how much moisture is in the air. When it's really cold, the snowflake can be simple, just a few icy lines, but when the air is a bit warmer, things get wild. Snowflakes grow crazy, beautiful branches and start to look like little ice sculptures. What's also really cool is that no two snowflakes are exactly the same. This is because each one forms in slightly different conditions as it falls through the atmosphere. It's like nature's little frozen artwork, made just for you. Stay warm out there and take a moment to enjoy the beauty of winter. Thanks for watching this week's Weather IQ. I'm meteorologist Claire Fry.
This storm is becoming historic. It really is. I mean, we have so many more hours left, and it's still coming down. I just can't even really believe what I'm seeing, to be honest with you. This ends a very long streak in Greensboro, of course, of having no big snowstorms. So if you kind of look at it this way, how long has it been since we've had a 4-inch snow day? 2018. 2,609 days ago. In our history, all the way back to 1903, when someone started taking weather records, that's the longest we've gone without a 4-inch snow. But yeah, we're still measuring it out there. It is really coming down. And like I said, we have probably until about 10 o'clock or so tonight. That's 5 hours away. Buckle up. There's your snowiest days on record for Greensboro. Taking a look here, we're looking at the most we've ever had. So how often have we had 10 inches of snow? It's happened 7 days in our history. We've had only a foot of snow on 3 days in Greensboro history. So who's to say we couldn't climb that list? A lot of people are, and we know Lexington has been kind of the bullseye so far. A lot of people reporting close to a foot of snow there already. Thomasville as well. I would point out, you notice how there's little bits of cracks in the armor kind of showing up in our western counties. That would be the Yadkins counties, the Surrey counties, the Wilkes, even parts of Forsyth County. You're starting to slow down a little bit. There it is. I see you in Winston. We'll take a look at that sky camera there in just a second. But first off, just wanted to highlight who's having the heaviest snow. And, you know, I got to tell you, I've spent time in really snowy climates before. This reminds me a lot of how some of those storms can be a lot of times when you get in a situation where you're just getting this heavy snow pointed at you over and over again. If you follow the radar here, this is all migrating over the same area. So think about it like a flood. When you get into a flood, you have this rain just hitting the same area repeatedly. Well, this is all snow, and it's kind of the same thing. And it's just adding up, adding up, adding up. The heaviest snow right now in the state is happening in Randolph County. Now, like I said, though, Lexington, you might be starting to come on the other side of this. So what I wanted to do, let's take a look at our Winston-Salem sky camera. I'm just noting the visibility change. So earlier, we could barely see those buildings. Now they're a bit more clear. That can be a little bit of a sign of intensity shaping up with a snow event. Here's your visibility Yeah, that tells the story too. But notice Wilkesboro, that visibility has really come up. So we're starting to see a bit more scattered nature. But until that back edge of the system rotates into Greensboro, into Lexington, into Asheboro, the totals are going to go up and up and up. So there's another look at the radar there for you. Again, our snow map, I don't know if it makes a difference at this point. I mean, we've shown it to you a couple of times, but we certainly expect these areas to receive the most amount of snow. And pretty much everybody in purple right now has fit that criteria, that 6 to 10. I know there's a couple other bullseye reports. There always will be, but really impressive. And oh, by the way, has Raleigh gotten snow? Not really. Just down the road, basically 0 inches in Raleigh so far with this particular storm system. So it really is amazing. Probably the best thing I can show you right now is to go into a Futurecast and let you know what's going to happen. So where we are right now with the system, we're starting to see the back edge work its way into the western part of the state. Over the next couple of hours, between about 7, 8, 9, and 10 o'clock, the snow should get a lot lighter. And then it should be done and ending by midnight. But it's deep and it's out there and it's on the roads. And that means you're probably staying home tomorrow too, or at least a good part of it, unless you live on a main street. That's just kind of the way it is. Temperatures, they're cold, they're low, and right now I see them going all the way down into the low teens for tomorrow morning. We'll have high temperatures basically in the upper 20s throughout the day tomorrow. Hey, you know, a fun fact about snow, it actually reflects a lot of the sunlight back out into the sky. And so you're not able to warm up as much as you would if there weren't snow on the ground. So it'll be a windy Sunday, it'll be a cold Sunday, but again, that snow will be starting to melt a little bit. And I'd encourage you to shovel the driveway tomorrow too. Our impacts with this storm have been snow and travel. Encouraging to see, and we'll check again, but I don't believe there have been very many power outages. That's good news. Let's keep an eye all the way through tonight and tomorrow, though there could be a couple wind gusts of around 30 miles per hour. Usually, we don't see power outages with that kind of a wind, but never say never, so let's keep an eye on it. For the temperature, the wind chill temperature, it's already bad. And tomorrow morning, it'll basically be below 0 at times, feeling like about 5 below to 0. It's just a stay home kind of a morning to be sure. And if you're going out to play with the kids, I'd recommend it tomorrow afternoon. It's better than today. The sun will be out and it won't be quite as windy either. So basically, what you got to do is just kind of hunker down. This is a true old-fashioned snowstorm, every bit fit for any climate, not just North Carolina, but we do keep our weather impact alert all the way through Monday morning. As we've said throughout the week, it's not just the snow today, it's also going to be that bitter cold that kind of comes after it. And a lot of times if you're out there, you might not realize how cold you are or how exposed you are with that skin, and just make sure that you're bundling up as best you can. Find the best clothing that you have for any of those outdoor chores you have tomorrow or the outdoor fun, whatever it might be. Make sure you're dressed for it because it's real deal kind of cold. Now into next week, there aren't any big warm-ups, but I do see us at least into the mid-40s a little bit. We have a chance for some rain Tuesday night into the day on Wednesday. We'll watch that for you as well. But yeah, this is just continuing, and it's kind of amazing to see. Julie, we've been through some storms before, right?
Yes.
And this is going to fit the bill. I think it's going to be one we remember for a long time.
This is something, yes, because you know it's the light fluffiness. My husband has been using the leaf blower. He's been going out every 2 hours,
right?
Because it just keeps piling up.
Yeah.
But on the good side is that it is easy to shovel or to just blow off.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's going to be the same thing for tomorrow. But the concern is because with the sunshine tomorrow, even though it's still going to be very cold, there will still be some melting. But then here we're going to be back into that refreezing, warming up, refreezing situation. And so what is on the ground? Icy, icy, icy.
Yeah, it could get to that point. It'll take a little while before it gets iced over and all those things. But you know, in the meantime, it's the fluffy snow. You don't need to feel any need to. You know, I know your husband will. He's going to do it.
I know. He's on top of it.
You don't need to feel the need to really get after that today. But tomorrow, I'd encourage you to because you know we do have to live our lives the rest of next week. It's always nice when it hits on a weekend because you're probably not having to do all that much. But the choices you make tomorrow will affect the rest of your week. I'll just put it that way.
Very, very smart. Here's the thing. A lot of the viewers will say, all right, Tim, yesterday you're saying about 3 to 6 inches.
Sure.
Maybe more, maybe less.
Yeah.
This morning you upped it to 6 to 10 inches.
Yep.
What changed?
Well, I mean, I think a couple of things stood out to me. Last night we started to see that snow already was coming down in our 11 o'clock newscast. It was light. It was, making a dusting here or there. But what really changed, I think, is that the dry air that we were worried about with this system, it's been all focused over Raleigh. I thought a lot of that would kind of eat into our totals a little bit as well. It did not at all. And so early this morning, it really started to come down heavily at 5 a.m. And here we are 12 hours into that, and it hasn't stopped. So I think at that point, it's like, well, you're just got to do math at this point. It's going to keep coming down and coming down and coming down. So more moisture and less dry air than expected. It's always hard to believe that snow is really going to do the thing in the Triad until you actually see it coming down. And then once it does, it's okay, game on. But it's hard to get to that point.
Because you always say it is very hard for it to snow here in the Triad.
Yeah, and that's why, you only get a storm like this every, 7 to 10 years or something like that. And there's a reason. You have to have all those factors really coming together. But what's interesting about this storm is that the snow is, like you said, it's so light and fluffy. The same amount of moisture, which usually would be like this, it's about twice that. So it's stacking up a lot taller.
So it's very picturesque.
It is.
Certainly.
Yes.
And we certainly love all the pictures that you are sending us. And I know you have questions as well. There's a lot of things that people want to know about the system. You can text us your questions at 336-379-5775. We would love to hear from you. All right, coming up next, I believe we're doing, Allison, a sledding safety story. Okay, we know that kids, Tim is saying maybe wait until tomorrow to head out to go sledding with the family, but here's the thing, you have to do it safely. WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier spoke with the rescue squad and emergency responders who warned that bad decisions or lack of supervision can actually lead to a dangerous situation if you do go sledding.
That's not a call anybody expects to get, especially on a fun snow day when kids are out playing.
Just over a year ago, Guilford County deputies and other agencies tried to save a little boy after a sledding accident in Whitsett. The child went sledding down a hill but slid into an icy pond at the bottom and died after an extensive water rescue. This year, emergency responders want people to have fun but be smart about sledding.
Parents should just be mindful about their children's safety when it comes to sledding. Just because it's a fun activity doesn't mean there aren't dangers involved.
In serious situations, rescue squads are often called in to assist. Eden Rescue Squad has special equipment for sledding accidents that turn into icy water rescues. Kirsten Dixon of the Eden Rescue Squad says it's too risky to attempt water rescues on your own.
Try your best not to go in the water because then you potentially become a victim, and now we have more than one person to try to rescue and save, and it just becomes more dangerous for everybody.
And experts say you should avoid hills ending near streets or really any bodies of water like a pond. Adding a clear hill with trees, no trees, and a flat area with an expansive bottom is the ideal conditions. They also recommend wearing a helmet if you are going sledding. Let's get a look at our beaches. This is a live look at Pine Knoll Shores. Yeah, that is the beach. You really cannot tell. I guess you can tell a little bit with some of the water there. You can see there is limited visibility there on the coast, kind of like how it is here, almost completely covered in snow. It's a much different sight than usual. You can see the snow is completely covering areas from the shore to the ocean. Folks are staying out of the area, likely due to the chill. WFMY News 2's meteorologist Alex Williams is keeping a close eye on the snow totals. And wow, Alex, they keep going up.
Yeah, Julie, I just checked. No, we're not at a foot yet, but we're at 11.5 inches. I mean, that's a foot of snow. If you could just let that sink in. This is really, truly, a very impressive storm. I think as a meteorologist, when we look at some of the smaller scale details, what we call mesoscale meteorology, there's going to be some fascinating things to unpack from this system, especially since you have the tale of two areas of low pressure, one upstairs, one downstairs. They're in the process of being pretty close to each other, and we call that occlusion. And sometimes as you get a storm to start to kind of stack itself up, you get this intensity to ramp up. And I think that's what we're seeing here in full effect across the Triad. This is just very, very impressive. You can see some of the heavy snow here just continuing to track right along, say, Rockingham County, Guilford down towards Randolph as well. Maybe starting to cut off a little bit towards Forsyth here. Look at Winston-Salem starting to get on the back edge of that. Davidson County, I mean, Lexington has just absolutely gotten quite a bit of snowfall, and we're still getting these extremely heavy snow bands. Don't worry, Alamance, that's going to be moving towards you. Burlington, areas that maybe saw the snow drought earlier, now starting to pick up some significant, at least accumulation or the rate of it. Maybe not catching your neighbors further to the west, but nonetheless, some more snow on the way for you. We'll have to check in with our crews there and see what they're seeing. And then, yeah, there's the snow hole for Raleigh. And then look at this. I mean, that is some extremely heavy snowfall there further to the east. So if we look at our winter storm impact here, considerable impacts is this red color. I would honestly paint most of us into the considerable impacts because we're seeing close to double-digit snowfall across the Triad, and that's going to bring considerable impacts into the day tomorrow. And so watch out for that. That's Saturday into Sunday. By the time we shift Sunday into Monday, we're looking at just kind of the snow-covered roads, at least from this index. But like I said, I think we'll see it increase to be even more. And again, there's just kind of the complexity, how large of a system this is. So you can see the spin here. This is one area of low pressure, and then you've got your area of low pressure here closer to the coast that's forming. That will be bringing quite a bit of snowfall for the beaches, as you saw there from that camera. Look at the traffic. Terrible, horrible. Stay off the roads. Just have fun at home. Stay safe and warm at home. There's no need for you to be out and about dealing with some of these impacts. The outer loop there, the outer urban loop or the outside urban loop there in Greensboro, not a fun place. Earlier road blocked due to multiple stalls there on East Wendover between Hill Street and Battleground. So stay home, stay safe, enjoy the snow, and we'll continue to get through this together.
Enjoy the snow from inside your home, looking out your window. Let's check back in with our crews across the Piedmont Triad. WFMY News 2's Bryce Parker is in Alamance County. Let's start with WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier. Lauren, are the conditions, are they getting worse where you are?
Yeah, I want to show you guys something pretty interesting. So we were on air maybe a little more than 30 minutes ago. I was standing at the bottom of this hill. We're going to come down here real quick. All right, I don't know if you can see it. There's a divot right here where I'm circling. That's where I was standing, except before you could see the ground where my feet were. And now it's covered like that. I imagine some of it is the wind pushing some snow that's already fallen, but of course it's still coming down here as well. So it could be accumulation from that. Let's go ahead and do a check-in with our stick here. Yep, that's 8.5 inches. And the interesting thing is, Julie, that I've noticed, there's ice underneath this snow too. So this stick is probably getting stopped above the actual ground level. In fact, as I was walking up here, it was slick in one of the areas. There was some ice. So yes, snow is definitely still dropping here in Forsyth County in Kernersville. Right now I'm on Highway 66, and we haven't seen too much traffic. There's a car every now and then, but nothing too crazy. We haven't seen anybody slipping and sliding. I do know that earlier today we spoke to Forsyth County Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough, and he was advising everyone in Forsyth County to stay off the roads.
Lauren, thank you so much. I was reading, I just got a text from Jeff Brooks. He works at Duke Energy. I asked him if there's any change in plans in terms of their coverage since we are getting more inches of snow than originally anticipated. Keep in mind, we are not seeing the ice, we're not seeing the freezing rain, so that was not going to be considered a major problem, but I just wanted to make sure that nothing was changing with their plans. They have they have hundreds of crews, their existing crews in the Triad. They did not bring in crews from across the state or from South Carolina, and they said they're not going to bring any more people in at this time just because The number of outages are relatively low in the Triad. They will obviously continue to monitor the conditions and they will make a shift if needed. But again, right now, status quo for Duke Energy and just a few scattered outages here and there. Let's continue our coverage now with WFMY News' Bryce Parker. He is live in Burlington. Bryce, how are the conditions now?
Tanya, these conditions continue to get worse and worse as the snow continues to fall. Again, it is cold, it is windy, and as these hours continue to go, the snow just keeps getting worse. Now, we have our News 2 measuring stick right here for the snow. I'm going to stick it in the ground, show you this. Almost to 6 inches here in Burlington, 6 inches again. Like we were saying, the snow might depend on where you are. Earlier, just 2 hours ago, we were getting readings of 3 or almost 3 inches. Now we're at almost 6 inches. So this snow just continues to pick up as time continues. Now, to my left, I can see I-40. We're going to show you less and less cars continue to go down the highway. The highway conditions are getting worse. So if those highway conditions are getting worse, it's Julie, excuse me. As we continue to look at these conditions on the roads, if the highways are not clear, we know that these side streets aren't clear, these residential streets are not clear, so that is going to be a problem for this area as we continue to go by. Julie, we're going to continue to monitor this situation here in Alamance County. Reporting live from Burlington, Bryce Parker, WFMY News 2.
Bryce, thank you. It's okay if you call me Tanya. We're besties, so everything's cool. WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman joins us live now in Greensboro. Nixon, you were in that dicey area where we saw a police car show up just moments ago. How's the situation where you are now?
Julie, dicey is the perfect word to describe it. That policeman obviously came up in a time where there was a situation going on regarding the roadways and somebody pushing their car up Wendover Avenue and actually having to come back down in the same lane they were pushing their car up. Again, the hill up Wendover Avenue. We've also seen multiple police kind of come back through here and monitor the area. At one point, just less than an hour ago, at the corner of Cridland and Wendover, there was actually a road closure just so that snowplows could come through and clear that one spot of the road because so many drivers were having trouble right there in that spot. Now, another thing we've seen in just the last 10 minutes, already 3 snowplows. And that's because the city of Greensboro is really putting them out here on the roadways. They're trying to get all priority 1 roads, just like Wendover Avenue, scraped and plowed by tomorrow morning. I know that seems ambitious, but we have seen plenty of those snow plows out here, and the city of Greensboro is working 24-hour shifts, 12 on, 12 off right now to get these roads cleared. Now, there has been many incidents just in the time we've been here. Like I had mentioned, there have been people pushing their cars up Wendover Avenue. There have been tires just spinning out, trying to get that traction underneath the snow, and it's just been a sticky situation out here on Wendover Avenue. I will say, though, one of the positives out here in the last hour, the snowfall has definitely decreased, or at least from what I can feel, because at one point the wind was so strong out here, it was like you could not see anything. There was just a cloud of snow in the air, really stopping me just walking around from seeing. So I can only imagine what drivers were experiencing when that wind and that snow were making their way down, and of course coating the roadways, coating cars, coating anything they touch. Here live off Wendover Avenue, Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
Nixon, thank you. The visibility there in Greensboro does look better, an improvement. Nixon, thank you so much. Let's continue our team coverage now with WFMY News 2's Amber Lake, live in Randolph County. Amber Lake is in Archdale. Amber, that is quite a beautiful sight behind you.
I mean, Julie, what can I say? This is how Archdale does it, right? We get the most snow, it feels like. It is just so fluffy. It's so cushiony. My lovely husband is behind the camera right now. He's being my cameraman. So he gave me the okay to do this, but I want to show you just how deep this snow is, okay? Our front steps are about 2 feet off the ground. So my dogs are freaking out. but this is how deep it is right now. I mean, let's go ahead and take a measure. It's okay. My dogs are freaking out right now. Can you see this, honey? Bring that camera down. It is well over 7 feet. I mean, that was dramatic. 7 inches here in Archdale. I've been talking to my siblings that live all across Randolph County. My brother lives close to Thomasville, but still in Randolph County. He said he's measuring 8 inches. My sister, who lives just six minutes down the road, they're also measuring 7, 8 inches. I mean, this is the most that we have seen in such a long time, and it is still coming down. Look at this right here. These are our solar lights by the sidewalk that light up at night. You can't even tell that we have these right now because, for one, they're covered, and for two, the snow is going that high. That is absolutely crazy. So I can only imagine what the roads look like right now. I mean, when I got home earlier today, around 2:30, the roads were not good at all. So I can only imagine how much worse they've gotten. And since I've been home, since my husband's been home, we haven't seen or heard any plow trucks coming in this area. So, I mean, Julie, this is what winter wonderlands are made of, right?
Very much so. Kids love it. You know, Amber, we heard your dogs, all right? I'm looking at your snow, and I don't see a lot of paw prints. What is going on? Have the kids, have the dogs not gone out?
Julie, you know better than that. You know my dogs absolutely love the snow. Right. They go to the backyard where it's fenced in so they can run around, they can be free. This is the front yard. If we let them out here, they might just take off and become wild animals loving the snow like they do.
Oh, safety first. Amber, before we let you go, I know we've been talking about this dry, fluffy snow, so I have to ask you, can you attempt to make a snowball? And what kind of quality of snow it is? Is that even possible to make a snowball?
Well, I will preface with, whenever this whole weather event started, it was very good for sledding and making those snowballs and making snowmen. But since it's gotten this high, I actually have a funny video that my older brother sent me where he tried to sled in this 8-inch snow and he just kind of went and stopped. I mean, I don't know how it is now when it comes to sledding, but I will try to make a snowball only for you. And look, I don't even have gloves on because I came out of my house for this. So, oh, it still does it. Wait, maybe it doesn't. It just kind of disintegrates in my hands. Nope, we just have a powdery mess over here now.
It is that dry, fluffy snow. You know what? Amber does anything. She's a tough girl making that snowball without any gloves. Okay, Amber, go back, get back inside, say hi to Blake for us, and have fun with the dogs, all right? In the backyard, of course. Okay, the snow is covering cities here in the Triad, but the Triangle is so very different. WFMY News 2's Kevin Kennedy gives us a look.
Hey there, everyone. Kevin Kennedy, WFMY News 2. I'm actually out near the Raleigh area today, a little bit west of Raleigh. And boy, it's certainly different than what we're experiencing out in the Greensboro Triad area today. If you can see, we're probably out here only about 1/8 of an inch of snow, and that's probably being maybe even a little bit aggressive here. We just haven't got the snow that people have been seeing in the Triad today. A lot of our weather meteorologists have been talking about this, but there's kind of like this cone effect that's taking place. So a lot of the snow is taking place off to the east, and then there's this kind of void area in this kind of Raleigh, Cary area, Apex or whatever, and then you're getting those snow bands also on the eastern shoreboard out towards Wilmington. But this area where we're in today, out here near Raleigh, it's just kind of a void area. So as you can probably see behind me, the roads are covered, but there's just not a lot of snow on the roadways. Like I said, probably about 1/8 of an inch at the most. What's interesting though is we're probably about maybe 4 or 5 miles from RDU. More than 175 flights have been canceled, most likely due to rearranging of flights and things like that, and commuters are trying to connect to different airlines. But what we're experiencing here out towards Raleigh, much different than what is taking place in the Triad. Again, it's just not snowing a whole lot at all here. Kevin Kennedy, WFMY News 2.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. It's kind of amazing. You know, we were talking about this last night on the news about how there would be what we call a dry slot, where you're kind of in between and you have all this dry air that just collects. And in this case, it's totally robbing Raleigh of all the snow. And I think at this point, I'd be fine sharing a little bit of ours with them. We don't need any more. I think we're up to about that 8-10 inch range in a lot of the area. It's going to be a big deal to clean up from. Our weather impact alert goes all the way through Monday, of course, and a lot of that has to do with today's snowfall, but also partly due to the cold air that is still yet to come. We're already bitterly cold outside. It's going to stay that way tonight and into tomorrow. You know, this storm does affect pretty much the whole state of North Carolina, the whole state of South Carolina as well. Very unusual, but like we were saying, and Kevin was showing, it is affecting folks unevenly at the moment. Raleigh just totally missing out on all of this. Eventually, that will catch up to them. Our system is kind of pivoting. It's hard to tell if you look at just a short range, but over this last couple of hours, you do see that pivoting nature getting closer toward the triangle and a little bit away from the triad, but we still have a ways to go. Take a look. Randolph County getting absolutely smacked with heavy snow. These are big flakes. It is not stopping anytime soon. Now in the foothills, it really has come to an end for the most part. Mount Airy, Yadkinville, Wilkesboro, you've already got a lot of snow on the ground. Very lightly falling at this point, not the heavy stuff any longer. Looks to me like Forsyth County might be slowing down as well. Guilford County, though, not done. Still coming down in a big way, and we're probably going to have to wait several more hours. It's all about how this band is kind of pivoting around. So as that kind of moves closer to Wilmington, it'll stop sending that moisture up our way. Our forecast model does keep very high chances of snow between now and about 8 to 10 o'clock tonight. After that, the chances are going down, but the damage is already done, right? It's already on the ground, so you're already gonna have to move it away from us. Where do we go from here? Well, we can look at it on a map version as well. Here we are at about 6 o'clock, going through about 7, 8, and 9 o'clock. You see how it's just kind of pivoting away. And I'll be honest, this is a model. I don't trust it all the time. I think it might look a little differently than that, but you get the idea. We will see this continuing still for the next several hours. So you're not clearing anything up tonight. You're not going anywhere tonight. Just hang out. You can do all that stuff tomorrow. And when you wake up tomorrow, the sun will come out pretty quickly in the morning and cameras ready. How often do you get to take a picture of your house with, I don't know, a foot of snow around there? Not very often. So go ahead, document it. You can save it for the scrapbook. Tell the kids and the grandkids later on. We're looking at tomorrow. It's cold out there and it's still windy as well. We'll have wind chills right around 0. That's no joke. So it will be feeling like 0 or even below that heading into tomorrow morning, partly because of the wind. In the meantime, the snow is intense, stays that way through about 10 o'clock. The travel, horrible, and staying that way as well. Looking ahead, we are still watching the cold air. There is another system. Looks like rain Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. We'll keep you posted. We'll be in the 40s heading into next week during the afternoon, so that might help things a little bit. Julie, don't forget, we still have all that ice on the ground from last weekend. 2 winter storms in 1 week, not something we see often.
Mother Nature has a bullseye on us, doesn't she?
Yeah, we're feeling it, aren't we?
Yes, we certainly are. You know, we have a lot more team coverage. We'll have more for you coming up on WFMY News 2 at 6. Do not go anywhere. We are all over the winter storm that's dumping several inches of snow across the Triad, and it's not over yet. The roads are hazardous. Hundreds of crashes have been reported across the state. The whopping number in Greensboro alone. We'll also check on the progress of clearing the main roads.
The snow, it is closing things down. It is changing schedules. It's postponing a NASCAR tradition.
Well, all the snow is bringing out the kid in all of us and creating memories to last a lifetime. A lot of picture taking, other people just staying indoors and hunkering down.
We're watching snowfall in places that we almost never see it fall, like the Outer Banks and the coastline. We've issued weather impact alert days through Monday morning because of the snowfall and the winds. I'm Tanya Rivera.
And I'm Julie Luck. We know viewers across the Triad have been dealing with dangerous roads and bitter cold, and our team has been here nonstop to keep you informed on WFMY and WFMY Plus. We have live team coverage across the Triad right now. WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman is tracking the snow conditions and the impacts in Greensboro. Bryce Parker is in Burlington, and Lauren Tier is in Kernersville.
Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley, he is calling this a historic storm. And you know what? It's not even over.
It is not over, and I've done the weather in North Carolina a long time, guys. This is up there. I mean, with what we're seeing right now, the impact, the depth of the snow, it's really climbing those ranks for me. And for Greensboro, we only have a handful of 10-inch snows on record if you look at a single day, and this is on the way to doing that. I mean, we're already looking at widespread reports across the area of about 6 to 10 inches so far. Yeah, we were expecting it, significant snow. This is more than I was expecting, I got to be honest there. Heavy snow will be continuing over the next couple of hours. It will be ending between about 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. After that, we'll start to talk more about the bitter cold that'll be gripping our area going into tomorrow. If we look at the radar on the last couple of frames of this loop, you can start to see perhaps a little changing. We're still getting hit by this intense snow band. I know it might not look like all that much to you, but that is a really heavy band of snowfall. And if you're in Randolph County, if you're in Davidson County, you know what I'm talking about. Guilford County as well. This is just unrelenting snow coming at us from the south. Now, it started to calm down out west. We're seeing a lot of breaks in the action now in the foothills and even a little bit in Forsyth County too. But man, oh man, cannot buy a break at all, even just to take the dog out or something across Guilford County. That'll start to change a little bit as this band shifts a little toward Wilmington. That'll cut the moisture off a little bit toward our area, but it takes a while. So we still have a couple more hours of all of this outside. Just take a look. I expect us to still be seeing snow through 9, even 10, maybe 11 o'clock, and then we start to see it winding down. Who knows how much we'll have by then? I think about 10 to 12 around much of the area is very doable. Our model does shut this off by midnight, of course, for everybody. It's bitterly cold. Temperatures are in the teens, as we've said. There's a wind chill factor as well. And tomorrow, well, the snow's on the ground, but we have sunshine coming out for you. This will be a good day to get outside and enjoy it and do some chores to maybe clear things away. But what a storm, and it's not over yet.
All right, after hearing that, this will not be a surprise to you. North Carolina Highway Patrol says, hey, if you don't have to travel, you should probably just stay home. As of noon today, officials responded to over 300 crashes, 370 calls for service across our state. Guilford County, no exception there. Guilford County Metro says by 11:15 today, they responded to more than 100 calls. They're seeing more car accidents than last weekend's storm and still seeing a ton of falls as well.
We continue our live team coverage now as our crews monitor the conditions all around the Triad.
We're going to check in with WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman in Greensboro.
Here, right off Wendover Avenue and right next to Cridland, this has been a trouble spot for now hours. We've had police monitoring the area. We've had snow plows come through here. We've seen with our own eyes people struggling to get up and down Wendover Avenue. I actually ran into people in a car that actually had to get around this corner, and they made their way up Wendover Avenue. I want you to see this video of their tires spinning out and them actually getting out of their car to push it up. Now, this is something where they were able to make it up Wendover Avenue so far, but then they had to come back down the same lane they were pushing the car up, really messing with traffic to the point where police had to come back out after previously closing the road because drivers were having trouble, to close it again just because it was unsafe to be doing so. Now, those folks did make it home, but this is just telling of the kind of situation that's going on roadways, whether it's Windover Avenue right here or any of the roadways in Greensboro or the Triad. We keep seeing that snow fall down and make its way onto the roadways. The guy I spoke with is actually from New York, but he was in New York. He's from Greensboro, and he says he has never in his life seen anything like this, especially here in Greensboro, where he had to push his car up Windover Avenue. Here's what he had to say.
I'm from Greensboro, North Carolina. I went to Dudley High School. So this is we haven't had this in a while.
Anything else you'd like to say?
Man, look, there we go. Look, we out of here. That's all I got to say. I'm out of there.
Now, granted, they were able to make their car out of this trouble spot, but really it just goes to show that that is the kind of situation that you could find yourself if you do have to get out on the roads today. So just keep that in the back of mind. Like, cars are very important to us, and for you to go out in a situation like this, in the weather like this, you are taking a very big risk by doing so. Your car could stall out, you could get in a crash. It's really just not worth the risk. Something else I want to mention is we saw EMS actually drive through here. They did not come to this area for a call, but it just illustrates that people should not be out on the roads to give those EMS workers that chance to get down the road safely. Live off Windover, I'm Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
All right, sometimes you got to get in the car and go somewhere, which is what I had to do to get here today to go to work. So I left for Forsyth County, made it to Guilford County. This was my travels on Windover, right past Holden Road, and heading up this Windover area. You can see that cars had been there. They kind of like blazed a little bit of a trail there, but to the right, just full snow, like nobody had touched that. And I want you to see the car that is in front of me. Sometimes you can make it out, sometimes you can't. That means that we were giving the car space, right?
Yes.
So that is definitely one of the things you need to keep in mind if you are going to be on the road. Number two, you cannot see his lights, and that was a really big deal to me. There were so many times that we saw cars on the road today that did not have their lights on. And if you've got rain, you got snow, you got the wipers on, you got low visibility, you absolutely have to have your lights on. So make sure if you are going to go out and be on the road that you're one of those responsible drivers.
Very much so. And don't be the person who's driving with their hazard lights on, because you don't know if you're going to be taking a right or left if you're putting your blinkers on. So yes, keep your lights on. We are keeping a very close eye on the snowfall in all areas of the Triad, including in Alamance County. That's where we find WFMY News 2's Bryce Parker in Burlington. How's it looking out there, Bryce?
Talking about transportation, and actually we just saw a couple of snowplow trucks that were coming through this parking lot. They're starting to hit these main roads and these side streets here in Alamance County, but specifically here in Burlington. You know, these roads, you know, they're getting bad as the snowfall continues to fall. We talked about it earlier how a couple of 20 minutes ago, actually, we measured almost 6 inches of snow. Yes, 6 inches of snow here in Burlington. So please stay off the roads. Actually, on the way to Alamance County, had to help dig out an 18-wheeler that was blocking an on-ramp to the highway. So please, this is not the weather that you want to be out here. Also, the sun is going down, excuse me. The wind is picking up. The chill is picking up. Now, you can't see really how the wind is swirling around me, but we want to show you. Look at the light. You're going to see the wind is just circling this snow all around the air above us. It's blowing the snow off of cars, off of buildings, off of roofs, just anything that the snow has been attached to. Even, it seems like a dust up, like almost like a dust storm, but snow here in Alamance County because of this wind. So that is going to impact visibility on the roads and impact just trying to overall cleanup of getting the snow off of your driveways, and then especially with these snowplows trying to get the snow off the street. So those are the conditions here in Alamance County, specifically in Burlington. We'll continue to update you throughout the night. Reporting live in Burlington, Bryce Parker, WFMY News 2.
Bryce, since you're talking about clearing, a lot of people are staying on top of the snow with an easier way of shoveling. Burlington man sent in this video. He's working smarter, not harder, to clear the snow off of his property. That was the same thing happening at my house. That is my husband. Hi, John. He's using the leaf blower to clear the backyard. Because the snow keeps on coming down, he's had to bring out that snow blower several times today. But Tim also says, keep in mind, you don't have to do what my husband's doing. He says you can actually wait until tomorrow to blow the snow off your driveway.
All right, so you know what? There's so much snow, they're not able to move it out of Bowman Gray Stadium. That's right, NASCAR has postponed the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray. The race originally scheduled for tomorrow will now run Monday, February the 2nd. We spoke with the Clash project manager about the postponement.
We'll continue to stay here and fight the good fight. And listen, the directive from our leadership team was we are going to have the Cookout Clash for 2026 at Bowman Gray Stadium, and we're going to do whatever it takes to make that happen. So in terms of a timeline, we want to get this race in as soon as we can because we need to get to Daytona soon, but we want to have the race here.
Cup Series practice and qualifying begin at 11 with the last chance qualifier at 4:30, followed by the Cookout Clash at 6 p.m. Parking opens at 9 a.m. on Monday with gates opening at 10 a.m.
That is the schedule for today. Winston-Salem police say they have responded to multiple accidents, especially around Peters Creek Parkway and Ronaldo Road. Winston-Salem crews tell us that they are working on the roads right now, working on the priority ones. WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier joins us live now in Forsyth County, checking on the conditions in Kernersville. Lauren.
Julie, I'm here on Highway 66. Conditions seem to be pretty much the same as all of the other check-ins we've been doing. This snow is truly still coming down. It's actually, I feel bad for our photographer, pelting her in the face right now. It's also collecting in our camera lens. We've had to be cleaning it out every 5 minutes or so, and still, I mean, there's probably about an inch. I don't know if you can see it on your screen, but we're gonna have to clear it out in just a minute because it is coming down here in Kernersville. I know we did a check with our snow stick back maybe about a half an hour ago, and in some spots it was over 8 inches of snow right here on the highway. I want to talk about some things that we've been seeing on the road here. Obviously, it's covered in snow as well, but we've had a couple interesting interactions with some people passing by. Obviously, people are excited, want to honk their horns. We had a group stop over here and chat with us about what they were doing out in this snow. They were from High Point heading home, but came here to Kernersville to check out some awesome sledding spots. We're going to hear from them in a later newscast hit. I'll let you know what they had to say, but they were being safe out here on the roads. The other thing we've seen just in the last few minutes is a couple of ATVs or four-wheelers making their way down the road. But other than that, not a whole lot of commotion here off I-40 in Kernersville. Again, all of these people, for the most part, seem to be driving pretty cautiously, and I know leadership and officials here in Forsyth County are advising everyone to just stay off the road if you can. Live in Kernersville, Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2.
Lauren, I know we sound like a broken record, but really try to stay off the roadways. But if you do have to head out, there are jobs that you have to go to. There are essential workers too. Make sure you do it safely because the road's really out there covered in snow. Many still covered with the lingering ice from last weekend's storm. So when you're driving, keep this in mind, just at 35 miles per hour. For example, an icy road can increase a normal stopping distance by 10 times because tires lose critical traction. And take it extremely slowly. When stopping, do not slam on the brakes. If your car ends up sliding, steer in the direction you want your car to go in.
All right, when it comes to where is the snow falling, it's falling here on the coast. They're seeing snow and windy conditions on the coastline. These are conditions at Pine Knoll Shores. The area was expected to see quite a few impacts there, including overwash as well. We've been checking on conditions on North Carolina 12 as well throughout the day. Check out the image on the left. That's from 10:45 this morning. The right is what it looked like, they say, after 5 o'clock. So really not that much different right there. We'll see if that changes because there's supposed to be some flooding and some beach erosion and things of that nature. We'll see what happens overnight.
Coming up, our team coverage continues with an update on how much snow has fallen. One area in particular really has gotten a lot. And also, we'll have the number of weather-related crashes. Plus, a recently engaged couple is using the snow to their advantage. We'll explain coming up.
right, we're going to give you a live look at Burlington, and you can see the wind. Those flags are right out straight. Goodness. That means that whatever is falling and whatever is around is also swirling all around too. I believe that Bryce Parker once said that it was something like almost like a, what do you call it, a cyclone, a snow cyclone, something of that nature.
Right, but like a whirlpool type of thing.
Yeah, he says it's everywhere, and we can see now why, because of that wind. All right, roads are being impacted by the snow all across the Triad. WFMY News 2's Alex Williams tracking the impacts to traffic and the snow totals as well.
Yeah, that's right. We have definitely seen some significant totals. This is at 5 o'clock. You can see Lexington at that point was close to 10. They're now at 11.5 inches. I've checked. I haven't seen an update to hit the foot mark, but I'm sure they are close to it. As far as some other updates, Thomasville 9.3, Bethany up to 8 inches, North Wilkesboro 7 inches of snow, 9 inches in Stokesdale, Stanleyville up to 6.9 inches, Trinity up to 9.6 inches, Kernersville 6 inches, and I believe it's at 8.3 there for High Point as well. So extremely high snowfall totals, and that's just going to continue to go through as we go through the next couple of hours as we continue to see the extremely heavy snow just not really budging much. We're starting to see kind of that cutoff, but this is moving so slowly that we're just not seeing much in the way of air, so to speak. This is the reason why. There's your area of low pressure upstairs in the atmosphere that's been producing most of our snow. This is the area of low pressure towards the surface. And you know who knows more about that is Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley.
Alex, thanks. You know, you've been here about 2 months. We got you some big snowstorms. Maybe you brought them to us. I'm not quite sure just yet, but we're seeing them. This is pretty wild out here in the News 2 Weather Garden. Definitely one that I will remember forever, and probably you at home as well. I've had a lot of viewers saying this is like how it used to snow in the old days. Well, it still can. It just hadn't for a little while. I did want to take a second just to kind of demonstrate and get a fistful of this snowfall here. You see, this is like really fine, powdery stuff. You can't kind of clump it together. The reason that's the case is that it's so cold outside. When we talk about snow types, when you have bitterly cold air, like we do, temperatures are in the teens, the snow can be a lot more icy and a lot more fluffy, I should say, and a lot less wet and moisture laden. And so it's a lot different. You're not making snowmen today. It's probably more of a tomorrow thing. All right, I'm going to show you this now. It's called the water vapor loop, but what it is, kind of like an X-ray to the atmosphere. Why did a storm just pop up out of nowhere over us? Well, if you see this swirling motion by Atlanta? That's that area that when it rotated over us, it creates low pressure, all this rising air coming in with the cold, and it's making the snow. And then it's picking up some moisture off the Atlantic. And there you go. Huge snow amounts. And again, it's very hard to get all these factors together. If it were easy, well, we'd get a foot of snow a couple times a year. Instead, we get it once every 10 years or something, right? Starting to dry out a little bit. Not over, but it's starting to get a little bit less intense. Just heard from somebody in Winston. They say it's lightened up a little bit. Lexington, we're waiting for you. I know you've been dumped on, and Guilford County getting dumped on as well. Alamance, you're in the thick of it now. And what will happen with these bands, they will start to rotate eastward a little bit over these next couple of hours, but we're not seeing the end just yet. I think it'll still be the next 3 to 4 hours that we're continuing to add to these totals, which largely have been 6 to 10 inches, but as Alex was telling you, some of them are going to get around a foot. Believe it or not, it is really astounding. Now, our radar will be finishing up by about 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, and then we're left to deal with this, all the cold outside. It'll be nasty cold. It's already nasty cold. This is the way your Sunday is. There is sunshine around the area, but really, you're going to have to bundle up. If you're out playing in the snow, make sure you're taking care of yourself and your kids or grandkids as well. 7-day forecast, take a look here. We're going to keep our weather impact alert through Monday morning. We have road conditions, of course, but we also have the bitter cold. All of those are impacts for you. Into next week, yeah, we'll focus on it when we have time, but I do think there will be another system. Brings us a little bit of rain likely Tuesday night into the day on Wednesday. We'll keep you posted.
live look at Burlington, where the snow keeps coming down and the winds keep on whipping. Look at that. Oh, it is bitterly cold out there, and with that wind chill, it is even worse. This area is playing catch up. It started, meaning the snow started later than other areas, but many inches are on the ground. They're catching right back up with all the other areas. Let's take a closer look at the conditions in Alamance County. We see the flakes still falling, but WFMY News 2's Bryce Parker in Burlington.
Yeah, the weather system moving west to east, so it seems like, we're getting it a little bit later, and it's going to continue a little bit later than the other areas in our viewing area. Again, the snow is still coming down. I think Tim Buckley said it best, nasty cold. That is the best way you can explain it out here with this wind chill. It is bitterly cold, so please stay indoors if you can. Enjoy yourself, enjoy your family. At this side road right here, we've been seeing multiple snowplows making multiple passes to try and clear these roads. I'm going to step by so you can see it. That's the snowplow right there. It seems like a truck has the snowplow rigged on it. It's been trying to clear this road so that people can start to pass. People can get in and out of this kind of hotel parking lot to this main road, and then from the main road being able to get to I-40. Again, I-40, last time we checked in with there, it was not looking clear. And remember, that is the priority. So when those priority roads, they're looking a little dicey, the side roads, the major roads, the neighborhoods are also going to look dicey. So please stay off of these roads. Please, please, please. Again, I said it last week, your car is not a Zamboni. It does not have skis on it. It is a vehicle. Please stay off the roads. Please stay safe, and please stay warm. Reporting live in Burlington, Bryce Parker, WFMY News 2.
Well, the snow is giving a lot of people across the Triad a chance to make some memories and to capture them, of course, on camera.
Yes, whether it's with family, friends, or even with your future husband
That's
or
right.
wife. We caught up with a recently engaged couple in downtown Winston-Salem who decided to take advantage of the snow for a photo shoot they'll never forget.
We're close and wanted to come out, and you know, we are recently engaged, though this isn't necessarily an engagement photo shoot, but we thought the snow, close by, excellent photographer, why not?
I mean, and they could walk there, and the photographer was there, so why not? I mean, when do you get that chance again? Proof that when it snows in North Carolina, people make the most of it while the snow may melt. All right, we're going to be really sappy here. The memories won't.
Oh, so cute. We are on top of the winter storm that continues to dump snow all across the Triad, and we are not done yet, folks. The roads, they are slick, they are dangerous. Please stay off of them. Hundreds of car crashes have been reported. Just hunker down. We'll explain why shoveling should be a top priority tomorrow.
Yeah, we can wait for tomorrow on that one. We've issued weather impact alert days through Monday morning. Thanks for sticking around with us. I'm Tanya Rivera.
And I'm Julie Luck. We know viewers across the Triad have been dealing with dangerous roads and bitter cold, and our team has been here nonstop to keep you informed on WFMY and on WFMY Plus.
We've been there.
Yes, we have. We have live team coverage tonight all across our area. WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman is in Greensboro, Bryce Parker is in Burlington, and Lawrence here is in Kernersville.
First, Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley. Where is he? He's live in the weather garden where there's lots of snow.
Where else would I be? How often do we get to do this, Tanya? You know, we're out here in all of this snowfall, and last measuring I did out here, we were about a little over 7 inches now, I think, here at WFMY. But like I said, it keeps coming down, it keeps accumulating. And across the area, this is truly a snowfall that you should remember for years and years and years. It is completely unique in a lot of ways. Across the state, there's this fascinating thing going on where you have one low pressure over here just spinning around, and we are in just the right spot to get this big, heavy snow band just aimed at us for a while. I do see this thing wearing down over the next couple of hours, but you still could get a couple more inches of snow at that time. The other low pressure is out at the coast. They are also getting hammered with snow. And in the middle, Raleigh, Wilmington, thinking that this whole thing was just a big joke because there's no snow over there at the moment. This is that swirling low pressure area moving our way, as I said. But let's get back to our local radar because this is important for you to know. Still heavy, heavy snow, and there's not really a sign of it slowing down in Randolph County. I am starting to see Davidson County slow down a little bit. Forsyth County, too, a little bit in Winston-Salem. Greensboro, though, coming down very heavily. The flakes kind of go back and forth from really fine to a little bit thicker or a little bit fatter. Farther off to the east, Burlington, you're in the thick of it now. Siler City is too. You're finally in the ball game there. Durham getting a little snow, but like I said, Raleigh, what gives? You just can't buy any snowfall down there. What I expect to happen is that once this once this area takes over here, this band over us will start to dissipate and go away, and we'll just be left with some lighter snow the next several hours. Basically, 1/2 foot to a foot. Unbelievable. Would not have expected all of this to be falling over our heads, but over the next couple of hours, it will be winding down, and tomorrow we'll be cleaning up.
And speaking of the cleanup, Greensboro road crews say they have traveled through 1,400 miles of lanes so far, clearing the roadways. Their main focus right now on priority 1 roads. They are still hard at work, working 24 hours a day. And we are continuing to keep a close eye on all the conditions all across the Piedmont Triad.
Yeah, it's just so hard. Even if they do treat them and they do get them and that kind of thing, all the snow is falling so fast that it just almost looks like nothing's been done because it just like multiplies. Let's check in with WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman, who is live in Greensboro.
Yep, we're still here off Windover Avenue, where I have to say there are more and more cars making their way on the road, and that's just from my observation. Another thing I'm noticing, when I spoke to you guys at 6 p.m., the snow was starting to kind of damper down. There wasn't as much falling from the sky. That has again picked back up. But spirits seem to be high. We've had several people talk to us just yelling out their car, hey, News 2. People are on the roadways. They're not necessarily scared, but they are taking things cautiously, except for those people right there. They were going a little fast. And that has been the case with a few people. There are just too many people going too fast on this roadway. It's actually a roadway that's been monitored by law enforcement at some point, and there have been several plows that have made their way down Windover Avenue because it was such a trouble spot just an hour or two ago, where there were several cars that couldn't get up and down the roadway. But again, we have not seen those police officers in about 30 minutes or so, so it seems that things are getting better here off Windover Avenue, but more and more snow just continues to fall. We're going to get colder into the night, so those conditions are going to remain dangerous, and you could see people pushing their cars, tires spinning out, all the things that are just indicators that people should be very, very careful out there. We're live here off Windover Avenue. Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
Nixon, thank you. As I mentioned, the Greensboro crew is working on Priority 1 roads. The city says they hope to touch all Priority 1 roads by tomorrow morning, but the snow is making their plans and their goals, pretty tough. You can track Greensboro's snow removal progress in real time. They have an interactive snow removal map. You're looking at it right now. Once a road is plowed, you'll see the lines turn blue. Not blue quite yet. All right, our continuing coverage now continues over in Burlington, where we find WFMY News 2's Bryce Parker.
So it is still snowing here in Burlington. We're here in Alamance County. We've been tracking the conditions all afternoon. The snow has continued to fall. The last time we checked, we were getting close to 6 inches of snow. Yes, a half a foot of snow here in North Carolina in the Triad, something that we really have not been seeing. Now I'm going to move out the way so you can see these road conditions here. You see this is a snow plow coming up behind us. It is a plow attached to a truck trying to clear out these roadways so that people can get in and out of this hotel parking lot. We've been seeing them do a couple of passes here. This is a hotel that is very close to a main road that then enters into I-40. Earlier we saw the conditions on I-40. It is getting pretty bad out there. We've seen a couple of snowplows go past, but again, those are the priority roads. So if those are the priority roads, we can imagine what these neighborhoods and these side streets look like here in Alamance County. So please, we keep imploring you to stay off the roads. You do not have the equipment needed to be able to traverse these roads safely. So please stay in the house so that emergency services can actually get to the people that they need to, and also that these snow plows can start to clear off these roads so that we can get back to normal as soon as possible. Reporting live here in Burlington, Bryce Parker, WFMY News 2.
All right, let's stay in Alamance County, this time in Graham. Roads earlier today looking pretty similar with the snow coating the roads. You got that one lane, of course, that people have been driving on, but I bet that is snow covered right now too.
Right, because it just keeps coming down, coming down. Winston-Salem police say they have responded to multiple wrecks, especially around Peters Creek Parkway and Rinalda Road. WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier joins us live now in Forsyth County with the conditions in Kernersville. Lauren.
Right now here off of Highway 66, we haven't seen any emergency vehicles, at least responding to any calls or accidents. But I will point out, maybe about 2 minutes ago, there was a pickup truck trying to turn right on this other side of Highway 66. They slid into the median. They were able to get out, but did have to back out, and clearly we're facing some problems with this snow because it is still really coming down here in Kernersville. The wind is kind of whipping it, and I can show you some of the buildup here. This is just on the sidewalk next to where we are, again, next to Highway 66. Look how far down I sink. I mean, it is almost up to my knees at this point. Let's look at the stick here. Just right here in this spot, guys, that's 10.5 inches. Just in this spot, Kernersville. Who knew? We spoke to a group a little bit ago. They were here from High Point, came all the way here because this is where some of their favorite sledding spots are, and they said they've never seen anything like this. So it's one of those things where obviously we can look at this and think, hey, we're gonna have a lot of fun. There are so many different things to do in this fluffy, powdery snow, but we do need to be cautious. I know earlier today we spoke with the Fulton County Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough, and he said that on his patrol routes and what his deputies were seeing are dangerous road conditions, which we can certainly see here on Highway 66. I mean, you cannot see lanes at all. You can barely tell where the median is at this point. And even if these roads were cleared, again, that snow is coming down so fast, it likely would be covered up all over again. So we will continue to bring you the latest here from Kernersville, but man, it is still coming down here in Forsyth County. Live off Highway 66, Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2. We'll be right back after the break.
Such a crazy storm, our coast is seeing snow, powerful winds, possible flooding.
Yeah, you heard us. The coast. Famous meteorologist Jim Cantori is in Duck, checking out the conditions there.
Yeah, guys, needless to say, it's not a beach day here, okay, to say the least. This is pretty brutal. I mean, we got winds out of the northeast about 35 miles an hour. If you kind of look down the beach here, you can see, you know, if you didn't know it was snowing, you'd think, oh, that's just a little bit different color sand or sand that's dried out after rain, but that's actually a little accumulating snow that we've got here. The good news is we have these monster dunes, okay? I mean, these suckers are, you know, like 20 feet high here, just coming off. If you go from the water up to the top, it's probably about 25 feet, but this is what protects this area. And unfortunately, as you go down, as you guys know, I'm sure, because we all talked about it this summer in Buxton and Rodanthe, you know, those houses that fell in the water because there is no dunes, all right? This ocean just comes right up underneath a lot of those homes. But you can see how agitated it is. Wicked longshore current here going right down the water. We have not gotten into the heavy snow part of this yet. All right, the surface low is just starting to develop, but we are expecting as much as 5 to 10 inches of snow. We've got a cold weather warning here as well, and a coastal flood warning tomorrow morning at the time of high tide, which is 7 a.m. here. We're expecting 7 feet. So a lot of that water you see behind me here is going to be rushing all the way up to the bottom of those dunes.
And we thank Jim for that report. We were talking to him earlier, and it's just kind of interesting. We're joking that he's usually there for hurricanes, but this time it is for a snowstorm. And in this case, shoot, we have gotten so much snow. I mean, looking around here, I've only seen this at this level one time in the dozen years I've been in Greensboro, and that was that 2018 storm. We're getting there. And maybe we get to it. I got to tell you, it's getting close right now. Lexington leading the way, closing in on a foot of snow. And it's a little overwhelming trying to keep up with all of these totals. So we're doing the best we can right now and hearing from so many of you on social media. And we certainly appreciate you sharing those reports. But widespread, getting a lot of 6 to 10 inch amounts around the region, a couple higher here and there. And just wanted to add some context. I went through the history books. Greensboro weather records go all the way back to 1903. That's when it begins. And you can look here. There have only been 7 days, calendar days, from midnight to midnight that have had 10 inches of snow. So it's only happened 7 times. I don't know if the PTI airport official observation will get to 10. We'll have to wait and see. But if it does, it'll be on this top 10 list. And shoot, even if it gets to 9, we'll be on that top 10 list as well. Very impressive. Now, this dramatically ends this streak, which I've been tracking for many years now. How long has it been since we had a 4-inch snow? A legit snow. This is legit. Looking across the state right now, we're starting to see a couple of changes. You see how this solid shield of precipitation and snowfall is starting to break down a little bit? What's happening is that this low pressure area, which has been dominating throughout the day, is starting to weaken a little. And this one over by the coast, that's starting to take over. And I think what we'll find over the next few hours is that that's kind of the transfer, and that our system will weaken a little bit and theirs will strengthen a little bit. And that's what will finally put an end to all of this. If you're a snow lover, you might say, no, don't let it go. But if other people, don't want to be buried, want to leave their home sometime soon, yeah, you might want it to stop eventually. Guilford County still coming down. Alamance, Chatham, Randolph County is getting the worst of it. There is a little bit of drier air on the other side of the airport right now. 6 to 10 inch plus. We got to add a plus on there now because some of those busting totals happening in Davidson County and Randolph County. And I got to tell you, getting a lot of people happy about this. They say it just doesn't snow like this anymore like it used to. Well, it still can. The weather still works the same way. We've just been in a bit of a dry spell. By 11 o'clock tonight, this is what the radar should look like. Most all of this snowfall is pushing off to our south and to our east. Good to see. If you, again, don't want 20 inches on the back of your door. But again, that's still several hours from now. So more inches are on the way around the area. Temperatures are still in the teens. They will be that way overnight tonight. And tomorrow is a bitterly cold day. Watch these numbers. See how it feels like about 1, 2, and 4 degrees. That's a little difficult. So that's where we're headed tomorrow morning. There is an extreme cold warning for our area, which means you can't be going outside the way you normally do. You've got to limit that outside time and bundle up as best that you can. Over the next 7 days, we got a little warmth, but not much. We'll be in the 40s by Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll track another system, which looks like rain as of now.
Oh, hey, we're doing a mic check. 1, 2, 3. I'm not doing well.
We just got some new information in from Greensboro Police. They're giving us a little bit more about what they've responded to today. They said they've responded to 41 crashes and 61 traffic assists. So we knew it was 100 cases. Here's the breakdown.
Hundreds over the Triad and in Guilford County alone.
And also all across the state.
Right. So we're going to check in with WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman, who's live in Greensboro, who watched somebody have to actually push their car down Windover.
Oh, Tanya, it was a sight to see and a close call for those people. I mean, it was really something that was hard to watch because, again, our cars just mean so much to us. I'm actually having a hard time even keeping my eyes open right now because that wind and that snow, they are still coming down. I actually have my snow on 2-stick. I want to show you what we're seeing right here in Latham Park, right off over Windover. That is sitting right at 6 inches, and that is exactly what our meteorology team said we would get here in the Triad in Greensboro, and I can only imagine that that is going to continue to grow. As I told you, it is still coming down, and it is coming down with vengeance. Now, as for the things on the roads, we have not seen too much action right here. Things are going pretty smoothly, but we will continue to keep you updated on all things snow, roadways, and more throughout the night. WFMY News 2, Nixon Norman, sending it back to you guys.